the only video where we actually see a proper sphere, right? Like it looks like it's literally AI drawn. It's so perfect.
Oh yeah, there's images that are supposedly from the ISS, right? Or other such things, and you see the land masses.
Look at this,
You
bro.
can see the land masses or the lakes, right? And then you can measure them, and then look at the curve rate, and notice how the ball that would be many times smaller than they claim the Earth is. Yet they don't just straight up tell you, "Hey, bros, this curve you're seeing is clearly not the curve of the Earth. It's obviously from the lens." Now, sometimes they do, but not all the time.
I can guarantee
And many, many people are
that I know that it's. I know that that's a false version.
You know
of the
this is not
curvature
true, right? You know this is
You know
not
why
the
I know that is
representation.
because look at what you're looking at. You're looking at a large landmass that's fucking massive. You're looking at goddamn Pangea at this point. Jesus Christ! I mean, we know, like, we know that that is a fisheye lens. We know that. I mean, look at what you're dealing with. You're literally having
That's
one
why
guy
people
going to one landmass. There's no fucking oceans around it. Like, he's literally flying into one landmass.
Yeah, like, what is this, bro? You really think this is a
well, hold on. That's a good point. Let's say it's true that nobody actually thought that was the curve of the Earth. So was Neil deGrasse Tyson just gaslighting everyone?
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson, man, he's the astronomer for morons, bro. Let's be real here. Like, he is literally he's an intelligent motherfucker, but he is honestly the astronomer for morons, bro.
Okay, that's great. But why would he get up on a stage and try to explain that
he's Bill Nye the Science Guy for fucking
that's all I was gonna say.
I know that's great, but
Bill
why
Nye
would
will
he
say
do
that we're in a closed
just
network system as well.
like, he's literally there just to explain to fucking guys like nah, I'll stop there. But he's literally there just to explain simple fucking things, like common sense things to simple-minded people.
Yes, he's there to explain to stupid people how at greater than heights that people claim they can see the Earth curve, that you shouldn't be able to see it.
Well, why was I able to watch that video and in 2 seconds tell you, like, yeah, you're right. Like, look at the landmass. Like
if
what
I
the fuck?
see a curve, right? We're here sitting trying to figure out if any high altitude balloon has a curvature, right? We're guessing, right? You're like, I see it. I'm like, I don't see it. But right there, you're like, straight away, that's a freaking ball, bro. No oceans, no balloon, just
I can call that out. Yeah, the curvature might have been over exaggerated. We can tell it's over exaggerated. There's a huge landmass.
But
I don't know where it was on the planet.
Even if it was a smaller curve, it's still significantly curved, right? When we have high altitude balloons, we don't see that significance of a curve. We have to freaking squint and maybe we see a little curve, right? So I mean, are we imagining the curve? Is there actually a curve? I'm not sure.
Well, and our minds aren't meant to like think that large, to be honest, but we do have evidence in it through our math, which people like. That's the hardest thing for people to understand.
What math shows the curvature, though?
Do what? Oh,
What
can you see the curvature?
No. I know why we can't see the curvature, but what maths do you have that shows that there is a curve?
No, I ain't that guy. But the only thing I'll vouch for is like everything we've learned throughout history, and the reason why you have an argument is based off the math that's already there.
No, I think it's because that we haven't questioned this before, right?
No, it's in question, dude. The Earth was flat at one point in time in history. I mean,
It
this is
wasn't
not a new thing.
It is
Like, this is not a new thing.
Of course, it's a new thing. It was never significantly questioned. We didn't have the technology and the understanding of the concept of the shape of the Earth.
Dude, it was questioned.
It was questioned, but never taken seriously, right? No one was actually believing in this flat Earth theory. No one actually was like,
That's not true. Dude, that is not true, bro.
You think so?
Dude, there's records of the United States and people's testimony that they were actually taught flat Earth in school, also in the churches, etc. And when the globe Earth came along, they rejected it and even so much fired people over it.
From my understanding, it was a propaganda and hoax until recently.
No, not even close, bro.
No, dude. It was a legit thing. Like, we're not that far off, man. Just us as human beings right now, we're not that far off from believing and disbelieving the same bullshit. Like, this is round and around. Like,
AI, really quickly, can you unmute Zoidberg?
Let's see. I suppose. Did he do
Ah,
anything naughty recently?
yeah, many things, but nothing related to the Earth, I suppose.
We'll give him one chance.
1.5 chance.
Wait, I
All right,
didn't even know I
Zoidberg.
was muted.
He was
Well,
talking to
I didn't
Zoidberg,
Joe.
even
you're
know. I was like,
unmuted. You're unmuted because you're the hero we need, not the hero we deserve. You're here to tell
I'm
us exactly how high you have to be to see the curve of the Earth.
You know what? You don't even have to tell us. Just show us. You have a photo? I know you have a photo. Come on. Let me see.
do you accept ISS videos from NASA?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Okay.
Oh, I thought we could live stream that, like any of us, at any given time.
I mean, it's not even live 99% of the time. It's like live for 5% of any
Yeah, it's a
video.
joke, dude. It ain't an all-day live stream like they promised us.
It says live, right? But every time you click on it, and it literally says save recording, not currently live or some shit. And it's always like that. Like, yeah, let me open it now.
Well, it has to be live though because it's got that little green, the little red sticker that says live.
It says live. Yeah, but it's never actually
So it has
live.
to be.
I don't know, man.
It has to be
Dude, I know
live.
one of
Load.
I know one of the few guys that went up to the ISS, bro. Richard Garriott, man. I've met him a few times, man, and he didn't seem all like freaked out or anything when he came back. He
So
had some cool stories.
I just opened the ISS and it says this video from the space station has been interrupted. Crazy.
Dude, what he probably did is went somewhere high altitude, right? Looked out over the Earth. It kind of represented itself as a circle of vision because your vision cuts off, right?
Mm.
And so he interpreted that as curvature of the Earth because anytime anybody sees anything that even remotely looks curved optically, they immediately say, aha, this is the geometry of the Earth. Now, they get nuanced as they go on and they realize that no, because this would be continent New Mexico rather than state New Mexico. But then they just move that burden to another observation. They say, aha, this looks curved, therefore it's the curve of the Earth.
No, dude, the burdens. I don't know, man.
I'm curious, any internet nerds here? Why does the ISS lose connection? Isn't there like 1 billion satellites up there? Shouldn't
Dude,
they have
it's
the
far
best
as
connection?
fuck, bro.
Far from what?
That transmitted data is far, man.
What do you mean? It
Aren't they
should be,
in low Earth orbit?
shouldn't it be right next to the freaking satellites
I
that
mean,
provide
Like
interweb?
it's
Elon
not
Musk's
lower. It's not
constellation is
lower
in low
Earth
Earth
orbit.
orbit.
It's high Earth orbit. Like it's high Earth
What's
orbit. It's
higher?
not
What's
lower.
Earth?
No, it's low Earth orbit. It's
It
200
can't.
miles.
Yeah, so you should have constant internet, right? Why is it always cut out?
Dude, 200 miles is far, bro. Like,
It's
what do
not
you
far
mean?
at all.
No, how far do you think the orbits go out to?
Dude, so you know, they're transmitting this over radio frequency.
Are they
Like, so
actually?
think about this. How far can radio frequency actually go?
So we don't have the technology to have actual live stations like they promised us? Really?
Hey,
Well, radio frequency can only go so far.
Endermatic Brew, they tell you that there's like high orbit or just orbits are 22,000 miles. So what would you call 200 miles? Would that be low
No,
or
dude,
high?
22,000 miles is like space, bro.
No, that's still orbit.
Orbit of what, though?
Like orbital of
they're
like Earth's gravity, yes, but like not within the atmosphere. Like
A geostationary satellite is 22,000
we know the
miles?
ISS is just outside of the
Okay.
atmosphere. Like,
What are you talking about, dude? The
Or maybe
atmosphere
it's
goes
more than
past
that.
the moon, brother.
I don't know how is that exactly. The geostationary satellite is supposed to be somewhat the circumference of the ball, so it spins at the same rate that it falls. So it's always staying. It appears to be staying in exactly the same spot.
Jesus. So low Earth orbit, according to Google,
Oh, yeah,
is
geostationary.
160 kilometers, 100 miles, 500,000 feet. That's your low Earth orbit.
There you go. So the ISS is not very far away. So what would make its internet connection so crappy? I mean,
Probably because the
dude, it's
astronauts
200 miles.
need to actually, the astronauts need to actually go home and eat dinner with their spouses. and then come back to work.
It's 200 miles.
So the
I know
ISS,
that's crazy.
yeah, it's 400 kilometers above our heads.
It's 200 miles in radio frequency. This is not fucking internet like how we have it, like where it's easy to go 200
But
miles.
it's
This is fucking
also
radio frequency.
it's also moving really fast, right? That has to count for something. No?
A radio wave can go very far, very
It
very
can
far.
go far, but it's delayed.
There is no
And you
limit
have
on there is no limit on
and there-
distance. 300 million meters or 1 billion feet of distance.
thank you, Nikolai Tesla, for that. But yeah, it can go far. We know it can go far, but it's delayed
How delayed?
and can be easily interrupted.
So why is it interrupted 99% of the time?
Dude, think about it. You have a whole atmosphere to deal with. Like, it's not
Yeah.
me like radioing you with a fucking ham radio and being like, "Hey, brother, what's up, man?" We got a fucking entire atmosphere with 200 miles on that. Like,
Hey, wait, let's
there's
look at this
problems
video.
there, man.
Look at this
If you know how
video real quick.
if you know how wavelengths work, man,
Any minute,
like
join
there's
the stream.
interruptions.
I want to watch this.
It's kind of like you going like too far from your local radio station when you're driving and you have an interruption because you're fighting radio waves, man.
Join. I want you to watch this video. The ISS is over Russia. Let's have a look at this. Well, they're asking for donations, the wanks. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, they want donations. They claim they don't have enough money. That they got starvation wages. That they're just like they act like they walk around the city just begging for food. Like, please feed the starving astronauts. Like,
You tell me those are humans, bro? You tell me those are humans? That nigga be doing that for like past 20 minutes.
Brothers, hey brothers, man. Very interesting. We actually got the banner for the server, politics server. It's a homage to the fact that the flat Earth topic has been dominating lately. So they decided to put a accurate representation of the flat Earth by pulling a straw man and posting it as the banner for the server. Very interesting.
Dude, I was shocked to see you guys coming in here like and making a fucking statement, dude. I was like, it just happened like a couple weeks ago, right? Because I was like, what the fuck? Like, how the hell did these guys just jam out the server, bro?
You know what they say? The truth spreads fast.
Oh hell, well.
Well, dude, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, friend. It's very simple.
The devil tells the truth too, man. I'm just saying.
You want me to tell you why, brother? I'll tell you.
Where's
It's
that?
because Globers are either curious or so religiously zealous for their position that they can't tolerate an alternative viewpoint and they just have to show up. So they literally can't help themselves.
Dude, I'm one of them, man. I love getting drunk as fucking coming in here, man. Like, it's one of my y'all are my favorite people. I'm not trying to like negate y'all or anything. It's just y'all are actually very tolerant people. Like,
What's that guy
like,
doing with that little blade?
What?
so that's the best part. Look, it tells you it's live, and then underneath it says
No, it's recorded.
recorded.
And it's always like that. But what are they doing? Why do they have Russian flags on them?
because some of them are Russian, some of them are
Russians,
Chinese.
yeah.
Like, it's the space station,
They're
bro.
in Japan
They're
now,
all over
no?
the place.
It's an international space station.
So,
Yeah.
but why are the Russians up there freaking pretending like they're up there? Like, what are they doing? Jerking off? Seriously.
Why are they pretending like they're up there, bro? Like,
Wave if you're real. I ain't waving. Wait, what was that? He just put his hat back.
Speaking of
His face
people,
back on.
check it out, bro. Speaking of people pretending to be up there, someone showed a news clipping of a recording from a council meeting in some county, and one of the dudes, when he got his mic time, he basically went up and he said, "Hey, council members, we got an issue with our constituency here, and that's that they're being defrauded. Right now, fraud is a very serious matter."
dude, why?
He said
Man?
He said, just check it out. He said they're being defrauded because of all this fakery, and then he claimed a bunch of fakery that's occurring with the ISS and NASA missions. And he said, if they're really doing this stuff, why is there all this evidence that they're faking a bunch of stuff? And he said, we need to investigate. It's very interesting. Public hearing.
How is
Yeah,
it moving so fast?
Not a
that
hearing.
council
Not a
member got
hearing.
laughed at,
Dude,
like
how
literally.
many personal individuals
It
go
was
to
in
the
the
space station?
news.
And here's the thing. Here's another thing. Like, people spend a lot of money, man, to do this. Like, private people do this all the time.
Do what?
Like, go to the space station and they see this and they're like, there's no questions about it. Never
Like
has.
who?
You've never heard anybody that goes to the space station come back and be
No,
like,
I'm just asking
yeah,
you, like who?
we're all fucking wrong, bro. Like, life is a lie, dude. We were screwed. Like private people do this all the time.
Bullshit.
Sure. So they do it so often that when I ask you like who, you just can't answer. You just repeat yourself.
Richard Garriott, a personal friend that I know,
Bullshit.
he went to the fucking space station.
Yeah. You know, there's only been 20-something people been to space station. They're all named, right?
Also known as Lord British. If you guys are gamers or not, he's
What
the
is
owner.
name
Of
is-
the-
Yeah, do you know?
Let's see your friend's iPhone video of him up there.
You know what he did too? Like, he got like a life-threatening surgery. Like, I can show you that video. Like, he said his biggest souvenir of going to space was a 16-inch scar on his lower abdomen.
I wonder what it was.
Well,
No, the
apparently
greatest thing that nobody knows about is he took his father's ashes up there and fucking actually placed his father's ashes on the ISS, and
Oh,
that's something
really?
that not very many people know. Well, not
How come I
everybody
can't
knows.
see it?
Now
How come I
there's
can't
more
see it on the
dust
video?
up there. Now there's more dust up there for the filters to get unclogged.
Hey man, if I was in his shoes, if I had his money, I would have done the same goddamn thing, bro. That's cool as fuck. Like, that is
You're a
cool.
liar. He's a liar. You're a liar.
What do you mean? Why am I a liar?
You don't
No,
know
you,
anybody
Uno
that
reverse
went
card.
to the space station.
What?
You don't know anyone who went into the vacuum.
Yeah, I do. Richard Garriott. My uncle's name is Mike McShaffer. He's wrote 3 books on game design. You can look him up. He was a
So you
employee.
don't know anybody, man. So
You
you
can
don't
look at
know
this.
him.
You can look this up, man. I'm
So
giving you
you
fucking
don't know
verified evidence.
him.
Yeah, I do. I've met him like 3 or 4 times, man.
Wait,
I
what's
know
his
him
name?
personally. He's
What's his name?
literally
What's his name?
talked to me
Get him
about
on
this.
here. Put him on.
What-
Get him on here.
What's
then, if
his
you know him
name?
so well.
Richard Garriott.
Do you have his number?
he is the guy who designed the Ultima game series.
Do you have his number?
That's right. No, I do not have his number.
So you don't know him personally.
I do know him personally.
Usually the
Like, why
people
do
I
I
know
have his number?
personally, I have their numbers, bro.
People
Oh
that
yeah,
I know.
just for the. Yeah, sure, but just for the social etiquette of children out there, if you're acquainted with someone and have met them in person, doesn't mean you know them.
Are you all right? Get the fuck out of here, bro. I've had multiple dinners and conversations with this guy. I know the guy. Like, what do you
We
want?
don't have his number.
Seriously?
So
Like,
how do you?
what does
How do
knowing
you?
somebody mean, man? Come on, like,
How
get
do
the fuck out of here.
you? How do you arrange your dates with him? How do you go out to dinner with him? Do you guys send
I know him
emails?
through
or-
I just told you if you'd listen. My uncle's name is Mike McShaffer. You look him up. He wrote 3 fucking books
Does
on
your
game
uncle have his
design.
number?
Yes, I do have my uncle's number.
Does your uncle have his number?
Yes.
Call up your
Have
uncle.
your uncle get him on here then.
Google him right now.
Call your uncle. Tell him to get him on here. I'll give you $1,000.
Hey, Google. No. Get
I'll
the
give you
fuck out of here.
$1,000 to get that guy on Discord.
It's 7. You what? Say that again.
I'll
I
give you
saw that
$1,000 to get
Richard
him on there.
Dude,
Geyer
How are you gonna
debated
lose your
a
money? 'Cause
flat
I already gave you the references. This
I'll
ain't a
give you
wild.
$1,000 US
I
dollars to
gave
bring
you
that guy on
his
Discord.
name. I gave you my uncle's name. Old
Yeah,
boy already
my best
knows.
friend-
Old
my-
boy already
I
said
know that
he's the creator of Ultima Online. My
Yeah,
uncle,
my
he's
best
already.
friend's Elon Musk.
Jesus
You know,
fucking
he
Christ, bro.
debated flat earthers once, and he was like really toxic towards the guy. It was recorded like a podcast, like a science and space podcast. Like
Mhm.
today on the podcast, we got flat earther. I don't remember the guy's name. Never heard of him before. And then Richard Geyer, who's an astronaut. And Richard Geyer just melts down. He he starts just bullying the kid, telling him about like he's a science denier and all kinds of just toxic shit. And I'm like, wow, the Richard Geyer.
Yeah.
Like it was really. Then they went back and did the repeat, and they said, "Hey, last time you were on here, thanks for coming back. Last time we didn't treat you very well.
Who are you talking
We
about?
wanted
Richard? Who's Richard Geyer? Richard
or Richard
Gary was the
Gere,
name I was
Garrier,
talking.
yeah.
Dude,
The
he's
guy.
not, dude. Dude, that guy is never gonna be online bullshitting with people. That guy's he ain't.
Yeah, I'll
wasting
show
his
you that.
time.
No, I'll show you then because he has
Dude,
before.
please
So
send me that.
So
Please send
you
me.
can't get you can't get this Richard Geyer on Discord?
Yeah, wait a minute. I thought you knew him.
I do know him. That's why I
Okay.
want to see it.
I'll make it $2,000. 2,000 US if you bring him here.
Don't you think he wants to clear up whether the Earth is flat or not, or do you think he wants to keep it a secret? It's
Can
still
I
a
pay?
globe.
Can I pay for his meeting?
Dude, he's old as fuck, and I guarantee you,
Does he
he's
need money?
rich. He doesn't give a fuck, bro. Like that to him, it's stupid. His father was a goddamn astronaut, first of all,
Are
and
they
I'm telling you,
Freemasons?
he would not enter. He would not. He's on a different level than us, bro.
Is he a
Like we're sitting here
Freemason?
on Discord shit. He's on a way
He's
different
on a
level. We
level.
ain't gonna
He's
waste
on a
our time.
level. Your dad's
Yeah.
somebody,
Yeah.
and that makes you on a level.
Here
What,
it
we
is
live in
right
a
here.
class society now?
Not
He
me.
actually did.
Fuck. Jesus
He did
Christ.
part
What the
3.
fuck y'all doing to me?
So he did 3 parts. I only saw the part 1 and part 2.
Wait, so let
So-
me interrupt for a second, Chris. So your uncle good friends with him, right? Does your uncle ever have a conversation with him about his space explorations? Can we speak to your uncle? Your uncle might be very interesting.
Actually, yeah, he has his own Discord. Actually,
What's your uncle's Discord? Can you message it to me?
I don't know. I don't know his Discord.
So he has his Discord. You won't give me his Discord.
I'll give you his name.
No,
His
just
Discord
text
name?
him. Text him right now and get his Discord channel. You guys are buddies.
But he doesn't know his uncle.
No, I do know. I'm very close. I lived with him for many years, man. Like I know my uncle.
Okay, perfect. Text him.
All right, I'll text him.
Okay, right here in the medic.
Y'all
When you say it's 8 o'clock in the morning?
Look at the side chat. Who is this right here? Is that the guy you're talking about?
Let me see.
Looks like him, I think.
Side chat.
Yeah, I don't think it's
On
him.
the left. Yeah.
Yeah, that's him, right?
Yeah, it's Richard.
Okay, there he is. He debates flat Earth in 3 parts.
Can you send it?
The flat Earth Andrew. So you tell the people to say that he won't debate this topic. Yeah,
Have you
he's
seen that
debated the
video,
topic
Crit?
multiple times. Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, pretty boy.
There's 3 videos of it. Here's
So why am I paying this guy money to speak to this retard? There's already videos online.
he did so to make it seem like he doesn't debate flat Earth because he's too busy, he's too rich, and doesn't really care. That claim is
Well, I'm just
debunked.
saying, you're asking him on Discord. Like he's not gonna do that. Like
Why not? He's a good friend of your uncle and you.
he is. He is.
So you go to dinner. He'd take you out whenever you like, but he won't come on Discord for you. Let's go to his house. Let's go meet
I
up.
know the guy. Oh my god.
Okay, not you. You know the guy.
What's he gonna
good
dude,
friends.
hold on though. Hold on. If he came on here, what would he possibly say that's of any
We're
interest
gonna
anyway?
be like, put your head on the Bible
Honestly,
and
don't think
swear
he'd
you went to
entertain
the
this conversation.
ISS.
I do not think he'd entertain this fucking
I
conversation.
tell him, Mr. Richard,
whatever,
put your
man.
hand on the Bible.
Dude, he's got nothing. He's got nothing, dude. This is what he's gonna say. You wanna know what he could possibly say?
What?
I got on a rocket, I went up real high, and then I went inside this thing, and then I look out of the window, and I kind of see what might be a curvy, right? And then it's just his same story that they all have.
What we ask him is, we say, Mr. Richard Gear, whatever your name is, please put your hand on the Bible and swear that you went to the space. Swear that you went to the ISS. And what he's gonna say is that Bible's fake. I would never. And
Well, he's Buddhist or something. He's like Buddhist or something like that.
He's pretty groovy, man. I don't know what he is, but he's a groovy fucking.
Of course
dude,
he
man.
is. Of course he's a Buddhist, and he's also a Freemason. Did you ask him about that?
I already know he is. Yeah, I knew about that.
Oh well, now I've been right the whole time. All astronauts are Freemasons.
Interesting.
What's wrong with Freemasons, man? Is it like an added conspiracy theory? Like, what are we doing here?
How come you have to be a Freemason, 33 degree, to go to outer space?
Rich
Because
people
you
hang
have
out
to
with rich
take an
people, bro.
oath,
What do you
and
want?
that's
What do you
part of
want
the
from
oath.
me?
That's right, friend. You see, by the time you get up into the spacey space, you're already so compromised, right?
So this
Here's an
rich
example.
guy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
here's an
go.
Yeah.
example right here. I
So
said,
let me hold on. Let me just
okay,
categorize this one more time. So I said, if he came here, what would he tell us? I went up high and I saw some things, right? So now we got a Freemason, right? High ranking with the stupid oaths and this whole mumbo jumbo Luciferian nonsense gobbledygook, right? And all this paint on his chum, right? And we're just gonna believe what comes out of his mouth hole. I mean, get real.
I mean, if you look at his Twitter, it's all about the curvature of the Earth, right? He has a photo of him in a spacesuit. Looks fake as shit. He has a photo of him that he took from the space station, I'm assuming. Also looks fake as shit. Yeah.
Hey, dude, I seen a spacesuit a while ago, right? And it has like a zipper for your wang dangler to come out, and then it
Man,
has
I don't know what
snaps.
more. I don't know what more y'all want from me, man.
We
Like,
wanted
So
to
I
it's
don't
talk
know.
to
got
your uncle.
it's got listen, dudes, listen. It's got a zipper and snaps, and that's supposed to be airtight against the vacuum of space to protect your precious jewels.
Come on, bro. Space isn't even that cold. Come on, bro.
Jesus Christ, man.
You know how cold Earth
You're freaking dude. The liquid at the end of your phallus would be freaking boiling off.
Well, enigmatic.
Okay.
Do you know the temperature in space?
They put a guy. Listen,
What
they
is it?
put a guy in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber, and he said, "Get me out of here. My tongue is boiling."
Damn.
Yeah, but they want you to believe that these dudes were hanging out in space with their junk exposed to the vacuum of space. When this dude went into a sealed,
Who wants you to
controlled
who wants you to
environment,
believe that, bro? Who wants you to believe that? Who's the big guy, man?
You're
Who's
the
the
big guy.
people? Who's the fucking
guys
people,
like
man?
you,
Like,
brother, that's who.
yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Hey, don't be
Yeah,
rude.
dude, you guys come in here and preach to us the gospel truth of our great Lord and Savior NASA all the time, bro.
Tell me, enigmatic. Have you ever experienced the
Am
ideology
I
of the
wrong?
science?
Yeah, brother, correct.
Have I
But
asked
am
the
I
question
wrong?
again? What'd you say?
Are you wrong? What's wrong with Papa Spaceship NASA? They would never lie to us. Come on, they're like Big Bro. Would Big
Dude,
Bro
I'm
lie
not
to
a
you?
fool, man. I'm not like sitting out here like saying people don't lie to us, man. Like we all know, like things have been lied about. Like,
Does
So
NASA
why do
ever
you?
lie?
So why do you trust the
Does
people lying to
NASA
you?
does NASA ever
dude,
lie?
I trust the development of society and how we became how we are, man. And that's why, like you trust in what is and what's became of
So
Dude,
what
we've
ball,
we've done.
developed society off of being slaves to government our entire
so
lives.
ball is circle. Therefore,
Yeah,
it's gonna be good.
welcome to the real fucking world. Congratulations, man. You have the opportunity to get on Discord and fucking argue bullshit.
So
Get the
ball
fuck out of
is
here, man. That's a grand fucking spectrum of things, man.
so Earth
Yo, why
is
are you getting
circle.
so
Therefore,
angry?
Discord.
I was drunk, man. Sorry, I don't mean to get angry.
We
You
challenge
should stop doing
his
the
space
alcohol.
religion.
Yeah, well, that's
Dude, we
not gonna
challenge his space religion. You know?
Hey,
You're not
the
supposed to
NASA
talk about
spaceball
what?
religion?
Politics. Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about what? Politics, relationships, what else? Religion at like the dinner table or something.
You can talk about whatever you want at the dinner table as long as it's not like black people or anything that's meaningful.
Yeah, you can't. No. What is it called? No transgender stuff or anything like that, man. Like
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what's more
honestly, I'd rather
entertaining.
be in here arguing with you guys than ever have to hear that again in my goddamn life. That's
Look, I think we
simple.
can all agree, right? Being lied to is a lot better than being mutilated. Amen.
You like
Amen.
being lied to?
I prefer that over forced mutilation. How about you?
Yeah,
castration, and yeah, I agree.
Why would there ever be even be
Alright,
forced
that's a little off topic.
mutilation
But
anyways? What kind of
It
statement is
is, but
that?
it's kind of cool.
There's many.
there is, dude.
NASA is not the only
There
government
is.
organization that's lying to us. That's
You mean
my
the Bill
point.
Gates Foundation?
Now I can agree with you guys, man, on something.
That is one foundation
I
of
can agree on
poisoning
that
the
point.
environment. Look at if I can say one thing about Bill Gates is he has a killer house.
Yeah, so
you-
much for that philanthropy.
Whatever happened to
houses.
Melinda? What's Melinda up to lately? Yeah.
The Melinda and Gates Foundation. The Gates Foundation, Melinda and Bill Foundation. Have you never heard of it? It's where they go around spending
Did they
all
get
their
divorced?
Did they?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Anyway, at least I thought I did.
I think you heard wrong. I saw a photo of them smiling the other day with all their billions, bro.
She retrans back to Mark.
Look, all I'm saying, right, is what a killer house he has. Wow. That thing has pressure sensors, motion sensors. That thing has, like, you are literally in a different universe when you're at his island.
Yes, but does it have a laser? Does it have a laser hallway that chops people he doesn't want to come in into tiny bits?
It has a similar security system, but instead of lasers, each tile of the flooring is pressure sensored, and depending on your weight, it actually adjusts the temperature, the brightness, the security, everything, right? So if you are Bill Gates and you weigh 70 kilos or 130 pounds, right? You walk in, it knows your bill. If a stranger walks in and he weighs 100 kilos, 220 pounds, it'll alarm security, it'll start beeping, it'll freaking turn off the lights, it'll do a lot of gang shit. It has one of the best security systems in the world.
So basically, you just gotta levitate over.
There's also motion sensors that are to the ceiling, so it's impossible, right? He lives in a freaking. It's almost like someone's after him, right? The security. Plus, don't forget AI. He's on his own island, right? All the security plus his own island plus 24/7 guards, sniper towers. Like it's confusing. What's he trying to hide from?
Interesting. What's the roster of people that have been to that island?
Oof, you would never know because it's.
Never mind.
Never mind.
List if you would like a copy.
You have a list?
I got some concrete shoes on my here for sale.
Tell me, was Jeffrey Papa Epstein on that list?
You can read it for yourself. I don't want to disclose any information.
Oh yeah.
That's right. That's
You
right.
scared of?
Get yourself back in line. This is a flat Earth room, you sucker.
You sucker. How's you done AI? You going home yet?
Heck no. But
There's
I will
no way,
say
right?
this: I'm on the I'm on the last wall at the shower valve thing where the shower knob to the ground, which is only about 4 feet maybe. Then
So
I
you've
got
been
that
there all
little
day?
corner. Yeah, I got that little corner up there too, with that floppity do that I have to do that you saw in the picture.
AI, are you a construction worker?
Yeah,
He works at a brothel.
Oh, what's your trade?
construction.
He works at
Yeah, but what trade are you?
He builds brothels. He's a carpenter.
Are you a plumber, carpenter, electrician, HVAC, mechanical,
I just told
drywaller?
you he's a carpenter for brothels. He builds brothels.
All of the above.
Bro.
I'm not kidding. He builds brothels. He's literally doing a bathroom for one
HVAC
right now.
Construction worker? I didn't know HVAC were construction workers.
HVAC. I mean, it is a trade.
Yeah, yeah. Plumbing, and it usually goes plumbing and HVAC. So
Not
they
really,
they'll do.
actually.
Yeah, that's how it is over here, bro.
Not really. There's water plumbers, gas plumbers. HVAC is a separate
I know
trade.
that. Listen, bro. I'm telling you over here. Okay, a lot of companies conglomerate plumbing and HVAC, right? Because it's got certain similarities to it that allow you to do all that work at the same time. So they monopolize those intersections.
That's right.
I've never heard of that in Australia.
Excuse me. How do you get rights to post in the text chat if you can't post in the text chat and ask for rights? Do you just do it in here?
Say that again. You want to post in the text chat?
Jawohl.
You can just type. I will ping you.
No, it's not. You have to have rank.
You need to be a ranking member of society.
You have to have rank or get perms specifically. So we can ping Aurora to ask her to give me perms.
Okay, thanks.
What are you gonna post?
Is that PMAC? Is that PMAC?
It is. Yeah,
I
I was a
You're
lance
legit.
corporal in the army. Is that right?
You were?
I was a lance corporal in the army. I need
What is
rank.
that? What's a lance corporal?
It's the lowest of the low.
How come?
Dude, it's
Why
kind of
don't
like a
you?
corporal. It's kind of like a corporal, but you get to carry a big spear around.
Why don't you just lie about being at least a general? No, a general might be too high, like a captain or something.
Listen to the logic of this guy. Why don't you just lie?
Yeah, if you're gonna lie, you make it believable. You're not gonna say you're a 3-star general. You maybe say that I was captain in the military.
You mean like NASA?
Yeah, like NASA, like any other government-funded agency.
Nah,
Okay.
dude, NASA doesn't lie. Actually, that's what we've learned here tonight. Everybody lies, and all government organizations lie except NASA.
Women lie, men lie. NASA does not lie.
Yeah.
A corporal who gets up to mischief and loses one strife.
You know that concept, diplomatic immunity.
Yes, it's
Heard
a
of
very
that?
interesting one.
Yeah, NASA's got like something like that when it comes to people trusting them. It's like for some reason, the majority of people just think like what they put out is like the truth. Not that there's not a lot of detractors, even globe earthers hate on NASA. Even globe earthers deny the moon missions and the stupid, crappy supposed evidence that they put out with those stupid videos that look like absolute ass.
It's actually
Well,
huge one day. Sorry, who do I ping again? Sorry, who do I ask if I can get permissions to type in text?
Or Aurora.
Aurora. Okay, thanks, bro. What's her last name? Borealis?
No.
I guess. Maybe. I don't know.
do you remember that time when there was a NASA contract up for grabs and Jeff Bezos sued NASA to win the contract?
Well, yeah, because they gave it to
They
Elon.
gave it to SpaceX, yeah.
Yeah.
And Blue Origin sued him over the $3 billion contract.
Here, check this one out. This news of the day. I don't know if you know this, but I'll go through science.
Whoa. $3 billion?
Peanuts, right?
Dude, nobody would ever lie to get $3 billion. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, so Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin company sued NASA and they're like, we want the contract. And then the guy's like, now we're giving it to Elon. Sorry, buddy.
All right, let's see what Crit has to say since I really interrupted him.
Oh no, I normally just look at science and space news and kind of pick the most impactful article of the day, and I pair it with a GIF to kind of give my overall take. So the news of the today is NASA calls on commercial partners to design a spacecraft to deorbit the ISS. The International Space Station has been orbiting for 24 years, hosting crews of astronauts and running experiments in microgravity. However, by 2030, it will have to be decommissioned.
Yeah.
They got no plan. They got no. They put a fake station up there, assembled
No,
it,
bro,
Dude,
can't
why?
and they no plan to get it back down.
brother, it
Hey,
can't
brother.
be fake. Who are you lying to?
You don't need a plan to get something down. I mean, it's not that hard, right?
Yeah, I know it's going to crash on its own, right?
So back in the day, Mark Sargent had a subject matter expert in valves and seals, right? A machiner that specializes in valves and seals. And he basically analyzed the ISS based on his experience with submarine valves and seals and all the different things. Very interesting. If you guys never seen it, you should definitely watch it. It's the episode. I can't remember the exact episode number, but it was when he did his subject matter expert interviews with a specialist in valves and seals.
You reckon?
Yeah, so like like a lot of seals and things are sealed with thin pieces of metal and stuff, not rubber or anything. And there's all these different tolerances. And then if any of these go bad, you got to have replacement parts. And so like on a submarine, supposedly they have a machine shop in the submarine to constantly make the parts that fail, right? To repair things, to manufacture the seals on the spot in case they need to replace any. And he was just basically saying it's like it seems like the ISS never does anything maintenance wise. You know, maybe they go on a spacewalk and you know they might turn one nut and you know let everybody watch them and be like, look, we fixed the ISS, people.
There's a whole crew up there like
You know,
constantly working on maintaining that place. What do you mean?
Have you guys
sure
noticed
they are.
that so every single organization, no matter private or public, the size, right? If it's big enough, they get sued, right? Employee sues you, manager sue, people get sued, right? A company as big as NASA, how come I've never been sued before?
So
You
AI,
gotta
they
think.
need
You gotta think about this,
AI.
man. Think about this. The people that go up to the space station, man, they're engineers, and we're not talking about your typical fucking
So I
engineer you
can
see
go
at
up
your
there.
local
I can
You
workplace.
just
think
go up there
every
then.
employee for NASA is an engineer, bro? You know how
So
many
I can
employees
No, I
just
think
go
the
NASA
up
people,
has?
there.
people that go up into space, man, they're very sophisticated engineers, and we're not talking
Like
about
NASA
what?
like not
has,
What do
only
you
on the
need to
engineering
know that's
spectrum of
so
like
sophisticated? What's more sophisticated for them than what I know?
anyways, NASA has over
they're
20,000
specialized in
employees.
their field. What do you mean?
I'm gonna get my
What do you
fucking
know?
question out.
Yeah, get
What
it
makes
out,
them
bro.
so much more special?
I
What
They're
just
makes
can't
specialized in their
NASA
decipher.
field, bro.
engineers in space more special?
I know.
Like
I have
I'm a
the answer.
chemical engineer, and I know that I couldn't do shit on the fucking space station, bro. I know that for a fact. I couldn't do shit on the
Well, I
space
Wow.
wouldn't
station.
hire you
These
where
guys
I
that
work
go up
then. If
there,
you're so confident that you are not sure of anything, you're not going to get hired where I work.
well, good for you, man.
So,
Thanks for putting that out
so,
there.
so
But
I looked up
anyways,
the answer.
anyways,
Hold on, I got to
these
answer the
guys are
question that's
highly
on the
specialized.
table. Can't, dude, come on. We heard that a million times, but there was a question: what makes them better? So I did some historical research, and I found an ancient document that seems to indicate that astronauts have the right stuff.
Jesus, that was
So
funny.
AI, the
I like
International
that.
Space Station,
That's funny.
the ISS needs to have a Bridgeport minimum, and a lathe, and they got to have some kind of cutoff saw, and they need to stock with materials and all the bolts and everything they need in there. And if they have to cut and make seals, they got to do them right there, and they have to be able to polish them to a mirror finish. So I don't know what
That
these
sounds
guys think they're
specialized. That
pouring in
sounds
up there.
specialized as fuck to me.
Hey, enigmatic. I fucking do this shit for a living, and you just do a shit on paper. I know the difference.
What do you mean, dude? I don't do it on paper. I'm a different type of engineer, bro. What are
So
you
you
talking
can
about?
walk into a shop and make anything you want, engineer anything you want.
Chemically, yeah. I'm a
Oh,
chemical
so you're
engineer.
not a mechanical engineer then? Okay.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
Hola.
Hola.
Which is why I said it takes a
¿Cómo
special
está?
person. It takes a special type of person to go into space, man.
Sava.
Somebody who has mechanical skills, right, and can fix anything, like me. So why can't I go up there?
You could if you wanted to, but you didn't do it right, man.
I don't.
Get your
What's
ass
the
up
right
there,
way
man.
to do it? How do you do things the right way? Do I have to become a Freemason?
Gotta
Is
be
that
a
what you're telling
Mason.
me?
Yeah.
Did you train? Were you training to be a fucking astronaut? Did you train? Did you
How do you
do
train? No, I train to fix shit. I don't train to go in space. I train to fix shit.
okay? So you're a welder.
I can weld too.
Yeah, you're a welder at that point.
No.
What?
I can. Where did you get I'm a welder from?
Well, I mean, on that level,
Part
you're
of
a fucking welder.
engineering that I do requires me to know how to weld. Yes.
Yeah, you're a mechanical engineer, man. You can fix shit and you can weld shit.
I'm also an electrical engineer, so I can fix the
That's pretty
electronics too.
impressive.
Isn't that
That's
crazy?
pretty
Not
impressive.
only can I build the metal parts that are on there, I can also troubleshoot and debug the computer systems and the electronics because that's what I get paid to do
Dude,
now.
and I'm not being condescending. That's even more impressive, man. I'm really not being condescending. That is impressive, man. I like it. Good, man.
So AI, they don't have that bullshit up there.
You mean
Not for
that they don't have
24
the
years.
ISS up there?
Think about 24 years.
That was
You
it.
know,
Like, I'm that guy, man. I could do this. I could do that. Why ain't I up there? Like, you know goddamn well why you ain't up there, bro.
because it doesn't exist, bro.
All right, homie.
By the way, enigmatic, my dad was an engineer for NASA too.
Oh, good for you, man.
Congrats.
And he literally told you, he was like, it's all a lie, man. My whole life work was a lie, man. We just faked everything. So your dad didn't do absolutely anything. He was part of the problem, right? Like your dad, the guy you probably looked up to, his whole life was a goddamn lie. Everything
went
he
to
worked
NASA
for.
hundreds of times to see the work he was working on. Little blocks of steel here, print here. Here's a print. Make this bolt for us. That's what they do.
Okay.
Prove me wrong. If you think I'm wrong about what NASA does, prove me wrong. I've been there. I've been downstairs all however many hundreds of feet that is, because the stories are about, each one is about 40 feet tall, and I was down on -8 underneath the ground. So however tall that is, I don't know what the differences are in the stories between them. I only had access to that
Dude, we all
one.
taken a tour of the Houston NASA site, bro. We know.
I have not been to Houston, no.
I know a guy who works at NASA myself. All he says to me is, I'm working on the simulations. That's all he ever says.
That's all he's allowed to say, man. He signed an NDA.
What are you talking about? What do they have to disclose? They're a fucking government, public-owned company. What are they going to hide from me?
So let me get this straight.
A lot,
I'm paying the government to hide stuff from me.
It's like working for Raytheon, man. NASA is publicly owned, by the way. It's not a fucking government-owned entity anymore.
It's subsidized by the government, and if we're paying for this with our tax dollars, why are they hiding from us?
Childcare, motherfucker. Who cares? So is fucking childcare.
What do you mean? Who cares? It matters, bro. We're paying for this shit with our fucking work.
Okay, hold on real quick. This is important. NASA is a federal executive agency, just like the FBI or the CIA or the ATF or the NSA. All those things. Okay, NASA is just another alphabet soup of the federal government. There's no difference. There's no line of demarcation between DoD, NASA, the CIA, FBI, ATF, and all the other ones you can think of. I'm just trying to shoot from the hip here. All those executive branch agencies go under one group called independent agencies. They're called independent, not because they're independent. They're called independent because they don't have a cabinet level position at the White House.
Fair enough.
Did you just say, let me get this straight, so I'm paying for the government to lie to me?
To lie
Well,
and
what
to hide
country do
stuff
you
from
live
you.
in?
Two things in one.
What country? Yeah, but
Yeah,
what
bro.
country do you live in? T-Man, what
Doesn't
country
matter.
do you live in?
Doesn't matter. Okay, I suppose it does. Let me think about it. Hang on a second. It doesn't matter what country you live in. The government's always lying to you, right? And you're paying for the privilege.
Yeah, the government sucks, bro. The government sucks.
Is it so incredulous that you just come to the realization that you're actually paying to be lied to?
Yeah, especially when they say we're going back to the moon in 10 years. And you're like, take my money, please.
Yet there's no plan right now for another moon mission. They don't even have a heat shield.
Other countries are about it.
Apparently, that's another news story I was going to post today, was India. They can't wake up their lunar rover, whatever they put up there. So apparently, they shut it.
They want their story to die, Crit. They want that to die out.
Oh yeah, they shut it down because apparently it was going to go into the sunlight, so it was going to be too hot or whatever. So they turned it off.
Well, India also launched that thing into like the farthest part of the moon ever that's ever been done. So it's kind of like a cool thing.
Dude, are you a
You mean
Freemason also? You sound like
hey,
one.
hey,
No, I'm
bros,
not.
bros, isn't it so cool that they landed where they can't validate that the American equipment is there? Isn't that so cool?
Hey, listen, a friend of mine
You
went
think
down
you
inside
think India's trying to validate the American moon landing, dude? It's a whole different country. They want to do something better, and they
a
did
friend of
No, you
mine
something
don't
better.
understand,
Marine
dude. You
down in
don't understand
Solana in volcano.
statecraft. Bro,
Jesus
let me
Christ.
explain it to you. Let me explain it to you from a
Go ahead,
child's
Kyle.
movie. Okay, so the child's movie goes like this. This guy is trying to make his own rocket program privately. He's a millionaire, billionaire, so that he can get to the moon and steal the American equipment and then prove to the world that the Americans never went there and undermine the United States on the world stage. So why wouldn't China want to do that? Because I sure would. I'd want to be over there making sure whether the United States was a lying sack of crap or not.
Dude, even
It's
if
not
they
like we're best
did,
buds.
even if it came to fruition on like a global like scale, it wouldn't fucking matter. That was like 70 years ago. Like that
Are you
sucks that
kidding
the
me, dude?
government would have lied to us for
No, you're
sure. Like
wrong.
that
You're
makes sense.
wrong,
But
dude.
as
You're
far as like a
wrong.
on a global level, do you think the fucking Chinese are gonna go up there just
Oh
to
my goodness,
disprove
dude.
the American idea?
Dude, depending on the nature of it, that's fraud, right? And that has no statute of limitations.
It does because the president that did that is dead.
Oh,
Like it's
no,
point
that's not
blank.
how it works. It's not about blame, dude.
Well,
Don't.
where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do next?
What, after they prove that the Americans never went to the moon?
Yeah.
Well, some of
What's
these
next?
same
It's
people
like,
are here
oh,
from
okay,
yesterday.
like
All right.
get a whole generation of people that don't give a shit. I'm not that guy. I care. You got a whole other generation that doesn't give a shit and weren't there, didn't see anything, weren't really even like not even relevant in the time like times, don't care about history, like don't give a shit about that. It's not gonna matter.
Well, I agree there that most people are nowadays. If the government came out and said, you know what, we never went to the moon,
Dude, but it's like so it's already fed out there that if it was fake, there's logical reasons why it was fake, right? So there's already an excuse. So, like, if we ever found out that the moon landing was fake, if it ever came out to fruition, there would just be a play. It'd be like,
So
oh
you'd be
well, we did
oh
that
you'd
yeah,
be
because
all
we had to
right
beat
with
the
that
Russians
then.
to the moon.
You would be
We
all
had to
right
do
with
it. We
that.
had to do it to beat the Russians to the moon. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. Yeah, we had to do a gray up to beat the Russians in the public eye. Yeah, no problem.
yeah, I mean, and that's the excuse, right? At the end of the day,
Yeah, it's like
and it's
most things about the
already
globe.
fed to the people where
It's
even
always an excuse.
well, it's already fed to the people that that's a possibility anyway. Like, it's
What you
logical. I
talking
mean, it's
about?
logical.
Those aren't, bruv, those aren't clouds. Those aren't clouds. And also, I think, if I'm not mistaken, from the post that you just sent in, that second image is just a darkened version of the first image.
What are
So
you
why
talking
did
about?
NASA do that?
Oh,
I
Why
think you
would
just got a
NASA
bad
lie?
image.
Why would NASA lie?
like initially
Yeah.
on the moon landing stuff.
No, look at the chat so you can see what we're talking about.
Let me just
Oh,
go in for a moment. My question to the flat earthers is this: is I think the reason why most people are, say, a bit more apprehensive is not because, say, the flat earther knows the truth and the others are blind. I think the reason why most people will never understand this is because what is the government's incentive to say that the earth is round rather than a plate?
That's my question.
Let me ask you a question, which answers the question. Why is it that many men involved in the formation of the modern scientific paradigm, especially in regards to heliocentrism, were quoted as saying that the idea that the Earth occupies a special place in the universe is horrifying?
I didn't understand the thing.
You're talking about the center of the universe idea, just like Earth being the center. It is the center of the universe because we live here. It's what keeps us alive. But ultimately, we found another idea, right? And it works because of math. And like I said, I ain't that guy. I can get into it, go all day about it. But we know we know gravity. People have studied this for many years, since Einstein, since Newton. Like these things have been fucking idolized and studied. Now that's the idea
My
that
question, all right,
we've
because
developed.
here's the thing. Like, if gravity is not real, what's your explanation for things falling? They just fall? Is that your answer?
You got off that picture that they faked that Apollo 11 and 12 so fast it's not even, my head is still spinning.
What?
Gotta be careful. If you spin too fast, your head will widen out.
You brought up that I posted something that was a fake, that whatever, it was the same picture, just darkened. Moon's different. That's the Apollo 12. Why did they fake it? Why did they put a fake Earth up there?
So do you realize that in the 1960s, the only way that you could get the precise shadows on the moon, in the way that they did, would require, I believe it was 3.7 million very precise lasers, which at the time, a laser was roughly the size of a
No,
whiteboard.
false.
No. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
It's to
you're
get the
talking
very
a bunch of
specific,
nonsense, bro.
get the very
Yeah,
specific
that's a
lunar
claim. That's a
shadow.
claim you heard. That's a claim you heard someone say. Yeah, we know.
All right, I want
Wait,
you to
hold on,
explain.
y'all flat Earth guys. The whole theory is a claim that y'all heard other people say. So don't get me started on that.
What?
That's
You say
also
that
not true.
That is
you
true.
can't say that
Okay,
the flat Earth is something that
if the
you
flat
yourself
Earth,
discovered. Flat Earth is something which you discovered and then you believed. Because the truth is, human beings are biased, and we have sort of these beliefs that we kind of are leaning in the direction of, and we search for evidence that supports our claim.
Okay.
That's true for most
dude, you're
people, and
dead
clearly
wrong,
that's what the flat
brother.
earthers have
You're
done.
dead wrong, bro. So you're telling me that my experience in my life, I've been secretly wanting to be a flat earther my entire life. That's your claim?
I don't think you've been like, oh, I've been questioning this round Earth my entire life. No, I feel like at one point in your life, you were around a group of people, or you affiliated yourself with a certain community, and you
No,
liked that community. And because you liked that community, you started
no,
to sort of pick up on it.
Nope.
no.
People in general, let
No, yeah, I'm
alone
with
trying
you on
to be in a community with
But
them.
that wasn't even close to what happened in my life. And
that.
I bet you that all the rest of the people here, it wasn't really that close to what happened in their lives either.
Yeah, I'm just kind
Well,
of curious
90%
why he
of the
would
people
say
here are
that.
muted.
Like,
90% of the
He'd
people here are
want
muted, and they're incorrigible. They're
to
listening. They're trying to figure it out. Well, they're
Because
trying to
here's the
figure
thing.
out.
I'd rather like a theory that is circular. Because circular theories, like, help themselves. For example, if you have something which is mathematically backed, then you can, if someone's like, all right, explain yourself, you can just do the math in reverse to show them how you did it. However, in the case of the flat earth, you need to make an argument for every single micro point, and then for those micro points, you have to keep arguing. For example, oh, the earth is. I explain why. Because if you say that the Earth is flat, then that must mean that all the people who have been telling you that the Earth is not flat are either liars or misinformed. Now, why would they be liars or misinformed? And then you have to keep going into that. So you
Because
have
they're
to
Why don't
gullible.
you?
Not really. Nobody
Why
has
don't
to go
you?
into that. If it can be demonstrated, let's say, just for the sake of argument, if it can be demonstrated that the Earth isn't a giant curving ball, then all those other points are ancillary. They're not necessary.
Exactly.
Correct. Why don't you
Yeah, but if
also?
that's
He's
the
gone.
case, if that's the case, like if you can negate like the heliocentric model, I guess you would say, if you can negate that, then you would take quantum physics out the books. Like that doesn't exist. You would
No.
take like
Quantum physics. Quantum physics has nothing to do with the sun and the earth
yes,
and the
it
moon, bro.
does.
No,
Yes,
it
it does,
doesn't.
man.
No, it doesn't.
Dude, physics in general does. Physics in
Why did you
general
say that?
does.
Well, what, dude? No, it doesn't, dude.
They call it astrophysics. They got what they do is you got physics here on Earth, and then suddenly you break all the laws of physics, and they slap astro in front of it to explain why all the physics are out the window. It's space physics. They do this for every branch of study. They slap.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, AI. I know you.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, like they slap astro in front of biology. Now all the rules of biology are out the window in this astrobiology. They do this over and over again.
Ass. He said ass.
Yeah, like you have here on Earth, gas pressure requires a container. In astrophysics, gas pressure requires nothing at all.
We understand that there's a container. We call it atmosphere. We like that's like y'all call it a container. It's just called atmosphere, man. There is a container around the globe. Like there is. It's called the atmosphere. It keeps us all alive.
What?
You're saying the container is the atmosphere.
We understand. Yeah, there is a container. There is a container. You're not wrong about that.
What's it made out of?
Explain it.
What's it made out of?
Hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, like
just gas?
carbon dioxide. Like
it's a container that holds gas, made out of gas. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, for sure.
Are you an engineer? Go ahead and draw that up.
Why did you say that like it was like a dumb thing to say? It is what it is.
How can these gases be so dense to create?
That's why.
You're halfway there.
It's kind of like me asking you, like, why do you breathe oxygen? We know what causes it. We know what we breathe in, right? Like it's oxygen.
Did you say you're an engineer?
A chemical engineer, yeah.
Okay, can I go through this with him real quick? Because I think he diverted here. So what happens to water in physics here on Earth? What happens to water if you put it in a vacuum?
It evaporates.
Okay, what happens to water when you put it in a vacuum of space?
The molecules separate.
No, it turns into an ice meteor.
The molecules separate. That's it.
A giant ice meteor. They call these things comets, right? And they slowly melt away as they get close to the sun and freeze again. So you had to throw away all the physics of water to get these ice meteors. Okay, how about this? Thrust requires
why is it ice meteors, man? Why does it got to be ice? Like, what are you talking about?
That's what they call it. They call them ice meteors.
I've never heard that. I don't know. You might be right. I don't know.
Does thrust require that you push off something?
Does what?
Does thrust?
Well, it can't be an ice. If the molecule separates, you can't have ice because that is water and it's in a frozen form. So if the molecules separate, you can't not have ice.
Okay, what does thrust require?
So what do you have if all the molecules separate?
Yeah, I just want to see him try to explain away all these contradictions.
It's oxygen. What's O2? It's oxygen and what else? Hydrogen, right?
Yeah. And we've got a CO2, haven't we?
CO2 is carbon dioxide, so that's oxygen molecules at a higher part. I'm drunk as fuck, so you're getting me. Now we're getting on the molecular structure.
You're gonna use the drunk excuse. Got it.
Yeah, well, I definitely will. I mean, it is 8 o'clock in the morning. But
so in physics, how about what happens to things in physics? Do they come to a rest? Do they perpetually motion machines? When something starts moving?
At this point, listen. At this point, he can claim anything and come back when he's sober and say, "Well, I
Well,
was
you're talking
drunk."
about multiple different things. So you're going to you're going to chemical side, and now you're going into a physical side. I mean,
No,
that's
I'm
two
just
different.
telling. Your worldview said that for a flat Earth to exist, they must deny all of physics, and it's quite the opposite. Everything you said today has really proven that you've got a lot of egg on your face.
Oh, damn, big claim. Now I got to remember everything I said for the past like 8 hours.
What's egg made out of?
Like the one that you were saying earlier was, I mean, yeah, I remember. I don't remember the exact, but you're going through that about trusting, right? You don't trust the Catholic Church, but you do trust the heliocentric model.
No,
Like
I
you
did
went.
not say that. All I said is y'all started in some bullshit, and y'all were like, "Did you know the heliocentric model was brought up by the Catholic Church?" And all I said, I was condescending on this. I remember, and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry that they had to be Catholic, bro. I'm sorry that these educated people at the time had to be Catholic. My apologies." That's all I said on that one. That's all I said on that.
And then you were like, "Oh, flat earthers are out there indoctrinating the children," and you're like, "Hey, here's Bill Nye. He's been in the classroom for
I
40
did say
years."
that at some point. Yes, I did say that, and I
Okay,
feel
do you
like
see all
I
these
did say that.
claims you make about flat Earth have fit the globe. Have actually been about the globe. So
Dude, I feel like look, here's the thing, man. It's like we've been educated in a certain way. I know you don't like to hear that. And then what I'm saying is like people that like deny the heliocentric model, I think that's the term y'all use. People that deny that are probably highly educated conspiracy guys, man. They're just big, they're very intelligent people, but they tend to succumb to young children. Probably most of the people that are silent in this VC right now. They're young, impressionable people, and they're listening to you guys, man. And you're not unintelligent people. Just like y'all think I'm a dumbass. I don't think y'all are a dumbass, man, for believing this. I think it's very logical for you guys to go that route, but I disagree, and and that's why I'm here.
Yeah,
For us to
the
have this
problem is that you don't know what you're disagreeing with. You've got a
Exactly.
but you don't
disagreement.
either. But you
Yeah,
don't
hold
either,
on.
bro.
He
That's the
just
whole
he just
thing about flat Earth,
characterized it,
man.
bro. He just characterized. Hold on, friend. I want to throw this past you because you were saying these types of people. It's logical for them to believe the flat Earth proposition is true, and those types of people that you categorized are smart people that are into conspiracies. So then the arbitrational factor of whether they're flat earthers or not is just that they're into conspiracies and flat earth is a cool conspiracy when that's really not the case. So I'm going to ask Crit. Crit, why are you a flat earther?
Because I can't prove the globe. I tried my damnedest. I went through it step by step. And finally, when I looked at the flat Earth, that's easy. The Earth is observably flat, measurably flat, and practically used as flat. The only logical conclusion I can think of is flat.
Because
And
This
I can
is
do the
it.
same
Right.
thing.
So
math's
so
not
in that
easy, bro.
story, yeah, but hold
School's
on. In
not
that
easy.
story, I didn't hear. Hold on, though. In that story, I didn't hear. I hung out with some dudes, and then we had a community, and then I recognized that we were all into some conspiracies, and so I said, "Let's be flat earthers because it's such a cool conspiracy."
No, I don't think, dude. All right, so if I made a comment earlier about that, I was probably being a little condescending about it. I didn't mean to be. I probably did, but I don't
You
mean it to be
bastard.
that way. Ultimately, that's not how I feel, man. I do get irritated arguing with you guys. I'm not gonna lie, it happens sometimes. But like I said, I don't think you guys are dumb, or I don't think you guys are like idiots. I think y'all are very intelligent people. But we don't like the biggest kicker I'm gonna have to say is like you said flat Earth is easy, but y'all the flat Earth argument
Yeah.
wouldn't exist if the heliocentric model didn't exist already.
So here, flat Earth is so
What are
easy.
you talking about, dude?
Yeah,
You
let me
would
get this one.
basically what I'm saying is you would have nothing to argue against. You would have
Okay,
nothing to
Do you
argue.
know? Do you,
okay,
do you
check
know
this
why?
out.
Okay.
The flat Earth is so easy, a caveman can do it. This topic was mastered by cavemen 20, 30,000, whatever years ago. It shouldn't be hard to grasp these concepts. They are very simple, very easy to follow. The reason why you can't, because you've accepted the contradiction. You will
Well, and you're
perceive
also
the Earth
talking
to be
about
one
4,000
way.
years of human progress, and like for you to just say the Earth is flat after all the developments that we've had based off of these like grand ideas,
What
off
grand
the
idea?
helio.
What grand idea came out of that?
A lot of things, man. Like, do you not think? Do you not think like Einstein was a grand fucking person? Do you not think he was an intelligent person that like led society and things? Do you not think Nikolai Tesla was a fucking grand person in society?
What did
Einstein
Nikola
said that he
Tesla
can't.
have to do?
Yeah. And
Einstein
Tesla
said that
was a scientist.
Einstein said that he can't even prove that the Earth spins at all. He can't prove it at all. So he was absolutely unable to prove that the Earth spins. So if Einstein was unable to prove that the Earth spins, how on earth do you think you can? If are you cleverer than Einstein?
No, I did.
Maybe.
I didn't, but there was other
Maybe you
people
are.
after
Maybe you're cleverer
Einstein
than
that were
Einstein, but
Dude, Einstein was
Einstein
one
couldn't
of a
even prove it.
revelation in humanity. He was a revelation. He like was the one to question that. Yeah, you're not
He
wrong.
couldn't prove
I
it.
mean, we're
He
not
couldn't
far
prove that
from
the
that.
Earth spins. So can
This
you prove
guy's
the
an
Earth spins? That would
Einsteiner.
make you cleverer than Einstein. So are you
And all I
claiming
would
that
say
you're
is
cleverer than
all I
Einstein?
can say to you on that one, man, because you're being condescending, is like, can you prove it's flat? Like, is that the easy way to
Yeah,
go out? It's like,
water
oh,
is
it's flat.
flat and level no
It's
matter
flat.
where you go.
Like, we can do that all day, bro. We can do that all fucking day.
I just won it by telling you that. You can't disprove me. It's flat. You can't disprove
Dude.
that.
Oh, jeez. I can't. I'll
The
put it out
globe
there. I
is the
can't do it.
claim, right? So you got the claim, so you got the burden of proof because you're the one claiming
No,
that it's a
no,
globe.
no. Y'all
So
got
you
the
got the
burden
burden
of
of proof.
proof,
So we're
bro.
waiting for your explanation. Why is the Earth a globe? Please tell us
Y'all
why.
are
We're
the
waiting.
outlandish. Y'all are the outlandish claim that's going against societal construct. So y'all have the burden of proof. I do not have the burden of proof here. You
We're
guys
waiting
do.
for your explanation why it's a globe. We're still waiting. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to turn my mic off and wait for you to explain it.
No, you tell me. You have the burden of proof. Like I said, man. It's not
I
on
did
me.
already. You can't disprove me.
What's your disapproval on the heliocentric model, man? Because we
Water's
can't
flat
see it.
and level,
There
so
is
it's
none.
not a
The
ball.
math
Obviously, the
there.
whole model
The
is
math
wrong.
there. The math there. It's denied. You'll think it's like a falsehood. You think that people have like developed these grand things as fakes, man. You think like all these fucking grand spectrum of engineering and everything are fakes. Like nothing I can say can prove you wrong because we can't physically as individuals see it happen, right?
Okay,
Like
so
there's
can you
nothing I
convince
can
me
say
then?
or
Can
do.
you actually say something that actually proves that the Earth is a globe? Can you actually give me some real emphatical
Can you
evidence that
actually
in
say
front of my
something
eyes?
of the like that the
Can you
world's
show me
flat,
something
man?
with an experiment? Can you make a real experiment and show me with that real experiment? Can you convince me that the Earth is a globe? I haven't seen one person that can convince me in 3 years. I've looked for people all over the Earth, scientists, people, to try and convince me that the Earth is a globe. And guess what? They all failed. Every single person that comes to our sites, they all fail horribly because they don't have any evidence at all of a globe. Nothing, zero, Dude. Nothing, and they never have.
I'll be fucked, right?
Enigmatic, do yourself a favor and go out and prove it for yourself, okay? Don't take our word for it. Go out and show us curvature. Go out and show yourself curvature and motion. Just them two things.
I have some proof that the Earth is a
I've been on here
globe.
for how many hours now? Are these new guys just coming in? How many times do I got to say that this has been done? I've seen it happen, like multiple times.
I have some evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Do you believe? Let's hear it, bro.
Do you guys want to hear it? Because I don't want to get muted.
Nah, you go right ahead, bro.
Okay,
Not really.
so
What you could do is like you could go to the Globe channel that they got. There's two of them now, and be like, "You've got proof of the globe," and see if they want to hear your proof of the globe. Then once you get feedback on that, they can either laugh at you or make fun of you or accept it.
no, I don't
Then you
like
could.
those. They don't even know why birds don't have jaws. Why they don't even know why. So
Yeah, they're extremely brick. That's why I think it's a good idea if you got proof of the globe, maybe write a paper or go to a college campus or make a YouTube
But
video.
I want to say it here first. and then do it.
You do that. If you know that everyone in here is flat earthers, why would you want to say your proof of the globe to flat earthers? Wouldn't you want to run it past?
Because this is a debate. This is a debate about flat Earth, and I got proof that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so who would you run your
Isn't
proof
that why
by?
we're all
Oh,
here?
listen to Chris, man. Bang, just give us that sweet proof, all right?
Okay.
Yeah, I
let's
just
hear.
I know this guy. I was just
So
taking. I was joking. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I do too. Unfortunately,
It's
we
gonna
have
be
some
epic
acid.
laws.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
let's
hello.
hear. Let's
We got
hear.
an acid trip. Dude, I'm on that side, but I mean, I know some bullshit's about to happen right
Okay,
now.
I have 2 questions that I would want you guys to
That's
answer.
proof. Your proof of the globe is a question.
Okay, no. It's a question that can
never mind.
prove my point. Okay. So why are whales the biggest animals on the planet? And why aren't there any land animals that can get to the size of whales? That's my first
You lost me.
question.
Hey, listen.
And
You lost.
why
Listen.
when
Wait.
whales why
Wait.
do
You got to
whales get
clarify something.
okay, wait.
You lost me at
Let me
planet on the
finish and
first
then you can
one.
So when whales get beached, they get crushed under their own weight. Why does that happen? Okay, those are my
Well,
2 questions.
it does happen. Nobody knows what. Like nobody. How
Every
come you
people
guys
know
don't know the
why
types
because of
of?
gravity.
Listen, no, you know you have an
Gravity
assumption
and
of why
buoyancy.
You have a
Allows
wraparound
animals to get large.
assumption, dude. Were you done or not?
Because you
You
said
said
you didn't
why,
know
and then I
why.
started
So why are you
talking, and it's like,
continuing to
well, we
talk?
know why. Well, didn't I already know that you have a belief in gravity before you asked this why question? Like, you could have just said gravity, bro, at the beginning of all of this, and just kept the whales out, right? To be
No,
fair, right?
because you guys want proof of gravity, and you always say, "Oh,
No,
you can't, you
we
can't."
know that dense
Okay,
things are
hello,
heavy. We know things fall
hello.
down. Like we know. Listen,
Yeah, exactly. But you guys don't think that's gravity.
we're not from another location in which we were just transported here.
I'm
We know
asking
that things.
why.
Bro, I really
I'm
wish I had
asking
more
why
college, man,
land
because I hate when
animals
I'm
can't get to
this
the
Sunday
size of water
trying to
animals.
be amicable and you're talking while I'm talking, and I didn't cut you off,
Leave
and it's
Brittany
like
alone.
this is unreasonable.
Yeah, well.
Like, just you make the statement instead of
You
asking
mute
why.
me in the.
Just make the statement instead of asking why. You're like, why? Yo, bro, like I don't understand why you guys don't get by now. There's certain questions that we would say are unanswerable, like the natural laws, like why down is down. Um, what else? Why gas expands. Why things go from hot to cold. We don't know why. Why water's wet. Fam, it just
So
is. Our
what do you mean by
experience
we
is the
don't
best we
understand
can do.
why?
We can
Water.
describe we can describe our experience for some things. Some things we have an explanation for why. That's what the scientific method would be for. But outside of that, like with natural laws, things that occur always, we don't know the why to those things.
I
That's
can
me.
tell you why though. Why
Human,
land
human,
animals literally would be crushed under their own weight if they even reached the fraction of a size of a blue whale. It's because of gravity. That's the only reason why elephants aren't
But you
20,000
but
tons because they can't get to that size because of gravity on their joints. The only reason
yeah.
whales can get to that size is because of buoyancy. This is why I'm bringing up whales because they literally get crushed under their own weight when they beach
Yeah.
on the beach. That's why you
Well,
see
then,
them die
how does massive
Yeah.
instantly.
how
Hold
does
on, let
massive
him
dinosaurs?
Okay, how does that happen on a flat
hold
earth?
on. So you think that I have some sort of contention with what you said? No, I agree with what you just said. Okay, you want to call that gravity? That's great. There's no necessity for gravity to be this force on a ball, because at the same time it would work the same on a flat plane. You just wouldn't have a center of gravity, because then that would be retarded. Everything would fall to the center. The further south you went, you would probably, feel like you want to fall laterally towards the north or something. That's stupid. But
Hold on,
down is
though.
down everywhere. Down is
That's
down
only if you
everywhere.
carry. Okay,
So
hold on a
you're
second.
telling me that in
Hold on,
in
friend.
flat Earth,
Friend,
wait,
hold
what?
on. Chill. Not only is what Elijah said true, but that's only if it carries the assumption that mass is attracting mass to itself by virtue of mass, right? Which is also out of date anyway. All right, go ahead.
No, it's not. It's not out of date.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so things have weight on the earth. Okay, no, everybody can experience. We all know that there are things
Okay,
that are
why?
there are things that are lighter than other things. Some things float, some things rise, some things fall. We all know this. Like, we're not mentally held back
Okay,
that
so
we
you
can't
said
accept this.
gravity on a flat
Well, we
Earth.
call that math,
Like,
right? We
how
call
does
that math.
gravity work
Well,
on a
it
flat
would
Earth?
be
Is
the
it like
same. It would everything that you just said. The whale, it works. It's in an
no?
oceanic
The
basin, which
whale is
has
a
a
symptom of
yo,
gravity.
dude. Listen,
It's not gravity itself.
dude. I did not interrupt you. I fought really hard not to. So what's the problem? What's the
The
problem?
problem is is gravity
No, the
in a
problem.
flat
The
Earth?
question is, what's the problem with you
You
interrupting
just
me?
interrupted me. You just interrupted me.
Yeah, I'm asking you to answer the question of what is your issue? Why do you keep interrupting me?
Oh, if you, like, we can just continue on with the conversation. That's like,
Oh,
So
Jesus
then stop
Christ, man.
interrupting me then.
What's happening here? Let's move on. Come on. Let's get to the
Okay,
point.
so how does gravity work on a flat Earth? Okay, let me explain it. So you have something called the oceanic basin model, where majority of the ocean floor is super flat. It's called an abyssal plain. And basically the water is like in a basin, so it's like, there are walls, the coast to the next coast. And see, in that water, you have these very large mammals. And if these mammals, for whatever reason, were beached, they would be crushed under their own weight due to the gravity of this flat plane. So there it is.
Well, see, and the only reason I'd argue that is because, like, the what the gentleman said of being crushed, that's completely false. Whales do not die under the pressure of their own weight out of water. That's completely goddamn false.
I mean, people
You're
do
arguing a point
die
that makes
under the
no
weight
goddamn
of their own mass, if you want to call it that. Like, their organs fail because of the weight. The I don't I mean, I don't know. Who gives a shit? Honestly.
You're arguing
I
a
just
point that made no fucking sense. Like, I don't know what that guy was saying about fucking whales crushing over their own body weight. They don't die because they like got beached and like crushed under their own weight. They die because they're out of fucking water and they dehydrate and die. Like,
yeah,
like
that's another that's yeah. Okay. Yeah. Uh,
and that's logic. Now I'm
So,
sure
all right,
gravity and
quick
weight has
quiz for
something to do
everyone
with
else.
that,
Quick quiz
but
for everyone else.
Listen, there's
Do
plenty
you
of creatures that require high pressures to survive. If you put them in low pressure, they die. But that's not neither here nor
that's
there,
true.
because
That's true.
we're just appealing to what everybody already knows, and then pretending that people witnessing weight or density or down or up somehow means inwards to a giant floating space ball. You see, that's where you lose the plot.
Yeah, but these things are calculated, man. These things have already been calculated through human knowledge, right? We know that. We know this, that, and the third about all the shit. And the one thing that people are freaking out about is fucking whether the earth is flat or round. With the same math, it's the same math everywhere. We know this. Now they just expanded the math, gave it to a heliocentric model, and that's why we have the idea of a round Earth. I mean, these maths are the same, man. That's why math is cool. Sadly, I suck at it, and it's
I
terrible.
really wish I was a super math whiz word because I'd be whipping you guys ass left and right, but I don't care that much. I
Well,
don't care
it's the
that
thing.
much.
It's the idea of
Dude,
like we know
you
like
told on yourself. You told on yourself. You said there's a bunch of math, and then people just applied some math and came up with the globe. That's basically what you said, and I would agree.
Well, you see
I
but
would.
that's almost like not giving the origin story its flowers. See, the way you get a globe is if you take elevation angles from a flat plane to Polaris, and then you get your latitudes and longitudes and whatnot somehow. Um, Doing these elevation angle measurements to things in the sky, and then coordinate
Latitude
them
and
to
longitude
things
only
on the
works with the
ground, and
heliocentric
then
model.
you have a grid coordinate system with an X and a Y, and then boom, you can now somehow turn it into a sphere
Yep.
after all that.
I follow a little bit. Does that not make sense to you?
Yeah,
After
Elijah's
you make
right. We have to have all
flat Earth measurements,
Yeah,
you then
Elijah's
Why
somehow
right.
is
You
use
flat Earth
can
head?
measure everything as flat Earth measurements to turn it into a ball. You can't do it any other way.
You know, it started as shadows. Like people thousands of years ago started with shadows. That's how they did measurements, and then they started measuring shadows from different points in the world and communicating with each other and understanding certain like movements and certain like structures and how things work.
Hold on, bud. Hold on, friend. Where's the primary source documents of anybody measuring these so-called shadows?
The primary documents, huh?
Yeah.
I don't have them, man.
Well,
I
wait
don't
a
have
minute.
Nope.
No, time out. But like, technically, a sundial would do that, though, right? Because you're measuring
exactly. But a sundial in one part of the Earth is going to read differently than a sundial in another part of the Earth, right?
Interesting. What about a moon dial?
Same thing. Same thing.
No, it's not the same. It's not the same.
The concept's the same.
They're not the
Concept's
same, dude. They're not the
yes, it
same.
is.
Aren't they the same though?
The concept's the
No,
same.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Hold on. Let me tell you why they're not the same. Okay, we could just go back and say they're the same, they're not the same, or I can just tell you why.
Tell me why.
In the assumption, which the alleged man named Eratosthenes, which has no primary source documentation whatsoever, measured shadows with the assumption that the sun was a near infinite distance away to give him parallel light rays. Right? So he needed the sun super far away to get his measurements. Now, look at the moon dial. The moon is much closer, so you would expect the moonlight to not be parallel like the sunlight, right? But you still get the same effect on the moon dials. What's that?
Wait a minute. That's
Well,
what
the
I'm
only reason
so
why we use
the
the
same.
sundial is
No, time out. The same. That's what I meant by the same.
No, that's not the same. Well, yes, the effect
No.
on the dials.
The story is like it should not be the same, but the result is the same.
no, the
Right.
result's not the same.
Yes, it
Well,
is
yeah,
the same.
I understand what you mean. Well, I understand what you mean. I ain't gonna like dive into
And
it,
it's
but
a
yeah,
problem if the result is the same, because that would mean the variables are the same. But that's a problem for
Look, the sun. Yeah.
the distance to the moon, because the distance to the moon can't give you the same angles as the distance to the sun, obviously, for
Yeah.
obvious
Yes.
reasons.
Yes. Exactly, because there's supposed to be 400 times distance between them, right?
well, and the moon is as consistent as the moon is. It's not like it wasn't a viable choice of time, right? Like it was fast. It was fast. The
Dude,
sun is
I
that's
guess
how we get
I
our
guess it
days
went over
and
your
nights.
head, brother.
That's our
I
days
guess
and
it went
nights.
over.
That's our
I guess it went
calendar.
over your head. Just like the sun and the moon, it went over your head.
Dude, I'm drunk as fuck. It might have gone red. What is it, man? What was the big over my head, man?
You're claiming that these people were measuring shadows, right, to prove the stuff about the Earth, right?
Yep.
And I mentioned to you that it's a bunch of assumptions. And then I said the assumptions don't carry because the same logic used to apply to the sun debunks the moon.
Why would the sun debunk the moon, though? I don't understand.
Because they claim that you need parallel light to get these measurements. And in order to get parallel light, you have to put the sun at a near infinite distance. But
You don't need the moon. You don't need the moon at all for that to happen.
Dude,
No,
dude,
dude.
He's
you
not.
what are you not getting?
Yeah, I'm
You
not
get the
following. I'm
same
not.
angles.
I'm not following this.
You get the same angles with moonlight, which if your logic follows, well, the moonlight would also have to be parallel for the same exact fucking angles.
It would have its own pattern, yes.
It would have to be parallel, and in order for it to be parallel, it would have to be at an infinite distance.
Infinite distance. Why infinite? Why an
No,
infinite
I don't
distance?
know. I'm not.
What
It's
is
too
the
early in the morning, bro. I'm sorry. I can't.
infinite distance? That boggles my mind.
What do you mean it boggles you? We, oh,
An
bro.
infinite distance.
How
Elijah,
did
it's all
these
right. Some people
mushrooms
just don't
grow
get it,
so
bro.
fast in my
I
backyard,
don't
bro?
get it, man. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Like some mushrooms that grew super big. I didn't even notice them until now,
You
and now
can't
they're
get
like
this,
fucking
but
huge.
you can understand that the Earth is apparently a ball.
Yeah, he can understand that the Earth's a ball while he's drunk.
You know what? Dunning Kruger is literally made for literally 99% of the population. That term was made up
Yeah.
for the
Good name
condition of.
drop, buddy. Good name drop.
And he understands that he lives on a ball
Did
in
you
an
really have to like
infinite vacuum of
mumble through what I
space.
was saying?
Yeah, we know. I've heard that one before.
That's it.
Only in like the 4 years I've been in the flat Earth this Discord server, man. Like, yeah, we've heard that. Where's Mike at, bro?
There's no curvature. Eratosthenes is older than Jesus, and there's no primary source information for him. The gravity was superseded. The Newtonian type was superseded over 100 years ago by people who were also
100, huh? 100
religious,
years.
but just said the predecessors of the super religious, for some reason, even though they got their information from the super religious, have decided to be atheists, whatever that means. None of this shit makes sense.
No, it sucks, dude. We already discussed this, man. It sucks that very highly educated people were succumb to a terrible society back in our like human history. It sucks, man, doesn't it? Like people like hundreds of years ago that were very intelligent, just so happen to believe in a God that we believe in today. A lot of people do, and it sucks that people have gone away from that God and
What's sucks?
negate
I don't
all
get it.
information that these people have given just because they believe in a God that might be wrong and that might be false. But flat Earth was the belief back then too, even
Yeah,
predating
no, I
that.
mean, there's
So what do you
nothing
want?
with, there's nothing wrong when you have the two ontological primitives. Either something put this here, or itself put itself here, which is obviously the retarded statement, the latter. And so everybody knew, well, there has to be some sort of creator. That's the argument. The argument isn't, does God have a beard? What does he look like? Okay. So everybody with two working brain cells can tell, well, I didn't put myself here. I didn't put nature here. Nature didn't put itself here. So there must be some sort of divine creation
Dude, the argument's
outside
been the same. It's
outside
the
of
argument's been the
outside
same as
of
a thousand
I
years ago as
wasn't
it is
done,
right
dude.
now.
You can't be this fucking rude on Sunday morning.
I apologize. I don't mean to be rude. I apologize.
Yeah, but he could swear on Sunday morning.
Because swearing is not against it. Nowhere in the Bible does it say I can't swear. Like, my words just have to be meaningful, and I have to not like say God's name in vain.
Yeah, you can't curse God. That's a swear word.
Are you allowed to be drunk on Sunday morning?
No.
You're not supposed to be drunk or high or anything that over inhibits or stimulates your senses, I guess, or something.
Says who, bro? Says who?
I don't know. But the bottom line is, yeah, everybody thought that there was a creator. That wasn't the crazy thing. The crazy thing is people thinking that we came from nothing.
But
Well,
people never initially believed that, man. People were always trying to figure that out first. Then came education, then came like an understanding, and then came mathematics, and then came other things. The God standard was always there. The God
what are you
standard,
talking
whether
about? The entire
we're
your
talking about the
entire
beginning of humanity.
ability to your entire ability to travel the world came from people that already were smart enough to map the stars. What are you talking about? Like, what the hell did we do that was so special in these times? We made
No,
computers.
I'm going back.
That's the
I
argument.
was agreeing with you. Like I was going back too. Like I'm not saying nowadays. I'm just saying like these things have already happened. And like what the big claim that I was making was like there's nothing that's fucking changed other than our understanding of the world, education. The God complex is always going to be there. Our understanding of God and this, that, and the third, it's always going to be there. And apparently, the flat Earth thing is like another issue that we're having. It's kind of in the same spectrum. Like this thing's like people believe it, people don't believe it, right? Of course, most of us do believe that the world is round, and because science has the science that the grand spectrum of people tend to believe in believes that because it works. It makes sense, you know. And
Wait
then
a
there's
minute.
the
Wait a
outliers,
minute.
which are you guys,
So
which
what
are
you
deniers.
basically said is that the majority of globe believers are on the spectrum.
Mm.
No,
Have
dude.
you AI? What do you think about Jaren's 100 quotes that tell us we've been lied to? That's still my favorite
Oh,
video
that's
from
good.
him to
That's a
date.
good one. I think it's 200 quotes actually, but I can't be sure.
It's
Maybe I'm wrong.
100. It's 100. Like,
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a real good
I
one.
even cared enough to like try to at least 40 of them like get the like, because he puts the citation in there and then you can like, just track
Yeah.
it down, and it's so good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how can anyone see this and still be that video alone is enough to flip
Well, yeah.
anybody?
It'll
Dude, I
definitely
can
flip
show
you
you
at
a
least
video
to
right now.
understanding. Hold on, friend. It'll definitely flip you to understanding that the alleged scientific paradigm is actually a bunch of biased, self-centered religiosity bullcrap.
Yep.
Dude, watch David Icke for an hour and he'll have you convinced that lizard people exist, bro. Watch fucking
How is
watch,
that even sequitur to what? Where are you at right now? You're in a
dude,
different
it's
area
it. Dude,
code.
it's it. No, it's not, dude. It's the same shit, bro. I
No, it's
can show you a video to make
I
you
asked
believe
you, how
anything.
is it sequitur? You said it's the same shit. How was my question? How?
How is it the
Explain.
same shit?
Explain.
How is David Icke? Oh, all I was saying was that like I can show you a video
No,
to
no, no.
convince you it
Explain
is not.
how what we were talking about is in line with what you just brought up. How?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was saying that I can show you a video of anything and prove. I can try to. I can convince people that something happens. Right? Like it's easy to do.
What are you
How is
talking about,
that?
dude?
How is that in line with what we're talking about?
Well, yeah, see, we're talking about quotes, right? From lectures, books, writings,
Well, then
all this kind of stuff.
I
From
missed
these,
you. I don't know. I
from
don't know.
the,
I
hold
didn't
on, dude.
say them.
From the founding fathers and subsequent pillars of the modern heliocentric and allegedly scientific paradigm that we've inherited from our ancestors. These guys, right, basically admitting that pretty much 99% of everything they've ever done in these fields was pure philosophy and religion based on their own opinions, right, and biases.
So if you know the latter, why are you going to ask me a question then?
What? Okay. Anyway, moving on,
Yeah,
because
that doesn't make no
we're
sense,
not going
brother.
to change the subject for some random shit that you brought up. But the whole point is that it's crazy because when you look at this video, and you track down where the quotes come from and you read like the context around the quotes and you realize, okay, it's not bullshit. Basically, what 25% of those quotes are basically about, the people that we hear about all the time, Einstein, Hubble, basically saying it's just philosophy. There's nothing empirical about what I think. And then there's another 10% that basically says, I wouldn't challenge the paradigm. First of all, I'm kind of pulling these percentages out my ass. I'm not gonna lie, but like there's like another 10% that's like, yo, I wouldn't go against the paradigm even though I know it's wrong. And people
But
go, well, wouldn't there be like, isn't science self-correcting? And it's like, no, it's not the way you define science and who are is spearheading that entire outfit. It's like, no, like they already have schools and schools of thought and these
Dude, right
brilliant
now,
structures with this
just a
massive
minute ago,
power
man.
and all of this money. And when you go to some of these places like a university and you want to question the way things are, you're gonna
Dude,
get your ass
I
handed to
just
you.
heard you like I just heard you convince like you just argued with a guy saying that like whales were fucking you agreed with him and you're like, yeah, I understand. And like I had to come in and be like, dude, that's illogical, man. Whales crush on their own weight. You're like, yeah, they do, man. That's yeah, now you're spitting out this bullshit, bro. Like, fuck outta here.
So what?
It's not even illogical.
Now you're getting heavier and onto some bigger shit, but you literally just argued with that guy, bro. And now you want to get
So what?
heavier in it, like you gotta take your shit as credible. Like
No, so what? I don't get. So you say that to say what? Is my question.
basically what I'm saying is like whatever you're saying is nonsense. Like there's no
What am I
you
saying?
just
What am I saying is nonsense? Be
the fact that
specific.
you have no, I am specific. I'm just saying like everything you said, I haven't even listened to it because you agreed with the guy saying that whales crush themselves
So
with their
what
own
I
body
said
weight.
is nonsense, even though you don't know what I said because you tuned me out because what I said is nonsense.
Yeah, he tuned you
Because I
out.
heard what
Now let's
I
talk
heard what
about
I
how
had about it.
let's talk about how illogical that is. Everything you said is nonsense. I already determined that before you started speaking, so I didn't hear everything you said. Is what you
No,
just
yeah,
said.
yeah. I'm not gonna lie, man. As soon as like I heard that argument, I was like, yeah, I can't listen to this guy anymore. Like I
Okay,
can't.
well then, why the fuck did you proceed to speak?
Mainly because I want you to shut up. Like that's it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you guys are lucky I don't have mute powers because none of y'all would be speaking.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah.
Somebody
Anyway,
knew what they
that
were
was
doing.
probably
They're
out of
like,
line, man.
don't
That
not
shouldn't have been
Eli.
that way. That shouldn't have been that way. I'm sorry, man. That shouldn't.
I mean, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It's just,
No, it hurts
I
mine. I
mean,
shouldn't have acted that way. That's foolish of me,
it,
man. I shouldn't have.
it's nor here nor there. Everything that I said is actually valid. So it's just
Remember
sad that
earlier,
people.
he gave us the speech that he's drunk. So
I
on
did. I
knowing
am.
that,
I'm being foolish, man. For real. For real.
yeah, he's drunk, so he won't even remember anything he's saying.
Yeah, not at all.
Mm.
And I apologize if I'm offensive, man. I don't really mean it to you or nothing. It's just it is what. I know I'm acting a fool. That's why I'm apologizing, man. Because I regret it more tomorrow than y'all will. I promise you. Like y'all won't remember my name, but I'll regret what I say because I feel stupid about saying it. So don't worry about that. The punishment's coming. But you see
I
what
could
I
have
was
just
saying,
said
though, right?
I could have just said that there's no scientific evidence for gravity. I could have just did that instead of trying to reason with the other gentleman. Because truly, I really don't have high expectations for the people that come in here, sadly enough. But of course, I'd be a dick to act that way and treat people that way. So sometimes I try.
And you should. You should.
Did you figure out why whales are whales yet?
I just like so when I was going off on that tangent and I was told like hey what's the credible thing, it was what I was trying the point I was trying to make was how easy it is to convince people if something's true. Now that guy came in here and said some, like, we knew he was goofy as fuck, and it was just him and old boy arguing, and old boy started agreeing. He was like, yeah, you're right, and then I had to cut in and I was like, no dude, that's not how it happened. Like that's not how it happens. And that's visual, credible evidence. We know that's not how it happens. Like, but it was a bold claim. The guy came in here and said that's how it happens, and then people believed it because he came in here and
Hold on,
claimed it.
dude. Hold on, though. Wikipedia says it happens.
Oh, does it now?
Yeah, so what are you going to believe? Yourself or Wikipedia?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
It says that they die from dehydration,
Yeah, and that's what
their
I
own
said.
weight, they're crushing under their own weight, or tides and waves causing them to drown by going into their blowholes.
Yeah, it's dehydration is the number one.
Okay, but all three are listed as causes of death for the
Fair
whales.
enough.
So
Fair enough.
either one is, yeah, they're credible, at least from this point of view.
All right. All right.
That's if you take
But
Wikipedia as being correct in this instance.
I would assume it would.
Gabby was not listed there.
I don't know why we give a damn about whales anyway. Last I checked, um, I mean, it's just Michael Jackson in the movie Free Willy, made it popular. We didn't really give a damn about them before.
Yeah, I've talked to him why he likes whales. It's cringe. Like think of the most cringe reason why you would like whales, and double that.
Movies back
They're
in
interesting
the
creatures,
90s
man. You ever
movies
seen
are
them?
base, aren't they? Like you got Mighty Joe Young, you got Free Willy, like all they don't really. You even have that you oh I can't even remember with Tim Allen. Was it Tim Allen or am I tripping?
Oh, you're talking
Doctor
about Welcome to the
Doolittle.
Jungle, Jungle to Jungle, bro. Yeah, I know what
Jungle
you're talking
to
about.
fucking Jungle. It looks
Yeah,
amazing.
Jungle
The
to
only
Jungle.
reason I give that an honorable mention is for the arachnid, the spider. His son Spider. So yeah.
Well, people in general, man, they have like a desire to, like, we appeal to certain creatures, right? Like whales, elephants, dolphins, things
Dogs.
that
How
we've
about
actually
dogs?
visualized. Yeah, dogs. Things that we've visually like seen as like intelligent creatures that can learn. And like it's weird, man. I've been on whale tours and dolphin trips and shit. And it's weird that these things like will actually look you in the eye, like, and play with you. And like even when you're just riding on a boat, like these dolphins will just like literally swim and look at you dead in the goddamn eye. Like they're looking at you. It's a fucking weird thing, like, because you can feel like they're smart as hell. And I think there's like this underlying thing where it's like we like humans are like we are smart as hell. Of course, we're the smartest animals on the planet, but there's a next level of stuff where like these things are smart too, man. Same with gorillas and chimps and other mammalian, all mammals basically. We're all the grand mammals. I know that's way off topic. I went on a rant, but it's very cool, man.
Yeah, I mean this idea where the animal kingdom is, and humans are part of the animal kingdom. That's incorrect. You're incorrect, sir.
What's that?
Humans are not part of the animal kingdom.
Why?
Well, do you want to go through? What? Okay, which animal do you think is closest resembles humans?
Oh, we know it's the chimp.
All right, and that's because of what? Just because of the physical appearance?
99% DNA.
You're incorrect in that.
How far am I off?
Yeah, I remember. I think if it's like
No, I'm
80%
close.
or
I know I'm
something like
close.
that.
We share like 99% of DNA with chimps.
96.
96. Okay, fair enough.
I think let's see if pig. So what I think is interesting, like pig skin, is like really close to human skin. So, oh, I was gonna see how close.
How much of our DNA do we share with a banana?
Oh, that's even better. That's right. It's higher. Even.
Yeah, it's probably pretty close too, man. It's weird, isn't it?
Isn't it?
You'll never look a banana in the eye.
Why not?
Why not? You may end up with a patch over your eye.
Is that a bad thing or is that a good thing?
Well, I've known someone who had a corneal abrasion. It was terrible for them.
Would a patch over your eyes
I knew.
stop you from seeing the
All I'm
curvature?
saying is, I know someone who jabbed a banana into their eye on accident. It was a joke. Relax.
Tell me, would a eye patch prevent you from seeing the curvature of the Earth?
Excuse me?
Would a patch over your left eye prevent you from seeing the curvature?
A patch over my left eyes prevent me from seeing the curvature. Well, am I watching a movie or what? Am I in the yard?
You're in the perfect place to see the curvature.
Okay,
11,000 feet
Kubrick
above the
film.
strip.
Yes. Yes.
The topic keeper came in, man. He's like, "We got to get back on topic, motherfucker. We're on flat Earth."
Yeah.
You had somebody come in and schedule things out, man.
No, I get it. You're kind of drunk, and it's easy to go off topic pretty easily, and especially if other people are going to follow. But the idea is, I think, what I'm going for with you is that you keep making these very bold claims, if flat Earth and if globe, but they don't follow to a full logical conclusion.
You know,
Yeah, you have to like look. I'll end the conversation. I'll go to bed. But on the same, like, you have to ask yourselves the same goddamn question, man. Like, and that's gonna probably be the end of it. But you have to ask yourselves, like, where's the logical evidence that it is what it is? You know what I mean? Hey, bro, just leave it right there. It's good. I'll grab it up.
All right. Yeah, take
Yeah.
care. See you next time.
As I was saying, Kurt, you know how I was talking about the eye patch and seeing curvature with only one
Thanks,
eye?
bud.
It's actually very, very difficult to see a curvature or a depth perception with only one eye. You might need like a
Oh yeah,
binocular or
even with
something.
two, you need to get to the best. Some of the best animals, like horses and stuff. You know, their eyes are really far apart.
Yeah.
Almost really can almost see behind them too, and that gives them like extraordinary depth perception. Same thing with birds. You know, birds' eyes are pretty. You know, like almost side view.
Yeah, have you noticed that humans with one eye lack depth and curvature perception? Especially curvature perception of things like the Earth. It's almost like even with two eyes, we can't see it. I wonder if you had three eyes, maybe that
Dude,
would
and guess what? Humans with no eyes have a really hard time with it, don't they?
Ha 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 ha.
I'm just saying. I mean, come on now. Let's get real.
Yeah, because
Oh
the
man,
two eyes have
I
slightly
got a fun
different.
story. I got a fun story for you from history about video games. So back in the day, before three-dimensional headsets were cool, one of the tricks that was common among first-person shooters is that you just cover one eye for an extended duration, and then your mind starts to fill in the perspective cues, and it warps how you see, and it creates a 3D effect.
I need to try that on
Just
Call of
another
Duty.
one real quick. Yeah, another one real quick. Like supposedly you can wear upside down glasses, right? And you'll see everything upside down. But if you wear them long enough, your brain will flip right side up. But then when you take them off, you'll be upside down again without the glasses.
For a little bit, yeah. It's just, but you can even make it simpler. It's like people wearing glasses. Like people that wear glasses for a long period of time. Of course, their vision's impaired, but they take them off, and their vision will slowly get better. It won't get like to like 20/20 or anything, but their vision's gonna be worse when they take their glasses off.
Yeah, but do you remember, depending on how old you are, back in the day when you took kids to the eye doctor, they put the kids on corrective training, actual exercises that you had to do. So go home, do this, do that, look at this, look at that, and they would also give you lenses called corrective lenses. And then eventually it transitioned from being corrective to just, okay, every year you show up and buy new glasses.
Hey, yo, what's up, bro?
Well, like small children, like it always boggled my mind, like how like people, like optometrists, like gave prescriptions for or gave prescriptions to like young children because there's no way you can tell, right? Because they can't do the A/B test, they can't do all that shit. So it's just speculative. Like they're literally just like, oh, this kid can't see. You gotta throw something at him and see. Like they're putting like little like they're doing focal lenses in front of their face, throwing objects at him, and they're like, all right, we think he sees this one the best. Like now he's got these glasses.
Well, if you're ever bored and you want to look up a new conspiracy theory, look up the Luxottica eyeglass monopoly. Very interesting. Supposedly, it's an Italian company that owns like 80% of all the eyeglass stuff in the United States, and they like run their crap
Exotica?
like Luxottica. I think it's Luxxotta. I think.
Luxottica.
How
Oh yeah,
the
it's right
hell
here.
did you manage to run across an eyeglass conspiracy? Like, what the fuck were you
Yeah.
doing there?
We
Dude,
are in the
man.
flatter. We are in the flatter Discord, man.
I just
Like,
looked him up. Luxottica's even in Canada.
Yeah. And they run their crap like a cartel, bro. It's like, you show up with your kid and you're like, hey, I heard from Sally's grandmother that there's these things called corrective programs where your kid could learn how to do exercise, and before she can say size, some dude comes out from the back and slaps her and says, no, you're getting a new prescription, whether you like it or not.
there's 2 Luxotticas, like within 20 miles of my house.
Yeah, but the conspiracy isn't the storefronts. It's that they own all of like the merchandise, the products, the eye chart, like everything that has to do with like the American economy of eyeglasses.
Yeah,
Which,
what's wrong with
isn't
that?
necessarily well, it's
80%.
not
Yeah,
necessarily
80%.
bad.
That's weird,
Look,
man.
it's not necessarily bad to own a large portion of a service industry or a medical industry, but if they're intentionally depriving their clientele of methods that would correct their eyes rather than make them ever dependent on buying new products, then that would be kind of immoral, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Is there like do lenses actually like correct eyesight? I don't know. I honestly do not know. Like I know people need glasses and people need to see, but do they actually
Yes, they
correct
do.
vision like over
Yes, I
time? Like
just
can you
told you
actually
that's
see
listen, the way it used to be, right, is your kid would start to get problems. Now there are extreme problems that really can't be corrected except by lenses, but the average kid,
right?
the reason why they can't see is they're not controlling their eye muscles properly. So the eye
Mm,
is a muscle, right?
of
So,
course,
or
yeah.
it's got surrounded by muscles and it actually squeezes itself into shapes, right, to focus and stuff. And
Right.
so when you're constantly like, especially in the modern day, looking at things very close by to you and never really looking near, far, near, far, near, far, but just looking near to relatively near to relatively nearer, that ruins your vision. You need to like constantly be looking around, constantly be looking at a tree that's far away, look at something on the ground. And so they would create these exercise regimens that kids were supposed to follow. And then eventually, you'd get a certain prescription, and then your prescription would get better over time. Whereas now, Every time you go to the eye doctor, it's worse and worse and worse. And partly
Well, with
because they
everybody on
don't promote.
screen, I can see that for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. For sure, yeah. And they also don't promote corrective training and programs. It's mostly like purchase our product.
Yeah, I mean, that seems logical. But I don't think malintent. I don't think there's any malintent there. I think it's just like a happenstance, right? Like it just is what it is. I mean, we got blue light going through our eyes all the time, and nowadays, right? So like kids are just
Man,
doomed. Even we're all
watch
doomed.
it,
We're
bro.
sitting here looking at a screen for how many hours now? Like we're just sitting here staring at this damn thing. It's not good. Like
You
Well, you
don't
can
have
use
to.
Discord
Everything he
without,
just
yeah.
described is intention based. There's no way that just naturally, no.
If a
what do you
doctor
mean?
fixed you, they'd be out of business.
That's true too. That's definitely true.
Yeah, think about it. If let's say you own 80% of market share of a high demand industry, right? And you purposely call your patients so that they're never actually healed, right? And you give them like the first one free, your first hit's free. You know what I mean? Like, oh, buy one pair of glasses, get the second free. Then you go in there and
Oh
then you're
yeah,
hooked for life. you know?
yeah, you're right for sure.
When you're on Discord, you don't need to be just staring at the computer screen. You can have a book in front of you or other things.
That's true. I'm not used to it. I just when I'm on Discord, I just stare at the goddamn screen. I look at all you guys' little things. That's just personal experience. But I'm not a Discord professional, man. I get on here once a week and just have a good time when I'm drinking, typically. And I just literally stare at the goddamn screen. Like,
I play Dungeons and Dragons and I paint miniatures sometimes while I'm sitting here.
just listening to people
Keyboard.
chat, doing some
Yeah,
other
I
things.
take
Yeah.
the keyboard off my desk and like the little mouse bar and and it gives me like I don't know, like a 2 foot by 2 foot area and yeah, I just
Yeah,
sit
you can
here and
have
I
a hobby. You
paint
can have
or
a hobby while you're chatting people up. You got two things going on at one time.
because like, when people get overly invested in the conversation where they're looking at the screen, they're talking to the person. In this way too, it gives you you can have some standoff. You can take it. Oh, I'm gonna focus on this for a little bit, or I know it can be kind of a distraction, but as long as you're not like doing both. My take is like you get a lot of people coming in here playing video games and on Discord, and they're not doing either thing very effectively. Where I kind of use it
Oh
to
yeah,
break it up. Like I'm painting for a little bit, or I'm reading for a little bit, and I put that down and talk or say something that sparks my interest, and kind of go back and forth.
yeah, that makes sense. I've done that a time or two with Rocket League or whatever. Yeah, you're right. Dude, I just enjoyed talking with people in general. Like that's why I come on here. Like doesn't matter what the conversation's about. We can disagree or agree. Doesn't matter. Like I need some drinking buddies, man. That's all it is. Good Saturday night, what turns into Sunday morning, of course.
Once in a while too, like I'll organize files or like for work, I have got tasks I have to do for the whole week, and it doesn't matter when I complete them. I can complete them like like during the week, or as long as I get it done by Monday, it counts as last week. So I'll be doing a lot of like the stuff I can do remote, and or just kind of the busy work I don't really like to do, and then do that now, and then it still gets credit. It's still credited.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. See, I try to like disassociate myself from like work. Like, so I get on Discord like once a week, man, because I'm a big drinker. Y'all know. I mean, y'all can tell. But like once a week, I'll like get super goddamn hammered and just chat it up on the internet. The whole rest of the week's work. Like that's it.
I've been scrubbing grout for 12 hours while I've been talking on Discord.
Oh yeah, you got your headset on?
I started around 9 o'clock yesterday. Or maybe
Damn,
10, 9 or 9 or so. Yeah.
That's good. Damn, I need to take
Well,
some
yes
I
and
pointers.
work
no.
the whole time too.
Y'all are
Yeah,
efficient.
12. I know. I remember. I
I'm
went to bed.
almost done.
Is this got to be done by
AI.
Monday too, or would you have more time to do
Dude,
it?
I'm almost done with the part that I'm doing. And then it's still not even done because the grout is extra thick and it needs to be recessed.
AI. What's the easiest way?
Go ahead.
What's the easiest way to remove grout? I want to take out the grout and put a different color in.
Holy crap. Smash it
Not
all.
my idea. Not my idea.
Oh, that's easy. Just get an artist paintbrush and just go in and paint it. And then seal it.
Ooh.
Dude, I'd be lazy about it. I'd just grout over it. Be like, fuck it, grout over it. Get a different color.
Well, see, that's the problem that I'm suffering from is that there was an underlaying of grout and then the person put another layer of grout. So it's double thick and then it starts to leak out past the curve of the edge of the tile. And so
That's
when it
right.
leaks out past the edge, then you have no demarcation of a straight line. So the grout doesn't form a straight line for you like it would be if it was in between the two straight parts of the tile. So now it's all over the place.
That's where I'm at if I go to grout over the top of it. I tried and I'm like, this isn't going to work. I kind of have to change that color because I don't want to change the tile because we changed completely the color of this bathroom and I get volunteered to do all this stuff. You know, we need to do this and go. This is what we have
Well,
to
that's
do.
that's what I would do. I would just get some pigment or some paint.
I'll try that.
And then put it on and seal it. I'm sure you could find directions on how to do it.
Is there a way to dye bricks?
You paint
Dye
them.
them when they're being made.
But like
They dye them when they're being made.
but not afterwards. Like I
just
thought
paint
about
'em, bro.
painting them, but
You paint them then.
That's old school 70s style, though, man. If you paint your
Like
brick house, like that's old school style, man. You're gonna be recognized as that guy. Like,
Yeah, there's like
Tons
a
of brick
wash
houses
or
around me
ink.
that are painted. Tons of brick houses around me that are painted and they look great.
You use like a wash or an ink.
So around where I live, they did some rejuvenation, and how they did it is they just picked random bricks out of the old bricks and painted them a bright new color, and it kind of all blended in nice, and it all fits together.
hey guys, I appreciate y'all dealing with me tonight, man. I gotta go though. I'll see y'all later, man. Like I said,
Good
thanks.
night.
All right, Crit. So when I began, I was making $62.50 an hour. Now I got to dilute that pool with these 12 hours and see how much less I'm making per hour.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. I should just say when people are like, "Hey, I got some grouting job for you." Like, yeah, I gotta wash my hair today.
Well, I don't mind grouting fresh. Grouting's not that hard if you're not going into somebody else's work.
That's right. I don't mind doing any of the work if it's fresh. I hate doing the tear outs and having to do stuff over. If I'm going to do a tear out, I just want the walls torn out too then. And I'll start over from that point.
Exactly. Man, somebody needs to invent a grout that's like chemically dissolvable. That literally is just like super high tech. It's expensive, but if they can make it cheap, fine. But it's primo, and then you just buy like the dissolver agent from the same company. You can probably make it yourself if you're adept. But you just spray it on there with a squirt bottle, and you just instantly watch it start to dissolve. That would be great.
I tried to Dremel out my grout, and that lasted about 1 inch.
Yeah, it seems like it's almost better to tear it to take it out
You gotta
completely.
get the half moon diamond blade. It's like called the grout remover blade on your oscillating tool.
Yeah, I don't have that one. I have to get an oscillating tool. I need it. I got to cut a bunch of stuff that I could use that on. The more tools I don't have, the less I have to do.
That's true. That's a good point. I don't know what possessed this guy to put the grout over the old grout.
I had to stay home. Well, I can stay home whenever I want, but I stayed home on Friday because I had to design a portable device that I can stick on the side of a machine, magnetic, I can just stick over an area and count the parts as they go by. Portable. This hasn't been done. We don't have these things. You can't buy them. So I was just like, I'll just sit home and do this because I have everything on my shelves. And if I go to work, we have everything there too, but could be in 5 different buildings for all I know. I have to look it up. So I had it done in like 4 hours. I can just click to the side of it. I can put proximity sensors on, pressure switches, or what I designed it for is distance laser device, which you set to a set distance. If anything is in front of it, it counts it. So it worked. That was my project for next week that I got done already.
Dude, you had me going up until the last part where you didn't end it with, and if it's in front of it, it vaporizes it.
I have a laser that will do that. It's the other laser, a real laser. This one is just a Keyance laser, if you want to look those up.
A pissant laser?
Keyance. Yeah. No, these are super expensive. They're nice. They're made for counting. They make optical stuff, but the way they mount them, what I ended up doing was mounting it onto a magnetic base used for dial indicators on machines. So we got 180 degrees by 360 degree movement for me to place it near an object. So if I want to count something for 4 hours, I can have it count instead of me standing there counting it. When I'm designing something, I just want to know if we're accurate. If we're accurate, then we can continue moving with our prototypes. So I built a prototype for our prototypes.
Dude, this grout is it's black. So retarded. Never ends. Keeps giving and giving and giving. Some black dye over everything. I don't know how this was supposed to work in a shower. It must need like 2 days to dry or something. And you put a little water on it and it just spews black everywhere.
It would be better just overall. Is the tile like real expensive? You just can't tear it all out and just start over from.
Yeah, it's ridiculously annoying. Because this place is an Airbnb and they kind of want it done. They already had to fire one contractor. As it stands, this is a gamble. The dude could accept it as a mulligan, be like, yeah, whatever, I've dealt with this other guy for years or months or whatever, and he hasn't screwed me over yet, so this will be his one freebie for where he did a horrible job.
And these
Holy crap, this tile's cracked up too, man. Oh god, this is so bad, dude. It's funny, some of this stuff's like chunks missing out of the tile, but it's just the black and grout over the edge of the tile.
Any Globers out there got any questions on Globe Earth?
It's grout earth. That's what it was last night, grout earth. What you got, bro?
I got a question. If globe Earth,
If globe, then
why does NASA need to call upon commercial partners to design a spacecraft that will deorbit the ISS?
I want to know how come they can shoot things up and they fall back down and nobody has an issue with it, but now this goes up and they don't know how to get it down. Doesn't it just come down?
Yeah, it's interesting, huh?
I mean, it's not just staying up there by itself like the moon, is it? Globers, can you answer that for me? Does it stay up there by itself like the moon does?
So my understanding is that every 6 months or so they need to give like a boost because of the. I've heard a couple of different things. One of them was the friction due to the atmosphere that it's in. Others were that the orbit isn't exactly precise, but essentially every so often they need to boost back into orbit very slightly. And I
So it would be
suspect
pretty.
they.
So wouldn't it be
What?
pretty easy to just not boost it?
Well, it'll come down, sure. I think the problem is they don't want it coming down willy-nilly, like on someone's head. That would
Well,
be
Earth is
problematic.
71% water. It'll hit the water most likely. They can time that out.
If you look up the
Sure.
story when they had Skylab, which is interesting because Skylab was said to be 270 miles above the Earth, and they still called it Skylab. When it fell down, they had it all planned out. It was going to land in the water, and somehow they fucked it up, and it just like detonated right over Australia. And people in Australia were pissed. They're like,
Yeah,
"What the heck?" Like this debris field covered thousands of miles.
yeah, that's probably what they want to avoid.
Did it hit anybody's house when it came down in Australia?
I don't know exactly the details. I remember the controversy was too that Australia was had some sort of no radiation. We want no radiation here. So they're like thinking, well, there's a lot of radioactive components in this fake station.
Somebody's sanding.
Yeah, he's definitely grouting something or sanding it away.
Yeah, I'm starting a new show. This old grout.
So
Yeah.
while I'm here, I thought maybe I would clear up some misconceptions about gravity I've been hearing the past couple of days.
That's great. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, um, I think I've heard people say that gravity is the curvature of space-time.
You'd have to ask your Glober friends. They're the ones who kind of claim all that stuff.
Well, to be fair, yeah, I've heard misconceptions from both sides. I've heard misrepresentations, rather. So, Newtonian gravity is simply the attraction of massive bodies, mass being a function of matter. Someone said something about moles, but moles are a specific unit of measure having to do with some specific amount of matter. I don't remember how much, it's just very, very small. Mass and the gravity that it produces warps space-time, but it is not itself the warping of space-time. That's what that's what Einstein added to Newton's model to account for the effects of gravity on things that have no mass, like light. That's it. Just thought I'd clear that up.
Got it. So mass is warping concepts.
No, it's warping space-time.
Well, space is a
Those
concept
are
and time is
concepts.
a concept. So two concepts, it's just warping the concepts, right?
No. Space is, space is the reason you're not superimposed on every other object in the universe.
You lost me at space.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What do you mean by concept?
Concept. The vacuum of space is a concept. It's never been proven.
No.
Space is just a distance between me and you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not going to be spending that.
Or bending it.
Yeah, if I measure a
It's
straight line,
bending or
did I
bending?
just debunk curvy space-time?
If you measure
Yep.
what?
Yeah.
So the other day, a Glober said, space-time bends light into straight lines.
Something like that, yeah.
in the movie Dune, they use spice to unlock your mind, and you warp time and space and connect 2 points. Like you fold space over in on itself, and you puncture a hole through both of them, connecting those 2 points together.
Yeah, wormholes you're talking about. Or Einstein-Rosen bridges. Those are still just theoretical.
Is there a reason why you have to be a Freemason to be able to talk about and to be able to do space stuff?
Because of the oath you have to take.
Well, the oath does not say, I have the books, the oath does not say anything about talking about going into space.
What?
What's everybody doing?
Yeah, keeping it real.
Said.
Yeah, what
Man,
was
you-
interesting that mass is made up of matter. Do you want to explain what holds all matter together?
The strong and weak nuclear forces?
Okay, yeah, those sound real to me, right? That's a little better. So, like, if we have a more compactness of that matter, right, that would be like a bigger density.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
higher
bigger density is caused by that strong nuclear force.
No, when we say more compact matter, that's not necessarily, you can have like heavier elements, for example, given by those forces, but even just more matter in a compressed space due to pressure or gravity, if you like. I mean, there's a bunch of ways we can compress matter.
No, you already stated what holds the matter together. So if you want to put the folding all the matter together.
Sorry, you cut out there. But to clarify, those are two examples of things that keep matter together or can raise density. Those weren't exclusive.
Gravity holds an atom together?
No. But it can hold matter together if it's made of more than one atom.
Strange what happens when you take this realist position of models and whatnot, that you have to go into the metaphysical world to explain your phenomena.
No, just physical so far. But is there something I said that was incorrect?
Define it. What is gravity?
It's the
You
attraction
said
of
mass
massive
attracts
bodies.
mass. See the attraction. I knew he was going to say it. That's why I said it exact time he said it.
Mm-hmm.
You predicted
Yeah,
what
he
he
said
said.
something. Yeah,
I
he
said
said
it
something that was incorrect, bro.
like 4 minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, we know. What you asked, what did I say that's wrong?
Oh, so that's what I said that's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that wrong?
Because the mass isn't doing anything to the other mass.
It's attracting it.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Duck season.
Do
I don't know what the
gases
point
have
of this.
mass?
Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Sorry.
Do gases
Hey,
have
man.
mass?
Yes,
He had
they
to
do.
say no, it is, no, it isn't at least 2 more times, bro.
All right, so do we have applications of gas attracting gas?
We have observations in it in the gradation of the atmosphere.
Wow, so you're just going to go back to begging the question?
No, that was answering your question.
The Earth is in contention here. Can you give me something outside that, like in a lab? Gas attracting gas?
No, if the Earth is in contention, we can demonstrate that in other ways. If you need that to support the Earth holding an atmosphere.
So if you dump gas into a vacuum, instead of spreading out, it's gonna attract each other.
It depends where you do it. Like more than likely, if you do it here, like at sea level, the superseding gravitational force of the Earth is going to be a huge factor.
How are you eliminating that strong nuclear force to make sure that's not what's pulling things together?
So when we talk about gravity, we're really talking about the attraction between molecules, not within molecules. So within molecules, you're going to have the weak nuclear
You ain't
force.
talking about no attraction, sucker.
Why modern astrophysics is saying that mass, not attract mass, that's not a force?
Because astrophysicists are very, very bad at communicating.
Yeah,
And
but why you are
journalists
not?
who repeat
But why you are not?
astrophysics are even worse.
But why you are not there? Why we are listening them? Why you are not there?
Why am I not where?
Why
Because he
are
thinks
not
mass.
on their places? Because we are listening. Okay, sorry.
Oh, why
No,
am I
no
not
problem.
like
Because he
working with
thinks
other
mass attracts mass.
astrophysicists?
Because he's clueless.
You're not even parodying the correct pseudoscience.
I'm understanding. I'm putting it in my own
He's doing-
words. I don't parrot.
Yeah, you're doing a mashup.
No, I just understand these concepts.
Are you doing on your own science?
I
No, what
don't
he's doing
have
is called
the
ad
funding or the
hocking.
equipment for my own science. I'm reading the data from other people.
Yeah, I'm reading also, for example, I'm watching Neil deGrasse Tyson. I asked him, Neil deGrasse, what is gravity? He said, I don't know. Next question. That means Neil deGrasse Tyson is somebody who is on television, is stupid, and we need to tell them that don't go anymore on television, that we need some people who knows what is gravity.
Have you seen that whole interview?
Like you.
He does
Yeah.
actually
Did you
answer the
see?
question.
Did you see
He
what
says he doesn't know
Michikaku?
what it is.
No, he
Did you
goes
see
on
what
to say.
Michikaku, Brian? Did you see what
Well, let me.
Michikaku, Brian Cox, and other astrophysicists are telling what is gravity? Did you
Yeah,
hear them that they
I've
are
seen a
saying
lot of
what?
those. But very quickly on the
Yeah,
Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, he goes on to say that matter. Fuck, what did he say? Matter tells space-time how to warp. Space-time tells mass how to move. I think that's what he said. Which again is kind of a popularization of the idea, but
Sounds like a limerick.
well, his
It
whole
sounds like
job is
it sounds like mass
transmutation.
doesn't attract mass, Holmes. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, it sounds
Well,
like he
again,
directly refuted what you said, and
no,
then
let me.
said on that he can't tell you what gravity is. He can make some weird predictions with it, but
Okay,
really
let
what
me
it
clarify.
is, I don't know.
Okay,
what
so
Einstein
when
thinks about
Einstein
mass
said,
attracts mass.
mhm,
Hold
okay,
on,
so what Einstein,
manufacturing. You just said he's bad at communicating, and now you're going to repeat him again for the second
no, I'm not
time.
repeating him. I'm telling you what that means. So when Einstein expanded on Newtonian gravity, essentially what he worked out is that the distortion that mass causes to space-time, you can rewrite those equations and take out that middleman. You get the same results, but there is a causal chain there. So you can rewrite the equations as though gravity is the warpage of space-time, but that's not what it is. What you're doing there is actually a reification fallacy. That's what the model can be designed as, but that's not what's actually happening out in the real world. There is an actual causal chain.
And it's working in the same way. It's making the Earth spherical.
Yeah, it's like A equals B and B equals C, so you just write A
Yeah, I'm
equals C,
asking
but there
you,
is a B there.
does that force making Earth spherical?
The force of gravity? Yes.
Okay. Why is not then spherical?
Why is the Earth not spherical? Because of other
Yeah, in
forces at
reality,
play.
not on television. Not on television. In reality, I'm speaking.
In reality, it is spherical.
Uh-oh,
Where?
SpaghettiOs.
Where? Can you show us where?
It's under our feet, but we just can't see it from here.
No, we can measure it. It's a sphere, you know. Every sphere could be measured. You can make 100 times bigger Earth, and you can still measure if it's sphere or not.
Yeah, you sometimes have to use different methods to measure it, but yeah,
Yeah.
you can
What
measure
is the
them.
best method to measure the surface?
Trigonometry.
Trigonometry. Okay, and
we can measure the sphere.
And for
Approximately, it's
trigonometry, what we
irregular, but
need?
you can average those
We
out.
need angles for trigonometry.
That's right.
How you will occur angles on the curved surface?
Because locally you have enough flat to calculate
No,
those,
no,
but you
it's
don't
not
even need the
locally.
surface.
Does sphere has flat spots?
Locally, yes, but we don't need that. I
No,
can in
sphere
the
has
spirit
no
with which
flat spots.
Sasha,
I'm
chill.
sorry, man,
In the
but
spirit
sphere
with which
has
your
no flat
question was
spots.
asked, I
Sorry,
can answer it better to your satisfaction, okay? So
Okay.
we don't actually need the surface to calculate those. All we need is a plumb. So you drop a line, right? And it goes straight down, and you use the angle of incident, which has nothing to do with the surface.
Yeah, what do you do after you get that angle? Then what?
Then you triangulate the source, and you
Okay.
figure out that it doesn't work on a flat plane.
So you can't do this without assuming that the ground is a ball, correct?
No, you absolutely can. You don't assume that the ground is a ball, but the ground being
Well,
a ball.
well, then
is
why did you bring up flat surface then?
Well, it was an answer to Sasha's question, but then I obviated that because that wasn't going to get us anywhere.
Well, we're trying to go from ground, from like first principles to, and arrive at sphere, not go from
Yeah.
sphere and then, you know,
Yeah, fair enough.
confirm sphere because sphere.
Right. So when we do those real world observations, what we get is that we cannot resolve the source of light to come from a single point.
So you have to say, well, then the ground must be a ball, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
So
it
you
has to have
you don't
curvature.
have
right.
to.
Not a
There you
ball.
go.
Whoa, hold on. It has to have curvature for those measurements to
No,
work.
it
Not
doesn't
necessarily a
have
ball.
to.
It does.
No, it doesn't
Otherwise, we
have
don't
to.
resolve those
Hold
to a
on,
single
friend.
source.
Hold on. Why do you need to, quote unquote, resolve the angles to a single point in free space?
Fundamental rudimentary optics.
What?
That's just how light works.
No, it isn't.
It's how light has always
In your
worked.
own globe
And
claim,
always will work.
light doesn't travel in ideal rays that you can just geometrically track back to a location.
Well, in principle, you can. So light will travel straight forever unless obstructed or deflected. If there's deflection, then you have to take that into consideration, of course.
What theory of light is that? Like, what medium are you talking about that it's traveling through that it would travel? It's the reverse refraction theory, bro.
Any
That's
medium.
what it's called. Are you using corpuscular light theory? Like, what are you going with here?
That's not a theory I'm familiar with.
No,
I'm
it's
just
like
talking
this,
about
bro.
optics.
I'll wrap it up. Hold on, I'll wrap it up for you. I'm an excellent communicator. You know, I was in the news once. All right, so
Were you?
basically what we got here is anytime there's an observation that supersedes globe geometry, refraction. And anytime you need to prove that the globe exists in the first instance, ideal light rays.
No. Anytime, anything, always, probably some level of refraction, yes. But the question is, these are quantifiable ideas. You can measure them. You can say how much
So
of something is
we
present.
just threw
That's what I
your
never
3
hear in these
points of
discussions.
Eratosthenes out the window. You understand that now, right? You
Sorry?
just claimed refraction, so we threw your 3 or 4 or multi-points Eratosthenes experiment out the window. Goodbye.
No, you threw it out the
Can I
window
say
because
one
you don't want to
thing?
look at
Have
it. You
you
can
heard of
measure
a
it.
gyroscope? Have you heard of a gyroscope before?
Is it gyroscope instrument which is measuring the curvature?
Not exactly. It measures the
Okay.
rotation.
Is it a thermometer, the instrument for measuring the pressure?
No, it's not for measuring pressure.
Okay, that means the instrument what is not mean to do, it's not purpose for to doing. That mean okay, great. But the gyro could be some things what is aeroplane using, I think.
So basically, there's a documentary on Netflix called Beyond the Curve where flat earthers talked about how I came to flat Earth, why I believe the things I do, and things like that. And so and throughout the documentary, a couple of them tried different experiments. One of them involves a gyroscope, and their theory was if the Earth rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours, then in 1 hour it should rotate 15 degrees. And all of them both bought gyroscopes, made gyroscopes themselves so it couldn't be influenced. And on every single one, it always showed 15-degree tilt.
Let me
And
get
then you
this one.
take
Hey,
then you
Sasha, let
take
me
a
tap in here.
helicopter. Sorry.
Yeah, let me tap in here. Okay, so your claim, if globe, is that flat earthers prove the globe. You can't. Is that what we putting down?
Or
Let's follow the logic, right? So in your worldview, the Earth is a globe, and the only people who have ever been able to prove this are flat earthers.
No, not even close. In fact, if you went to 2000 BC, I don't think it was Pythagoras, but it was. He had created
Okay,
two towers.
hold on. Here, pump the brakes real quick. Let's stay on one topic to its full logical conclusion. Okay, then jump topics. Okay, so you don't need Netflix to prove the Earth is a globe, then, right?
No, of course not. And no, I
Okay.
don't.
Okay, and then you would say that Netflix did a documentary with the advent being meet the ever growing worldwide group of conspiracy theorists who defend the earth is flat in a society that vehemently rejects it. So that's what the Netflix told you this is what you're going to see if you watch this show. But you saw something completely different. You saw flat earthers proving the globe. Don't you think that's a problem here? Are you able to track this? That maybe you didn't
No, it's
see what
just
you
the
thought you
fact
saw?
that I think that would actually make me quite smart in the fact that I can use one source and get multiple outcomes out of it. For example, I can see the intended purpose that Netflix had in mind, but I also get my own benefit from it, from seeing the fact that
Can
these
I say my
people.
opinion about that?
Yeah, hold on,
I
Sasha.
see like
Real quick.
only
Yeah,
one
just real quick.
sentence. Only one sentence. Nothing.
Well,
I don't want to interrupt you.
I want to try to get this all the way to the full logical conclusion, and then you can tap in. Okay, so you watch Netflix, and Netflix tells you that these are flat earthers, and these are flat earthers talking about the flat earth. But you heard that these are actually people who think the earth is a globe talking about the globe.
I'm so confused. What did you? The wording
Okay,
that
so
you used.
Netflix said Netflix says here's a documentary, right? It's a documentary. This documentary is about X. And you heard this documentary is about everything other than X. Do you see a problem here?
Not really.
Again, okay, just say flat Earth. Okay, so Netflix has created a documentary about flat Earth.
Well, I had to take
Correct.
flat Earth out of it because somehow this word is very triggering to you that causes you not to reach a full logical conclusion. So here's a documentary about, say, another topic. Okay, something completely
Beans.
different.
Let's say beans.
Beans, right? And Netflix says here's a documentary about beans, and you watch it, and you think the documentary was not about beans, about something completely different.
Yeah.
Don't you see a problem there?
No, I don't. In fact, I could see the documentary being about beans, but I could also see how it was talking about legumes in general.
Yeah, so the
One
Earth in
source
general, then,
can
right?
say multiple things, and for some reason, like a single sentence can mean several different and can have several different annotations to it. This is an obvious fact.
Yeah, so you
Okay, what
weren't
do you?
able to reach a logical conclusion there. That somehow you diverted away from what words mean and started adding a bunch of really cringe content to make something other than what it actually was.
Oh, that because the documentary, what you, I don't know if you've watched it or not. It's literally just about the people who made the documentary. Go to these people. Like, what do they do during their day? What are their beliefs? Do they do experiments? This is what this documentary is about. It's not about one topic. It's about an
Are you speaking?
overarching theme, and they go into specifics in different
Okay,
chapters of the
let's go
Are
documentary.
word
you
by
speaking?
word. Yeah, Sasha, hold on real quick, all right? So let's pull up the advent for the document.
It's called Beyond the Curve.
Yeah. So this is what you'll read if you. So you got your prescription to Netflix. I should have pulled this up sooner because I don't remember the exact
Like I
verbiage.
only use Netflix or something, because I think that's what you're trying to say.
No, I'm saying like if I were to use Netflix, would you somehow just go through and cherry pick one quote, one sentence out of the whole like what hour and a half long thing, and then take that out of context to make the whole documentary actually about something it's not about?
Sir, have you watched it? Is my question to you.
We know the person who he's dead, not anymore here. We know the person personally who spoke with us about that person who made that experiment.
Right. In fact, he used to be a moderator on our server, and he used to hang out
If you
in
want to
the
know what
chat.
the
Hold on,
guy's name
brother. I'm
is,
giving some factotum. We know who his name is, bro.
Yeah, a lot of people knew him here in this server. You're talking to people who knew him professionally and socially, and you're going to tell them that their whole lived experience, every conversation they've ever had with Bob, is somehow negated because you heard a 3-second soundbite from a documentary that was meant to introduce you to flat earthers and how they view the world, that they actually view it as a globe.
I
You
think that Mr.
somehow
Nodal
secret king.
had a good.
Yeah, so right here,
I think
here's
that
the
Mr. Nodal
advent.
had a
Right
good
now, you can go on
idea.
Netflix right now. Go to Netflix right now. Click on Behind the Curve. It is word for word. Meet the growing worldwide community of theorists who defend the belief that the Earth is flat while living in a society who vehemently rejects it. Okay, let's go. So, which word there do you somehow think means a double entendre? That somehow don't meet the growing worldwide community of non theorists who don't defend the belief the earth is flat while living in a society that vehemently rejects it because even themselves they prove the earth was a globe because of a 5
I'm
second or
sorry,
3
mate.
second.
What are you on about? What are you
Okay,
on
I
about
I
right now?
think you've
All I
got
just
some
said.
very deep rooted flaws in logic where you're not even able to understand what simple words mean.
First off, nobody reads the descriptions of documentaries. You watch the documentary, hence that's what his purpose is. Second of all,
And
the
the
documentary,
person, can I tell you something very important? The person what you're speaking about came in 24/7 describing what they did in details.
Yeah. I could tell you all
That's
about it.
oh yeah, there we go. Do you want to tap in there?
Sure. So, yes, the documentary is interesting, but what happened afterwards is even more interesting. So, yes, they were approached to join the documentary.
You're
They were
roboting
actually
AI.
told, of course I am.
It wasn't too
I
bad. It was like
Roboting.
get
it was okay. It was like go ahead, just give it a second. Let me try again.
Right, so Mr. Bob, right, didn't like what happened at the documentary. Now, he actually wasn't even present for that one thing. It was cut in, a different one. Now, the thing is that the director, or whoever the heck it was, told him that they'd be doing exactly what Crit just read. But actually, what really happened is while they were
yeah.
filming,
So I
the
read your
director,
description. Right, I read your
Yeah, cool.
description that
Dude, do you hear
documents your
AI
device,
talking?
and let me
Joe.
It don't matter.
Sorry.
Do you hear
He's off
AI
in his own world, not paying attention to what people are saying, probably.
Yeah, he's like playing a video game or something.
Right. So the directors, right, they would all hang out during the filming, and one day one of the directors saw a child being spoken to by one of the flat earthers. Right. So he intended to give a fair impression of flat earthers to the world. But when he saw this one interaction, for some reason he was moved and decided to skew the documentary to paint flat earthers in a bad light because he felt responsible for the children. Secondly, after this happened, Bob went on to do more tests with the ring laser gyros and stuff. So the principle of the 15 degrees per hour is the concept of a spoke, right? So if you have a clock, you can imagine a clock. The clock hands go around, and no matter where you are on the big hand, if you're in the little bit or all the way at the end, you're still going around the same amount, right? You still end up at 12 noon at 12 noon, right? It's the same rate of rotation, the entire length of the spoke. So if that's the case of how rotations work, then if you take the gyro that measures 15 degrees at ground level and you bring it up in altitude, then it should have the same rate of rotation. So what he did is he went out to different altitudes and he didn't find the same rate of rotation. He found a different rate of rotation, which is not congruent with the idea that the rotation is a radio spoke like a clock hand. So it's not as simple as just going to Netflix and watching some clip edited stuff where a dude says, oh, that's interesting, and a machine says 15 degrees on it. There's usually more to the story.
Hey, AI, did you tell them that when they spun up the gyro that it didn't read 15 degrees per hour at the very beginning either? That it was at 7 degrees. It got to calibrate it in order for it to be that, according to him as well.
The other thing too is that it got it to prove the globe model, it would have to get 15.04 plus or minus whatever tolerances are built into it. Any measurement outside of that is a falsification of the globe tard. And the majority of his
not only
measurements
did the absolutely. So not only did the alleged measurement that occurred during the documentary not necessarily prove the globe, but his ancillary measurements that he did afterwards proved that the idea of a radial spoke of rotation is false because the ring laser gyro didn't measure it. So in actuality, if you want to appeal to the rotation rates that show up on this device, then it actually disproves the claim of the globe. Because the globe claims we have a single rate of rotation around an axis, which results in a spoke or a radial from the center to which every point on that radial must be rotating at the same degrees per hour. So if you can demonstrate that it's not rotating at the same degrees per hour, then you defeated that premise. What say you?
Yeah, he left. He's back. Okay. There we go. Old man Joe, what's your take on this now? What you got better picture, a more
And I
clear
left the
image?
server because you muted me.
Yeah, why were you muted? Can you figure? Let's follow that, okay? Because I explained to you why you were muted.
Oh my goodness,
What did
dude.
you?
Kid, I'm just gonna ban you, kid. That's how it's gonna work. Goodbye.
Me?
Yes, goodbye, sir. You're gone.
Why?
Back
What
to
have I
Netflix.
done?
Because when I want to speak to someone and they won't shut up and somebody else mutes them, rather than listen, they just leave. So I wasted all my time. Now I have to repeat myself. You are a dickhead, sir. Get out.
I'm sorry, I left to go get water. That's my defense.
All right. I apologize for my overreaction. I'll accept your excuse.
He's an
I left
old
to go
man.
get water. I did. Sorry. I left to go get water, didn't realize you were speaking, and then when I came in during one of your pauses, I started to talk and then I was muted.
Oh my goodness. All right, you're the first person that's ever had a legitimate excuse. I grant you clemency. But listen, friend, why am I so upset? Let me tell you why. Because we get the same tactic. I've been doing this for 7 years, right? Every time it gets to the juicy part, the Globers have somewhere to be. They have to go to bed. Their girlfriend called. Their mom's girlfriend called. Their girlfriend's brother's mom's called. Their dog bit them in the ankle. They just remembered that they all of a sudden have to go to California. So if you've been paying attention, I don't know what you missed, but the long story short is, like the hands of a clock that must rotate the same degrees per hour, so must the radials of a globe. And so if you appeal to the machine in question, not only did it not prove the globe during the documentary, but Bob took it to other places at higher altitudes along the same radial spoke and proved that it didn't rotate congruently with the idea that it's a radial spoke out from the center of axis of rotation at 15 degrees per hour, thus disproving the globe. So well done.
Now, I am a person, I don't know Mr. Nodal personally. So I'm not going to insinuate anything because, again, I don't know the man. Did he film himself doing this, is my question. Or did he just say that he went to other altitudes?
Yes, see, now you're getting scrutinous, right? Very well done. Now, I'll have to confess to you, Mr. Nodell was a proponent of what's known as the ether theory. And so his explanation for why you get a differential rate is that there's a drag in the, not in the atmosphere itself, but in something else that supports the traveling of light, right? You may have heard of it before. The idea that light's a medium, light requires a medium, et cetera, et cetera. Now, either way you go, using the 15 degrees per hour or the ether explanation, you end up with what's known as an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, right? It could be the case, but it's not necessarily the case. However, if you do demonstrate that it's not rotating in the degrees necessary, that's no longer a logical fallacy. That's called affirming the antecedent, which is not a logical fallacy. It's either modus, I think it's modus tollens. No, sorry, denying the antecedent. Yeah, there you go. Denying the antecedent, which is modus tollens, which is a form of logic that carries the conclusion of a necessity. So you are right that. Go ahead.
The general objection, I believe, to the concept of a flat Earth, at least for most people, is that you don't just accept one thing, you must accept multiple things at once if you accept that the Earth is not a globe and it is flat. Because if you accept that the Earth is flat, I said this earlier, then you have to accept that people have been lying to you, or they're misinformed, or that there's a conspiracy around this, and that there's this government organizations of every country in the world trying to keep this under wraps. Because you're not
Yeah,
just accepting the fact that the Earth is flat, you're accepting many, many, many things, which I think people
they're
aren't
just
willing.
as duped as you are.
What?
They're just as duped as you are. They fall right in line. They're not lying. They think it's real.
Now, my thing
Oh, hold on one more
is,
time. One more thing before you go on. As according to his point and your point, is that yes, it may be true that there's a lot of these things that are domino effects that must also be true, at least in some general sense. But just saying that there's these domino effects, and it's a lot to take in for a person to accept all at once, doesn't negate the fact that the proposition can simply be arbitrated by just measuring the surface, and if we demonstrate it not to be curving, then it can't possibly be a globe, and then all the derivative consequences happen automatically.
my question is this: does flat Earth concept at least, fall into itself, or does it fall away from itself? If you don't get at what I just said, does flat Earth, like, if you ask someone, you get eventually to a point, like if you ask enough questions that you to your original question, or if you keep asking questions, it's like when a child says, why, and then it goes on forever because you're never going to get back to that original question. The question is, if the Earth is flat, then it means, is there a dome above us?
What? Well, the
Is
Earth
there
being flat isn't logically contingent upon any upper structure necessarily.
are the sun and the moon, do they rotate on top of the Earth in like a circle above? Like, I don't get, because there's many models for this version of the flat Earth. If I'm not mistaken, the most popular model is that the Arctic is in the center and Antarctica is an ice wall around the edges, correct?
What do you see the sun doing?
That no one knows, friend. All these are would be affirming the consequent if anybody answers that question. It's damning. It's damning to both positions, the globe Earth and the flat Earth. However, somebody can speculate, but that's not going to get us to the point of like actually getting to the root of the matter. So when you start asking questions like that, and somebody's going to answer, then you're going to be getting a speculation either way, and that's not what we want here. We want the truth, right? So the truth is nobody knows. How about that? Like, what do you think about that?
Truth is nobody knows.
I don't think that's
Wait, so
true.
isn't the usual process like we speculate and then try to prove ourselves wrong?
Yeah, that's the scientific method. Is that you
Welcome to
have to
Flat
try and
Earth.
prove yourself wrong, and if you cannot be
No,
proved
that's not
wrong,
the
then you can't be
scientific
right.
method. Sorry, that's
Yeah,
incorrect.
that's
That's not
the
the scientific.
I'm pretty sure
Nicolaitan
it
version.
is.
That's the A to twist scientist version. Come on, guys.
Yeah, so if you're
Right,
going to go ahead and
anyways,
test
you
The
asked
what?
the
The what
globe
question
version?
about,
Sorry.
like, what
flat
do you think?
earther,
Sorry.
if
You
you're
asked
going
the
to test
question
the
about
globe,
what do I think the sun does?
yeah, what do you think it does when you look at it?
Well, I think
Aren't you asking us to
because I live
speculate?
in the countryside, right? I can see the sun most of the day when I work with my family, and I see the sun at a low point rising into the east in the midday in a curve going up to the highest point of the sky and then going
It
back
won't go up
down
to the
in the
highest
other half of the
point.
curve into the west and then
Yep, it
setting.
curves just like you said. Seems like it curves from the northeast to the south or to the northwest, doesn't it? Everything goes
Yes.
around that north for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason.
All right,
Perhaps it's
so after
because
you, yeah, for the gentleman that's asking this question, think about it. You see it from horizon to horizon. When do you see it doing something else other than what you see? So if you're saying I see it go from my eastern to my western horizon, then what else can you say about it other than that? Else can anyone say other than that?
Right.
because one thing I'm confused.
No, let me.
Something is moving. I guess you can
Something's
say
wrong with your
that.
microphone, bruv.
Me or the other guy?
No,
The
the guy
main
who was
guy.
just speaking. This is also
Something
why
has to be moving. Either the Earth is moving or the sun is moving. Something's moving.
I
Right.
don't feel the earth moving, but I see the sun moving. I'm going to guess the sun.
That's a stupid guess.
Yeah, wait,
All
why
right,
would you? That's ridiculous. One of the two is moving. That's all you know.
It's completely
Could
ridiculous
be
to
both
guess that the
moving.
sun's moving.
No,
Oh, by the
what
way,
I'm
there's
asking
not.
though
By
is
the
like,
way, before we go on, there's not even just two options. By the way, there's a third option at least.
What
all
would
right,
that be?
just my point. My point
I
was
already
that
said
when
they
you
could
make
be both
when you
moving.
make it, can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right,
No.
no, what I was saying though was when you make your naturally observed phenomena, when you go outside, right? You're watching, you're making your observation. You only see the sun going from east to west on your horizon. You don't anything else other than that would be a speculation. If you say the sun goes around in a circle, it circles the globe, it circles the AE map, it circles the Gleason's, whatever it is that you say outside of what you see is going to be a speculation. There's nothing no one can say about the path of the sun other than what they see from their horizon to the other horizon.
Yeah, unless they
Is that
make
not
different
a true statement?
observations.
What other observation can you make when you only have a vantage point from the Earth? There's no other vantage point that you can get unless you start to
Here's the
invoke
thing.
somebody else's
Can I say something to you?
somebody
You
else's
don't
vantage
need to
point.
necessarily see the curve to believe that the Earth is round
No,
because
sir, we're talking
everything
about the
in your
sun.
life, like for example, when you are draining your sink out, if you're in the northern hemisphere, the water will drain
Jesus Christ.
Oh
clockwise.
no,
This
I
is
know you
actually
didn't.
I don't
Say
know if
Southern
that's
not
true,
really
hemisphere,
true.
man.
Yeah, hold on.
It's not really true.
will
Yeah, I
rotate
had a double. I
anti-clockwise.
had a double think.
If you're on the
No,
equator,
that's
then it will
urban
All right, slow
legend.
down, bud.
not
I'm
rotate
pretty
while
sure
Slow
it
down.
that's
rotates
fucking
down.
wrong, man.
Yeah, hang
Yeah,
on,
it
Yeah,
guys.
is.
that's
Even
urban
globe
legend.
earthers, listen, dude. I don't know if you know this, but even globe earthers know that's incorrect. It has nothing to do.
Yeah, even me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, don't invoke that in this room because everybody's going to tell you you're wrong. Even globe earth, flat earth, we all know that that's wrong. So just don't
Yeah,
invoke that. But
Explain how
I
I'm
had a
wrong.
double sync once, old man. I had a double sync, and on one side it went clockwise, on the other side it went counterclockwise.
Of course, if you have a mechanism which would interrupt the rotation of the water,
Yeah,
that would change.
it's gonna be okay, old man Joe. Relax.
So let me
he's
just
invoking.
bring up to speed. I'll just bring up to speed real quick for your
Wait, can we go back?
amusement later. No, just hold on. So we don't lose the point. We're just going to give this real quick. There's plenty of modern YouTubers who have created simulcasts where they tested this idea in spades and demonstrated that it's absolutely ridiculous. All right, let's continue.
I still see the curve though.
Yeah, so
On
what?
television, yes.
Bernard Stud, whoever posted that, yeah, I see the curve. It's very slight, but I see it. It's there.
That's on your monitor.
All right. So the third option before was that both were moving. I mean, can't you just like always say that? Like things are only ever
Yeah,
really
you
moving
can.
relative to each other.
No,
So
That's
that's
you
the
have some
fourth
relativity.
other.
option. Yo,
Well,
bro, that's the fourth option.
what we can say is
Okay,
that in
sorry. What was the third
celestial
option?
navigation,
What was
it
the
is
third option?
in celestial navigation, it's assumed that the Earth is stationary and that the stars and the celestial bodies are actually moving.
Relative. That's called a reference system, man.
Hey, they
So
they
we
were
just
using sextants in ancient times. Explain how that works on a globe.
What were they
So
using?
what was the third option?
maybe they have to assume that it's the
You're
Earth
not
that's stationary
assuming,
and
it's
it's
just
the
a reference
planetary
system.
bodies that are moving because maybe that's what's actually occurring.
I'm just trying to elaborate the plausible options, not go off of like some traditional assumption or whatever else, right? So there are two assumptions that I can see. Otherwise, the one I just referenced before was told as a fourth option. What's the third option?
It's not an assumption. It's a base axiom where you start with.
Yeah,
So
someone made a third option.
yeah, no, yeah, but I
Someone said
know.
there's a third option.
Yeah, but all
The
I'm
third
saying is that when
option,
you do
hold
your
on.
observation, all you're gonna do is see the
Derek,
sun doing.
go
So it's a
ahead.
base. It's not what you're asking for is making assumptions. So when you see the sun moving across the sky, it is not an assumption. It's an observation. So when you say that the Earth is moving, not the sun, then that's an assumption because you're only assuming that the Earth is moving and the sun
Yes,
is static. It's not an
okay, that's fine.
assumption
I'm
when
just
you see your base.
elaborating. I'm
So
just
your base
elaborating the possible
right, but it's not. Listen,
conditions in which the observation could be
what I'm
true,
saying, yeah,
right?
it's a point of clarity. A point of clarity is that when you look at your observation, let's make an observation, all of us, right? We all go outside, we see the sun moving from the east to the west. So
Right.
we don't assume that's exactly what we start with. We start with that. That's our base axiom. We start with
Yeah.
our observation, seeing the sun move. From everything else, then that becomes a speculation or assumption. That's where it starts. But when you start off, we say, I see the sun moving from east to west. So it's not an assumption, like you said. It's a point of clarity. I'm just trying to clarify that. It's not an assumption.
That's fine. I mean, I feel like we all understand that, right? So we have this observation, right? And then we go, so we could assume that both the sun and the earth are fixed, but then that's inconsistent with the observation. So that's not what's fucking going on, right? So what things can we imagine are going on that are consistent with what we see? That's what I'm looking for. When have you ever measured there's the the Earth Earth to moving. transverse through space?
Yeah, never.
That's not what I'm asking about.
Well, anyway, so the third option is that the sun is fixed in free space, the earth is fixed in free space, and the light arrives to earth through an intermediary matrix that causes the light phenomena that we see. So the only thing we actually see is the apparent sun circle move optically, and it's not moving physically.
That could
Now, there's
happen.
Okay, so
probably a
the
fifth.
light,
There's probably a fifth or
the light
sixth
is
option. For example,
There's a
conduit
million
theory. There's a
options.
whole bunch of other ones. Yeah.
so like there's a mirror basically, or otherwise the
There's
light
lots
is
of
bending.
things going on.
Yeah. Or
Sure, sure.
there was. Listen, a long time ago, there was this. I can't remember the exact name, but roughly, it's the idea that the available path of light is like a matrix, like a lattice that exists underneath like the substrate of reality, and that light can only travel in these paths. It's really a very niche one, kind of dismissed,
Okay,
kind of like,
It's
you
called
remember
ether, I
emission
think.
theory?
but so then
Yeah.
that would change
No,
through the course of the
it's
day.
not
That's what you're
ether. It's
saying.
not like
Okay,
ether.
sorry.
But so this matrix would change through the course of a day. That's what you're proposing as a third option.
No, that was like a fifth option.
Oh, fifth option. Okay.
We'll stick with the sun is moving because we can see it moving.
That's not a great assumption.
Why not?
I mean,
Oh, hold
that's
on.
not what you're
There's a
observing
seventh
necessarily.
option.
I'm
There's a
observing it.
seventh option.
Just finish saying
You
that
know
it's
what
not.
you know what the seventh option is? So the Bible says, right,
Bro.
that light. Just hold on, friend. Don't get triggered now.
Okay,
The
sorry.
Bible says that light was created before the sun, and that day and night happened before the sun was created to rule the day. And there are people who posit the idea that sunlight and daylight aren't necessarily from the sun. That daylight is its own thing, and the sunlight adds to it.
Right.
Yeah, but
Well,
can
we
you hear
still
what
see
he's
the
saying?
sun moving.
He's showing you if you want to get
So
into the realm of assumptions, it's never ending. You can keep adding and keep adding.
Right.
You could say we're all just imagining the sun move, but it's not really moving, or we're all dreaming, or just we're in the matrix. You can enter a lot of things involved with this, but it's never going to reach a conclusion, right? So he's just demonstrating that.
yeah.
So the thing is, though,
Well, no, I'm actually not trying to demonstrate that, to be clear. Like, I think the two good
I know,
assumptions are that the sun is moving or that we're moving. I
yeah,
think
but
those
see,
are the
that's
reasonable
a false
assumptions.
dichotomy, though.
And
That's a false dichotomy. In your world, that's only
no,
works
I
because
appreciate that there's an infinite number of assumptions, but I mean,
right.
most of the other ones start getting like more and more
What?
speculative. You're having to assume
So what?
further and
Could
further
still be
things.
So what?
true.
So what? So what makes what he said more wrong than what you said? Because you can't prove what you said, neither can he, as far as like us demonstrating it to each other. So there's at no point are you
Sure.
going
So,
to
but
say my assumption is better than his. It doesn't. It's no. It's just because you feel like it's better. You're going by feelings. You're not going by
Right.
actual demonstration.
no, so I'm actually going by Occam's razor, right? So like all
Occam's
those
razor would
assumptions
tell you that
Come
the sun
on.
is
assume
moving,
further
sir.
things.
Occam's
Sorry,
razor would
what?
tell you the sun is moving.
No,
Yeah,
it
you're
wouldn't tell you the sun is
bastardizing
moving.
Kind of
Occam's
would.
razor.
Kind of
Okay, wait. So
would.
just to be clear, like I exist right now in 3D space, right? I can see
Do
objects, and
you?
those objects are potentially moving. That's why I could see them moving for one. Or I could be moving. If I'm moving, then they appear to move, right? Like I can experience this just in my ordinary life.
Right.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
doesn't
but
mean
you're
that
trying
they're
to
When you
moving
start
if you're
talking
the
about
one
you're
like,
who's
trying to
moving.
pigeonhole the conversation so that you can be the one that says that you're right with your assumption. How is that, sir? You're not letting anybody else's
okay,
assumption
so
be more right than yours. You're pigeonholing to
okay,
what?
sure,
No, no,
sure.
no.
So
That doesn't make sense.
wait,
What
okay.
I'm saying makes more sense. That's what you're doing right now.
Can we
You're
walk through some of
pigeonholing
the other
your
assumptions really quick and talk about why I'm saying what I'm saying? So, like, if you want to talk about a matrix that's bending light differently and throughout the course of a day, you're assuming something that's like completely novel relative to what you can just
And
ordinarily
novel to
experience.
you.
Why?
Okay, but have you experienced this? Do you want to tell me
Have
this
you
is
experienced
something you're?
Not
the
me.
earth
Not me.
moving? I
Maybe
don't think
somebody
you
else.
have.
Maybe
Have you
somebody else
experienced the
has.
sun moving?
Maybe somebody else has.
I see it every day.
Okay, but so like in the same way that like I said, in my ordinary life, there can be an object that's moving, or I can be moving, right?
Yeah, and you don't know which
And
is
in both
which, so what's
cases,
your point?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. That is my point.
Yeah,
It's
it's
one
my
of those two
point.
things.
So I don't know why you're saying you're more right.
I'm not saying I'm more right between one of those
You
two,
are.
but between one of those two and some third option that requires the
You're
the
trying to
addition of some new assumption.
anyone
But
else's
you're
assumption.
claiming, yeah, you're claiming that standing on a spinning water ball spinning backwards, therefore the sun moves, is not Occam's razor.
Is not Occam's razor? I'm not sure I'm following your
Correct.
point.
Well, you said Occam's razor is what led you to this water ball spinning backwards.
No. So Occam's razor is
Yeah.
why I throw out the long tail beyond either the Earth is moving or the sun is moving. Right?
That's what I just said.
So most of the alternative explanations that you would propose, like that there's some matrix that's bending the light. Otherwise,
But
if you want to talk about like
is
both
the
are moving,
explanation that you're standing on a water ball spinning backwards, is that Occam's razor?
So I never said anything about a water ball spinning
Sure you
backwards,
did.
right?
Well, that's what the Earth is. That's what you're
Okay, sure. So
saying
the Earth is
creating the
well, I
sun's
don't know.
movement.
Maybe the Earth is that. Maybe it's not. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm just saying that one of the two things is moving, right? Either I'm moving or it's moving.
Or both, right?
So then what would
Yeah,
be
but you can do the both
evidence?
thing, and ultimately, I think
What
that
would be the
reduces, right?
evidence
Just
that
because,
you
so
have?
whenever you say that anything's moving, it's always relative to something else, and so I can always make one of the two things that's moving like one of the reference points, and then either
That's a false
you don't
dichotomy.
end up
Yeah,
you don't
you
end up
can't
with both
make
moving.
either one of them Occam's razor.
It's a false dichotomy because the gentleman introduced other
Yeah,
factors.
so I would actually tend to agree with that, right? So like,
He's
I don't
just
think
steamrolling the conversation because he wants to pigeonhole it to like what he says. How is it? How is your assumption more right than what all the other 5 other assumptions were? That's
So I'm
what
gonna
you're
respond
not
to the other guy.
understanding at the moment. You're
I'm
making
gonna
an
respond to
assumption.
the other guy.
You're making an assumption right now, and then you
So
think
the
that
other
you're
guy said
right to
something directly to
pigeonhole
me, and
the
I'm gonna respond to
conversation to
that.
sound
Let me
like
know when
what
you're
you
done.
want it to sound like. That's not fair to the other assumptions. What about
Are
the
you
other
done?
assumptions?
Let
No,
me know
I'm
when you're
not
done.
done. You're making a false dichotomy out of it. You're making it sound like it can only be us moving or it's moving. So what about the other assumptions?
Are you
What
done?
if
Are you
we're in the
done?
matrix? No, I'm not done. You keep interrupting me. I'm not done. When I'm done, I'll tell you I'm done. All right? You want me to do that to you? Are you done? Are you done? Every time you're talking? So once again, the other assumptions that the other gentleman just told you, you didn't take that into consideration. You threw them aside and you said, no, it can't be those because they're too absurd. We got to stick with this false dichotomy of either we're moving or the sun's moving. And then you pigeonholed it to where it only sounds like what you're saying is true. You're pigeonholing the argument, bro. Can't do that. I'm done.
Are you done? Okay, thank you. So the other guy said you can't use Occam's razor to distinguish between the two, and I agree.
You're the one who brought up Occam's razor. And Occam's razor led you to water ball spinning, standing on it, moving backwards, sun moving. That was you.
So to be clear, Occam's razor leaves me in a position where, like I said before, either the sun is moving or the earth is moving, and I can't distinguish between those further with Occam's razor.
You're using the Occam's razor
Well, a
incorrectly.
minute ago, you were tossing all kinds of things out using Occam's razor.
He's using it incorrectly
Yeah,
because it was
so the other
he was
things
introduced to a lot of
could be
other
correct.
factors that it could be. So if there was like about 6 or
Yep.
7 other factors that it could be, he didn't know that until the gentleman spoke about him, and then now he's like, well, it can't be those, and he keeps coming back to the false dichotomy where it's either we're moving or the sun's
Well, no,
moving.
so
What about us being in the matrix? What about us dreaming that the sun's actually moving? What about
so
us, like so
to be
many
clear,
other factors as
to be
assumptions?
clear, it could be those, but those require further assumptions, and so they're less plausible. That's all the Occam's razor really says.
No.
It could be
I
true.
know, but further assumptions
just-
on your part. The other guy, for the other guy, his reality could be that he's just dreaming everything. So he's not making his assumption, and you're making
Yeah,
it sound like
it could
he
be.
is making an assumption. So now you're going to
Could
argue:
be.
is he making an assumption on the basis of reality, or are you on the basis of reality? Because what
Yeah,
if your reality?
we could be
What if
brains
your
in a vat.
reality is?
We totally
Yeah, I
could be.
understand that, but you start to what you start to do is you start to mince out what Occam's razor is by saying, okay, this guy over here says he's dreaming, but we all know that we're not dreaming. How do you know that? What's your basis on reality? That's what I'm asking you now, because it's like he said we're all dreaming. and he brought up the assumption.
Yeah, you want to like suddenly have a conversation about metaphysics,
No,
epistemology.
well, that's where you're going.
I
That's
don't
exactly
really.
where you're going with it. That's why.
Okay, sure.
It was stated. That's why it was stated to you that when you're using Occam's razor, it's not just like the way you're saying the least amount of assumptions. Because to the guy, for him, he might be saying like, my reality is that we're all in a dream, and you're telling me we're not. Prove me that I'm wrong. How are you gonna do that? How? How can you do that? That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't realize that in this argument, you're making a false dichotomy.
Yeah, I do realize that. I mean, do you really think I've like never experienced these sorts of solipsistic arguments before? Like, this is totally novel. You're showing me something revelatory right now.
Sounds like you're an amateur at this. You don't understand that there could be.
So okay, so because I'm such an amateur, why don't you show me in what fruitful direction you're trying to go?
I think his mic cut out, or he's
Maybe
lagging or
maybe you
something.
can maybe you can.
Yeah, Mike,
I
give me a
have a
second.
question. How you will prove something is not in movement?
Yeah, so like I said before, that's kind of why I balked at the like we're both moving thing. It's just because you can say that anything's moving because movement is always just relative to something else.
Yeah, but how you can prove something is not in movement?
Yeah, like I said, anything can be said to be moving, right? Because movement is always in relation to something else.
That means everything is moving. There is no possibility to.
Yes. Everything could be moving, and at the same time, any particular one thing could be said not to be moving because you just have a frame of reference that is completely consistent with the thing.
Is it there possibility for not movement?
So, like I said, you can say that
Is it
anything is not moving.
possibility? I'm asking. Is it there only possibility for not movement? For example,
I feel like I'm answering your question, but
okay, is it possible that if I'm standing on the earth and seeing the sun moving, that what that I'm seeing it's moving, and that what I'm standing is not moving, that is happening? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible. That was one of the two examples I gave.
Okay, what I should to doubt that what is happening to me, that mean I'm not moving, and the things what is moving, that mean everything what is real, what I should to doubt in that things? Why?
Yeah, so I mean, like a number of you I've heard say, like, has anyone ever demonstrated that the Earth is moving? But then, I just end up sitting here as a, like infinite skeptic. Has anyone ever demonstrated that the sun is moving, right? And I'm still left with no means of distinguishing between these two things.
With Occam's razor, so go down the list, right? What's the next razor you'd use?
I feel like at some point I would just start trying to figure out how I could test things.
So
How you
about
can test this? You can measure drop over distance in a distance if it's there.
So you've got Hitchens'
Easily.
razor.
You don't
That
need
can be
space. You don't
asserted
need
without
rotation.
evidence, can be dismissed without evidence. Does that fit now? So you got an assertion that it's not the Earth that's the sun that's moving; it's the Earth that's moving. Okay, so what would be your evidence for that assertion?
Okay, but I mean, conversely, you're saying that the sun is actually moving, not the Earth. What's
Yeah,
the
you
evidence
see
for
it.
that
You
assertion?
see the sun move.
Okay, but so like I can move my body right now and I see the objects around me moving. I see them moving.
So did you move or did the objects move?
Now stand still.
So you can change and manipulate you.
You can't pigeonhole the argument to what you make it sound like. So, like I said before, the basic axiom is that we're watching a physical, naturally observed phenomena, or excuse me, we're observing the natural phenomena of the Earth moving across our skies. Everybody is. That's the basic axiom. Everybody starts from that. Now, the introduction of all the assumptions come involved, which the gentleman told you, AI, he's like, well, there's many other options. You're just saying that it's only either us or the sun moving. But what about the guy who thinks we live in a matrix? What about someone who thinks we're dreaming? There's many more, right? But that's yeah, it sounds funny, but
okay.
When when you say that,
No,
you're,
I mean,
no,
I'm
no,
just
no.
laughing, not so much because you're proposing something preposterous, but because you're just doing it again, bro. Like, you haven't been
I
heard.
know.
You have been heard.
You don't understand the implications of it. It seems like it's because, like, to you, it's like no. But that's preposterous. How could that be the case? Because we only either us
It's
are
not.
moving or the sun.
So it's not
So
that it's preposterous. It's just that it involves
Right.
more assumptions.
No, it don't. Because you're thinking that it does. That's what you're wrong. And I even introduced you, like, if another clever sophist came in here, they could be like, no, I base my reality on that I live in a matrix. And you're basing it on you think you live in this reality, which I don't think is a real one. And so you're already starting with a faulty premise, thinking that just because you're assuming that you live in a reality where everybody agrees with you, that that's going to be the case for the gentleman that's speaking to you. You see what I'm saying? So you're not thinking deeply enough about what you're saying about assumptions. So what I can say is, though, even the guy who thinks he's dreaming, right, or in the Matrix, we can all stand outside and see the very. You know what I mean?
To be clear, do you think that you're a brain in a vat?
No. Do you?
You don't. You don't. So you think you're here in reality, where you and I are sharing like a shared objective space, right?
Yeah, but that's not everybody in the world, and I guarantee you,
No,
there's
that's
many more.
fine. But that's you and me. That's you and me right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we want to explain the apparent motion of the sun, right? And we have some different potential explanations. One of them is that both of these things are actually fixed, and there's some unknown phenomena of light that causes us to perceive that one of them is moving.
You are wrong. You can't do that because the only thing that we can do is tell everybody what we observe. So when you say, okay, let's get down to the basics. What is our observation about? What do we see? So we start talking about what our observations are about. We all see the sun moving across the sky. Everybody from the guy thinks we're the Matrix to the guy who's dreaming, everybody's observation is the same. Now, when somebody says, I see a duck fighting an alligator, then you're like, dude, what the fuck? Like, that doesn't even, we don't even agree on what that is. So,
okay, so none of these people are in the room with us right now, right? Are any of these people in the room with us right now?
Listen, it's not about you and me. It's about a third-party perspective as well. Like, you can't just discount everybody. You have to make sure that everybody's included in this. That's how we get to the.
I'm actually talking about two different assumptions that are both operating from the same base, which is that we're not a brain in a vat, that we actually are experiencing reality.
We're starting with the false dichotomy. Go on.
Okay, so no, we're comparing two assumptions. Yes, we're trying to figure out which of these two assumptions makes, or rather, two explanations makes more assumptions.
Wrong. We're not starting with assumptions. No, because I told you.
Two explanations. Sorry, two explanations.
No. It's not sir. It's not an explanation. It's a naturally observed phenomena. What do we see?
Sure. So there's a naturally observed phenomena, and now we're producing explanations for that phenomena.
Sir, I'm trying to tell you. I'm not starting from an assumption. You keep saying that I'm starting from an assumption every time I say this. You keep telling me I'm not starting from an assumption. I'm starting from a naturally observed phenomena. What are you starting from? What are you starting from?
Yeah, we're starting from the same place, right? So we observe the sun.
Are you observing the sun move across the sky?
We observe the sun move. Yes.
Are you observing the sun naturally moving across the sky? Yes or no?
I don't understand what you're asking me anymore, but I feel like I just said yes.
Are you observing the sun move across the sky? Yes or no?
I feel like I just said yes.
Okay, so now go from there. We all observe that. Now what?
Dude, I just walked through this. Do you actually listen to me?
Go. Now that we both observe the same thing, go. Where are we going next?
Okay, so there's different ways that we can explain this happening, right?
Go for it. There's 7 ways, or 8 ways, 100 ways.
There's 8 ways. Did we really enumerate all those?
Yeah.
So
oh, sorry.
Sure. That's fine. Yeah, there's an infinite set. It's where I was last time we were talking about this, but apparently there's 8.
Yeah.
There's just 8. Yeah. Anyway, so
8 or more. Who knows? There's probably more.
You just said 8.
I just gave a random number. I just gave a random number. Tell you that there's a lot.
Whatever. I don't care. Okay. So one explanation right? Now, explanation for what we observe is that the Earth is moving. Another explanation is that the sun is moving, right? A third explanation is that both are actually fixed. This was another
Yeah.
explanation that was given here. It was admittedly niche, right?
Very good. Very good.
Neither are
Keep
moving,
going.
and there's this matrix in between that is redirecting the light such that the sun apparently moves, but in fact does not, right?
Yeah.
So that
There you go.
third explanation has a further assumption, which is some phenomena that we otherwise have not experienced. It could be. There
No.
could be
No.
some
No. No.
yet
No. No.
un.
No. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. It's not that we
Okay.
haven't experienced it. You're claiming that you haven't experienced it. The
Have you
gentleman who
experienced
proposed
it?
that.
Okay, so to be clear, have you experienced it?
Trying to tell you something. Just let me finish, okay? The guy who said that could be the one experiencing that in their mind. Not that it's actually happening like the way they're saying it, but as far as their assumption goes, if they think they live in a matrix where both items are still, then that's going to be the case for that person. According to their assumption, you
Okay,
can't
but
dictate.
so on this
You
basis,
can't
I can
dictate
just
what that
assume that I can
but
just
you
say
can't talk
I live in I'm a brain in a vat. The Earth is a globe, and you can't tell me otherwise because what?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah,
that's
your
fine.
argumentation here is
No,
ridiculous.
no.
This is
That's fine
ridiculous.
because here's the skinny, man. When you get down to it, people will automatically defer to that because they'll say like they'll want to burn the whole house of cards down, just tear it all down because it's easy for them
I
to
actually think that
say,
you lack. I think your mode of
Yeah.
thinking leaves you with an incapacity to recognize the variety and assumptions that actually exists for any particular
the
claim.
variety. No, because it's not about assuming what's going on. It's
Yeah,
about
for
telling
you, all
people
assumptions
the
are fungible. Assumptions are just assumptions, and
truth.
they're all based
Here's
on
where you
perspective, and ultimately
you
there's
start with
no distinguishing between them.
So you start with the base axiom, right? You start with whatever everybody observes, and then if anybody wants to introduce any ideas, they're gonna have to validate them. In other words, if I say, okay, well, we all see the sun moving, that's fine, right? But you're a globe earther, this guy's a matrix earther, the other guy's a dream earther, or whatever, and then everybody's like, well, I think that my assumption is correct, and then I'm gonna be like, okay, validate your assumption. Now, how are you going to validate your assumption, sir?
Oh
How
man,
can you do that?
this esoteric pedantry is like really obnoxious when you don't have the
You
capacity
see how
to
you
just like
don't have an
recognize the
answer to
things that
that?
people are actually doing.
When I'm asking for validation, you come up tits because it's true. You don't have anything. There's nothing that you can
No.
provide
Oh
validation.
God, bro.
Oh
Okay, yeah.
God,
So
that's the truth.
again,
Isn't it?
dude, let me speak. Like
Go ahead.
honestly. Okay,
Go for it.
so when you're talking about verification, I mean that brings me back to the matrix of light, right? Has anyone actually demonstrated this phenomena existing in real world conditions? Not in their mind, but actually.
The matrix of light. What the fuck, dude? What are
This
you
is one of
talking about?
the explanations that we've been working with this whole time.
The matrix of light? What do you mean? Explain.
Were you here for the previous discussions about this? Are you even listening to the conversation?
Can you surmise? Can you surmise what you? I mean, come on, dude. Like, just give me the shorthand version.
This wasn't an explanation that I proposed. It was an alternative explanation for which both the Earth and the Sun are fixed.
Okay, dude. What I'm asking for now is like you're making your assumption. How are we gonna validate
I don't want to talk to you specifically. Like you specifically, this isn't fruitful at all.
Yeah, because I always make you guys out to seem like
Yeah,
you don't
won.
know what you're talking
you
about.
Won.
Like you.
You won.
Thank
yeah,
you.
You got me.
Yeah,
you won.
let me take a bow.
Can you just like not talk now?
No, sorry. You're not just gonna get to say whatever you want in this room. You're gonna have to validate what your shit that you're saying. The shit that comes out of your
I'm not
mouth.
trying to
If you
just say
want to
whatever I want. It's just that like conversations with you specifically are not fruitful at all.
Are
like,
not
I
what?
actually think
No.
that you're really loud relative to everyone else in the room.
Bullshit. I'm not gonna entertain your bullshit like maybe somebody else will. Oh, really? Tell me what you think about your son. Bullshit. Prove that what you're saying is true. And if you can't prove it, then why are you saying it? Right?
It's really weird that you're saying this to me in the context of like the matrix of light assumption, which is the one that I actually dismissed. And like now you're dismissing it to me as if you were getting me with a gotcha, when what I was saying was Occam's razor would tell you that's less likely. That's what I actually said. I don't feel like you're listening to me. I don't feel like you're trying to engage with me in any kind of like meaningful, productive way. And I do want to stop talking to you.
Yeah, I know, because you guys always wind up this way with me anyway. Because you don't There's no way that you guys can validate your
No,
assumptions.
yeah, I
There's no.
understand. I understand. You got me. You got
There's
me.
no way.
I'm telling you, you got me.
Well,
Come
that's
on.
the thing. Though.
Assalamualaikum.
Other than that, what else do we have to talk about? Because then you're just going to keep saying, I want to talk to somebody who lets me assume things. Why? Is that what we're trying to do? Get to the bottom of assumptions, but just assuming more things? No, we're trying to figure out if the case for the globe's geometry and like what we see and naturally observed matches what they're telling us. As in, oh, they're saying that the sun's actually still and we're moving. How can we validate that? When there's nobody that can, so what does that make it? True or false?
Good argument.
Or are we just religious zealots believing whatever organization is saying, well, guys, I'm going to tell you what the solar system is. And you just believe me. And you're like, oh, okay. Oh, holy and religious, academia. Well, believe whatever you say because we can believe, right? It's
You
not
don't,
about that, sir.
bro.
We're in the foundations of logical thinking and critically looking at things. So when it comes to that, you're either going to be able to stand or fall. And that's the thing. When things can't stand or fall, then what does it become? Either true or false, right? It's either true, what they're saying. Go ahead.
You're
Go
cooking
on.
it up right now, to be honest. Quite factual.
Yeah,
Who are you
I agree
talking
with that.
to?
I don't know. He might have left.
Sounds like you've been talking to yourself for a good 10 minutes.
Well,
Jeez.
it's okay. Well, it wasn't 10 minutes. It was only like maybe 2. He was
Look,
here
I'll
for a
be
little bit.
honest, most of the globe
Dude, you
arguments
more or
are
less haven't talked to
socialist.
yourself this whole time. Realistically, you haven't been talking to me. I
Look,
don't think you've actually heard what I've said.
Yeah, boy.
I'll hear what you said, Moon. Tell me, what's up?
Yeah, he'll listen to you. Go cry on his shoulder, man, because you got none for me, bruh.
I'll hold your hand and we can talk about this together.
Yeah, he'll
Come
hold
on.
your hand.
What's up? How can I?
Okay, so at the start of the conversation, we were talking about the apparent motion of the sun through the sky, right?
Sure.
I said that either the sun is moving or the Earth is moving. That's how we
Why
could
is
explain
that?
this apparent motion, right? And then we went through a list of potential alternative explanations. One of which was that both are actually fixed, and then the like exact verbiage of the person giving me this explanation was that there's some kind of matrix of light that causes the sun to apparently move, right? This was admittedly niche, on the part of the person who presented it to me, but I said that that would be less likely just by Occam's razor. And then from there, this guy went off about how I was wrong about that.
Interesting.
But like I can move around in my environment. If I move around in my environment, the objects around me appear to move. Otherwise, I can be stationary and they can be moving,
What
right?
do you mean by the
And both of
objects in
them,
your
result in
environment?
this.
Are we talking about the sun?
So like the thing,
Moon? Yep.
no, like the things around me, right? Just like I don't know, like I'm outside. There's a bird, right? If I move, the bird appears to move, right? It moves around in my perspective. Otherwise, if the bird moves, it moves around in my perspective. So
Would it
one of
really
those two
be
things can
perspective
explain its
though?
movement. Sorry, what?
Would it really be perspective though?
That's interesting because when my mom was a little girl, she used to imagine that the whole world was
Oh
moving and
my
the
god,
car that she
you
was in
again, bro.
was sitting still. It's me again.
But so
At
otherwise,
the heart of flat Earth,
it
it's a
could
conspiracy theory,
I
right?
cannot stand you
it,
for
it
a
could
very
otherwise
simple
potentially be
reason.
true, right? That we were both stationary, and in some way, like there was a mirror or something else. Like I was actually seeing the bird through a mirror, and then the mirror was moving, right? It could be true, but then I have to assume that there's a mirror.
But
There's a
if I put the
further assumption. That's the whole point I was making before, and like it just fucking devolved immediately into like some kind of weird. I don't know.
No, it's not
put
weird.
the
It's just that you answer the questions
can I
about
put one
validation.
example?
You live in a world of assumptions, sir. That's what you want. You want to cry on the guy's shoulder. Tell him how bad the mean flat earther was to you.
No, okay. So to be clear, we are necessarily making some assumptions, just even to get off the ground, right? To escape solipsism and whatever else.
Bullshit.
Then there's a question of whether or not you're
Bullshit.
making further
Bullshit.
assumptions.
No, that's your version. But the true version is everybody goes outside, makes a naturally observed phenomena, observation of the sun moving across the sky. Yes or no?
Okay, so
Yes or
do
no?
you think
Yes or no?
going back to what I just
Yes or no?
what I just said that you
Yes
what
or
I just
no?
said that you said was
Yes or no?
what I just said that you
Yes
what I
or
just
no?
said that you said was
Yes or
bullshit,
no?
right?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Do we all go outside and make a naturally observed phenomena of this sun moving across the sky? Yes or no? Go ahead. Tell me how we're all assuming that. Mm-hmm. Go on. Yes.
But at the heart,
Oh.
it's a conspiracy theory, right?
No. We'll get into that in just a moment. I want this guy to answer if he's going to be honest or not. If we're making an assumption or we're making a naturally observed phenomena of observation of the sun moving across the sky.
If we're making a natural observed phenomenon.
I meant making an observation of the sun moving across the sky.
Did you walk through the whole thing with me just now?
You didn't answer my question. You did not answer my question. You keep rambling and you don't answer my question. Are we all going outside and making a natural phenomena of the sun moving across the sky?
Do you want me to answer your question?
You can answer it with yes or no.
The important thing is what do you mean? I can't give you a yes or no answer until I know what the question is asking. I need to know what the question is.
If you and me walk outside, I'm asking, if you and me walk outside.
Are you talking about the observation? Are we going to see the sun moving
across? Are we going to see the sun moving across the sky from the east to the west? Yes or no?
Observation or the explanation?
The observation, sir. How many fucking times
are you going to tell me? Sure. So let me just ask. Are you going to tell me that then the necessarily correct?
Why can't we just be honest and say we both see the sun moving across the sky from east to west, sir? Why? Why can't we do that?
Are you going to tell me then that the necessarily correct
explanation? Oh my God! Why can't you just answer the?
Because I'm asking you. Are you talking about the observation or the explanation?
You're obfuscating. You're not answering.
I'm not obfuscating. I'm asking.
Yes, you are.
If you're necessarily.
Just answer the question. Are we making a naturally observed phenomena? Are we making a natural?
Yes or no?
I'll answer.
Because the intention.
I'll answer. So we observe the apparent motion of the sun.
No, we just make the naturally observed. But we were observing this sun move across the sky. That's pretty obvious to everybody. That's got.
Okay, so like when I'm moving, and the objects around me appear to be moving, what do I observe in that case?
You're making an observation. You're not making an assumption. An observation is not an assumption. You're just saying, "Hey, this is what I see." That's all. That's all.
So when I'm moving, I'm just asking you. When I'm moving, and the objects around me appear to be moving, what am I actually observing?
You moving? You just stated at the very beginning of that. When I'm moving, so it's you moving. Why? You already clarified it.
Okay, but in that case,
you clarified it, bro.
So to be clear, so in that case, we happen to know that.
Clear, you stated that you were moving.
We happen to know if I'm moving or not moving. Do we know in this case that we are certainly not moving?
You just stated you're moving.
If your car is driving, you know that you're moving.
Yep. Everybody
knows. Do we know when we observe the sun that we are not moving?
Once again, when you go outside, you make the observation of the sun moving across the sky.
Okay, so I agree.
Okay,
yes.
now that you understand that,
your answer is yes.
Now that you understand that, what else do you want to do from there?
Okay, so do you know that we are not moving? Do you know that we're stationary?
My observation will tell me so. Yep.
It tells you you're stationary?
Yeah.
Yes.
Me too.
How do you know that how do you know that you're stationary?
I'm not moving.
You're making a second. You're making a second thing here. So your first observation is, I see the sun move. Okay, and you said we all see the same thing. Everyone sees the sun move. Now you have to drop that. You've reached your logical conclusion. Now you went back to something else. Those two things are disconnected at this point because now you're talking about something else. You said, now I'm on the earth. Am I moving? And you say, well, no, because is the earth moving? No, I can move along the earth, and you can move yourself. You can walk. You could get in a car. You could drive and see a mountain. But that mountain wasn't moving. You were moving. So then you can say, oh, I wonder if I tie all these observations together. And you're like, certainly. You could tie those observations together.
So when you say that I'm not moving, you mean relative to the surface of the earth, right?
Okay, how about what object? So you right now, are you moving or not moving right now?
I don't know. I need a reference point.
You're the reference point.
Oh, wow. See, he's a brain in a jar.
If I'm the reference point for my own movement, then I couldn't possibly be moving in any circumstance ever.
So you've always been stationary your whole life. You're like a tree. You're just planted in the ground.
If I'm the reference point for my own movement, I have never moved in my life.
Use that. Okay. Now write that down. And now, from now on, anytime you see something, Yeah, but he's got to follow his logic to a full conclusion. Otherwise, he'll just keep spiraling.
That's fucking stupid. No, he just wants to introduce his sophistry. It's not working.
No,
That's
it's
fucking
not.
stupid.
Oh my god!
Nobody would
Listen.
agree with that asshole. Nobody would agree with you, dude. Nobody's gonna agree with you that because your reference point, everybody's still. That's fucking stupid, dude. Come on.
Yeah, you have to have a reference point for anything to
How
be
about an
moving.
analogy?
This is
Let's
just
use
like
an
just
analogy.
basic sense.
You're in a car. You're sitting still. The whole world is moving around you. But are you moving through the world, or is the world moving?
It depends on the point of reference and like what
He's
object you're
got
asking
this.
about. So like
He's
if
got this weird point
if
of
the point
reference,
of
like
reference,
that movie, The Time Machine, where he sits down in the time machine, he pulls a lever, and everything else is moving around him as he goes through time and space. That's what he
sure.
thinks he's
So
doing right now. He's just in a time machine that just seems to hover around different scenes
okay, so
that
to be
kind
clear,
of move
if you're
into
talking
his
about the
view,
world around you,
like he's
right?
watching
And
a
the point,
TV. Like your
if the
worldview is that you cannot determine if you're just watching a TV screen or if you're
you're not
actually moving about the world.
well, no, my
if
point
you
of view is just that
if you're
there's no
not in
absolute
car, can I
reference
ask you
frame for
something else?
movement.
If you're not in car, if you're in helicopter and hovering, what then is doing?
What then is doing again? It all just comes down to a point of reference. There's no absolute point of reference for
Yeah,
movement.
but you are in helicopter hovering.
That's what
The
I'm
sun
actually
is going.
expressing.
Yeah, the sun is coming from the east to the west. You are in helicopter. What is going on with the ground?
The ground is moving.
But how helicopter is always there on the same place?
Yeah, but it
Okay,
looks like the
so
ground is moving. Like, yeah, I'm in a
relative to what?
helicopter stays still to
What
me.
I
is
feel
it?
like you're
Is
like
it
I feel
is
like you're
it air
trying really
moving
hard to get
together
away
with
from
the
the idea that there are points of
Yeah, the
reference.
is it
whole
I don't understand
universe, the
why.
whole universe is moving
it
around the helicopter.
is it air moving together with the ground?
Here's a good gift that will highlight what like Mon's point of view is in his life.
I mean, I could
This
totally.
is how he sees the world. This gift right here.
Yeah, everything
Is this
else
one
is
of those
moving.
zoom in gifts? Aren't
Yeah,
these like ancient?
everything is moving, but you're
Okay, so no,
stationary
to be
in your
clear,
chair.
that I haven't proposed that this is my so like if I am the frame of reference, right? Then yes, everything else is moving. If I'm not, I mean, like honestly, as I'm moving around, like if someone asked me, "Are you moving right now?" My frame of reference would be the surface of the Earth, or the world around me, and then the answer would be yes or no based on not whether or not I'm moving relative to that.
Yeah, so just
My
like a
point is
TV,
just
I
that
put you in front
movement.
of a TV screen, and you have to use the same analogy, and then you wouldn't be able to tell.
I mean, yeah, if you enveloped me in like a VR headset, right, and then asked me if I was moving, and otherwise I didn't have like access to kinesthetic sense or like anything else, yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell.
There you go. Miggy was right. You think you're a brain in a vat.
Yeah, because your ears will tell you if you're
No, I
moving.
See,
mean,
too bad Miggy
I
left.
basically just said if I were a brain in a vat, then I would be a brain in a vat. That's what I just said, and you said, "Oh, you think you're a brain in a vat?"
Well,
And
you can't.
there's no tool of discernment that you would be able to figure out why one way or the other.
Yeah, no, basically what I said is if I were a brain in a vat, and if I otherwise voided all of my other tools for which I would know that I was a brain in a vat, then I wouldn't know I was a brain in a vat. I mean, like, come on, man.
Do you think you are?
And all
No,
this logic is
we
giving
already
you
discussed this. We already discussed
and
this.
all
I
the
don't think I'm a brain in a vat.
okay, and all this logic is giving you more how to say more potential. It's more potential that we are moving that we are stationary.
Someone should clip that and send it to Miggy so he doesn't feel like you felt frustrated with this guy. He was trying to get all that talk that Miggy was doing with you, or Mayhem, was trying to get you just to admit that you don't know what your lived experience is, unless you go and observe something else that you also don't know.
It's like gender
That
ideal.
inside your own worldview, you cannot use yourself as a causal agent for you. Like if I say right now, I'm stationary, I'm sitting at my desk, I know I'm stationary. If I get up and walk, I know as a causal agent of myself, I got up and moved. But in your point of view, you could have been stationary. The whole world around you just moved in a way to make it seem like you moved, but you really didn't.
That's literally how it feels in a car, because you don't feel the constant G-force applied to you when you're moving the same speed as the car.
Yeah, my point is actually just really simple, right? Movement is always relative to something else. That's it. There's no absolute frame of reference for movement. You can say that anything is stationary, you can say that anything is moving. This is why I originally balked at the idea that both were moving, because it ultimately reduces to one or the other.
Yeah, so you threw out all heliocentric then. That's
You're
right.
bricked.
Yeah. Yeah, he's bricked.
Like we've established the Earth is heliocentric since 500 BC, right?
I don't know what was that earlier.
Since the 5th century BC, we've been able to establish that we live in a heliocentric planetoid.
No,
How?
I don't know if it was
How?
BC. That sounds kind of weird. Because
Yeah.
it was the
How we
first,
did?
right?
Citation.
Wasn't it Galileo?
Here.
How we
No,
did
hold on.
that?
He's gonna go on mute till he posts a citation for that bullshit. Just randomly throwing out we and I, or like we and us and humanity did something. Yo, okay, citation, demonstration.
Oh wait, so are
Was
there
it Copernicus or
mods in
something?
here who like all have the same perspective? Is that what this room is?
No, it's about empiricism.
Hey, listen.
No, inside your worldview, that's not possible.
All the
Wait, he
flat
just
Earth-
contradicted. Hold
so-
on, get the contradiction there. He
Is
just
there a
contradicted
single
himself.
Glober mod in this channel?
For what?
Probably not.
Oh, no, there's no Glober mod. If someone thinks their Earth is a globe, they'd be disqualified from being a mod in this room.
Okay.
You think you will be muted if you show the drop over distance in reality? You think you will be muted if you prove the experiment for rotation of the Earth? You think you will be muted if you prove the gas pressure without container with the experiment and whatever with the person who did it?
Yeah, do you think you could mod the room if you think you might be a brain in a jar?
Yeah, that's the best part. Even inside his own worldview, each flat earther would have a completely different observer dependency. So really, he would say there's no way to classify everyone together at the same time. But then he did so. So
to be clear, I was emphatic
inside your own
about not
worldview.
being
Your own
a brain in a
worldview is
vat.
a lot. Your worldview is not rational.
I was emphatic about not being a brain in a vat, but it was proposed to me repeatedly that that was an assumption, to which I agreed. I could be a brain in a vat. I could not know that I'm a brain in a vat. Right?
Yeah, your
But I
worldview
assume
is
that
not
I'm
rational. Your irrational worldview, and it's causing a lot of cognitive dissonance.
How
that
are you
have
going to
to work
mod a
out.
room if you can't figure that one out?
So to be clear, you're certain you're not a brain in a vat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
How are you certain?
So are you. You're just leaving yourself this little speck to stand upon. You know it's nonsense.
No, I mean I actually. So I was talking. You said his name was Mick, the first person I was talking to.
Miggy.
He actually proposed this to me.
Miggy
He proposed this to me, right? That I didn't know that I wasn't a brain in a vat, and it's like, yeah,
no,
sure, I
because
guess I
you
don't
were
really,
offering. Okay,
right?
let's see how brick this guy is. He offered that as what? What was the purpose of offering that?
I mean, he was talking about assumptions.
No, he was trying to break your false dichotomy. You had set up a false dichotomy of a black and white world, either A or B, and he was telling you that inside your false dichotomy, there's multiple explanations that don't fit in either A or B, or they could fit in both A and B.
Yeah.
So your worldview.
Yeah. So the alternative explanation.
You
So the
breaking
C,
it down
the C
into
there
an
would be
A.
that I'm a brain in a vat.
No, that would have been, you'd take the brain in that, you drop inside your worldview, it had to be dropped in bucket A or bucket B, or both. You drop them in both buckets. That's why your worldview was irrational, because it was based off a false dichotomy.
So the thing outside of the false dichotomy, that I'm a brain in a vat, right?
No, that you'd have to put that into your. So if you've got only a binary choice, 0 or 1.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
And someone
so
their
it's a demonstration
observer
of a third
dependency
option. That's
that
what you're
they're a
saying.
brain in a vat. You would have inside your worldview, you would have to drop that observation into either 0 or 1.
Okay, so to be clear, I was asking for additional explanations. right? And I wasn't trying to reduce them to the other two. I was saying that they were less likely due to Occam's razor, which is exactly the conditions on which I would discharge the brain in a vat theory.
Yeah, so it broke your worldview just that easily.
No, it didn't break my worldview, man. I was completely content with it. I wasn't actually saying that it has to be one of those two things. Never did I say that. I said these two are more likely than the alternatives. And I've yet to see an alternative that is actually as likely as those two.
Yeah, inside your worldview, there isn't a possible alternative because you don't know if you're even moving or not.
No, there are.
He
They're
keeps saying
absolutely
there is the
possible. I've said
possible
repeatedly,
alternative.
they're
He keeps saying
absolutely
that.
possible. They're just less likely.
Yeah, inside your worldview, you will never be able to tell. If you get up and move, inside your worldview, you would not be able to tell that. You would not. There would be no tool of discernment that would give you
So to be
any
clear,
way of figuring out if you got up
to
and
be
moved
clear,
that
if
you did
I
that.
get up and move, if I actually move myself, I have that additional awareness. I don't have the ability to move or not move the earth. I don't have that extra degree of awareness. I am deliberately voiding myself of it in consideration of that reality.
Okay, so you're back to a brain in a vat again.
With respect to the movement of the earth, I don't have the ability to move or not move the earth. So I don't have that extra awareness of whether or
How
not
about
it's
an
moving.
earthquake? Does the earth move during an earthquake, or do you think you're just
Yeah.
gyrating? Like when you
So, I mean,
feel an
the earth
earthquake, you
actually,
think
so to be clear,
you're so
the
hold
earth
on, you're
actually
you're
accelerates.
inside an earthquake right now. Do you think
The earth
some
actually,
like
it
Paul
actually
Bunyan just
accelerates.
dropped a quarter into like the
It
vibrating bed or
accelerates.
something?
It accelerates during an earthquake.
Yeah, so you see the earth shake, you feel the earth move under your feet, and you think it's actually
Okay.
not moving. You're moving.
I mean, I guess, again, going back to the original, depending on the frame of reference, you can say that basically anything is moving or not moving.
Okay, so you're back to a brain in the vat again. You don't know. There's no way
No,
you
he's
ever be able to
not.
know.
No. I mean,
And from that point, where we go?
I
When
really
we
don't
don't know.
understand like the intense
So
motivation
you've
to
got
just call
10
people
people.
stupid and not
You're all in
understand
a
what they're
room.
saying.
You're at a grocery store and an earthquake happens. All 10 people say, wow, that was a really powerful, little weak earthquake. Like I felt the earth move. And you say, not me. I couldn't tell for sure. Was it me moving or was it the earth moving or were all of you just moving? And they look at you like, did something fall on that guy's head? Like
no, that's
they're looking for
different.
the brain trauma. Like maybe they missed it. Like wasn't
In
some
all
object
fairness,
had fell? You know.
in all fairness, if he is a brain on a jar, it might have fallen off the shelf during the earthquake.
Yeah,
I
it
was
kind
gonna
of like
say the same
inputted the.
thing.
This is what Mickey tried to break down for you. Mayhem tried to break down for you, just Big Bird and Barney style. You just ask somebody, like, "Hey, are you a teepee or a wigwam?" And the guy says, "Dude, I don't know. That's 2 tenths."
That was the best bad joke I've heard in a while.
Oh, was it a good one? Because the other day I struck out and said some pretty bad ones.
I might
Maybe
have to
all
use
this,
that at work next week.
maybe all these stories, because if we cannot distinguish the movement, maybe we can. When we go to geometry later, we also cannot distinguish what is curved and what is level. Maybe it's the same argument, because we cannot perceive what is curved, because Earth is big. It's the same argument like this. We cannot perceive because you cannot perceive
Is
if
it
you are
really the same
moving.
argument? Do you want to walk me through
Yeah.
really clearly how it's the same argument and make sure that you understand the argument I'm actually making?
Okay. What is the point of your argument that we cannot know that we are moving or not moving?
So it's not that we know or don't know. It's that anything can be said to be moving or not moving, dependent on the thing for which you're using as a reference.
Okay. Are you saying that all this what you said, it's leading us that Earth is moving?
Reading is what?
Leading.
Okay, so
all this story, it's
okay.
leading. It's leading to.
If I were
that
the sun,
Earth is moving.
if I were the sun, would the Earth appear to be moving?
If you was the sun, if I was the Jupiter, what then would happen?
No, I'm just asking you.
King of the
If
Hill
I
I'm
were the
asking you.
sun,
I'm asking you. If I was a
I asked
Jupiter,
you a
what then
question
would
first.
happen?
I asked you a question
And
first.
that's so ridiculous to ask.
If I were the sun, I mean, why is it ridiculous? You can see the sun. Can you not imagine that the sun could see you? If you were the sun and had eyes, would you be able to see
Okay.
yourself?
Oh, you want that I'm on the sun with the position. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah. So would the Earth appear to be moving?
I don't know. I never was on the sun.
No.
I'm asking you to speculate.
Yeah, no, because you'd be on the sun and you'd be moving over, just like a satellite or just like you see the ISS or an aircraft. As you fly over the stationary Earth, you could look down, you can change, just like the mountain, just like you're driving in the car. The sun moves across the surface above it, and you could look down, you can see, oh yeah, I'm back over this way,
Okay,
24
so in that
hours
case,
have
you would
passed.
say, just so I'm clear, in that case, you would say, no, I'm moving. I'm clearly moving, and that other object is stationary, right?
Yeah, because you can look at the Earth and see it.
Okay, so how do you distinguish? Like, how do you know that for sure? In this case, I'm moving, and in that case, the other thing is moving.
If sun is doing the same thing like aeroplane, then you will realize the same thing. I don't know. That's my answer.
Yeah. I do get the sense that you're already.
My first answer was I don't know what sun is doing. That I don't know how is to be on the sun. But if you want like that if sun is something moving above the what we experience, if you want like that, then it's like an airplane. Yeah, it's going across the Earth and
Yeah, I get the sense that you're already imagining, flat Earth, and you're imagining a sun that's not particularly high, and it's moving around.
You put me in imagination. I told you in the first place I cannot be on the sun. That means I don't know how it's to be on the sun.
Sure.
Is it sun physical or whatever?
So I'm just trying to get at what you're imagining, like what you actually perceive.
But you put me in your La La Land.
No, that's fine.
And now
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you of being in La La Land. I'm trying to get at specifically what it is that indicates to you that you're moving versus
La La
not.
Land, though. It is.
Because
you don't realize it's La La Land.
Because in your La La Land,
okay,
you
yeah,
have the sun. What he's doing,
saying,
but
though,
I don't have
I understand that. I asked him to speculate. I understand.
Well, how do you? So
I'm trying to say though that I'm not dismissing it as being La La Land.
You want an answer from within the parameters of your La La Land. Is that what you want?
No. I'm just trying to get at what it is specifically that he's using to discern between moving and not moving.
I'm telling you,
what is the indication to him?
I have my reference frame. That's Earth. I'm sorry, I cannot go to the sun.
Okay, perfect. Your reference frame is Earth.
Yeah, always.
Problem solved.
Yeah. Problem solved. I'm on the Earth and I'm seeing.
Yeah, your question was the point of view from what you think is a 93 million mile distant star.
That's
so
true.
Let's work it out. What's your reference frame then?
I'm telling you, it could be anything.
So inside your
I'm saying
worldview,
it could be the
you
Earth,
don't have
but
reference
it could also
frames.
be other things. It could also be other things.
So you don't share the same observation Sasha has.
I mean, if I use the Earth as my reference frame, then I'll have his exact observations.
Can you do that, or you can't do that?
I can do that. I can also do other things.
All right, well, have at it.
Like measuring distance, like same like me.
It's what I've been saying this whole time. Is I can use other reference frames.
Yeah,
in your
like
imagination.
No, I mean you're using your imagination
you
either
have to
way.
go to your imagination for this point of view, right?
No, you're using your imagination in either case.
So when you're asking me what the Earth looks like from what you think to be a 93 million mile distant star, whose imagination am I using then?
I'm no longer talking about that. But in that case, I would be using my own for myself, and you would be using your own for yourself. I can't use your imagination.
So imagination. So don't deny the imagination playing a role. Thanks.
Well, yeah, when I asked him to imagine something previously, I'm not sure what your point is.
Well, not sure what
How
your point is
looking
either. You
how
seem to be
looking
part of this troop who wants to water down the use of
So
the
that's
word
fine.
assumption. Yeah, and you think you understand the damning
No, actually,
nature of all these
I
globe
I was not watering
evidences
down the use of the
involving
word assumption. I
assumptions.
was trying to talk very
Therefore,
specifically about what
it's been
assumptions
going
were.
on for
That's
like
why I brought up
24
Occam's
hours.
razor.
You can continue to try to water down the whole assumption thing. It's fine.
Okay.
maybe
I mean,
because
you can
of
tell
the
me that
time
I'm doing that, but I really don't think I am.
Well, you can listen last night. Someone else was doing it. Then you can see if what you're
Okay.
doing today is what was going on then, because they were blatantly admittingly doing it, not in denial of
I
it
feel
like
like you
you.
guys maybe do this too much. Like, I feel like you just do this so much that you like
All
see like
outliers.
similarities that aren't really
Yeah,
there.
it's a natural ability to call
Yeah,
out
we
Yeah, but
bullshit
like, I don't
artists.
know.
I'm good at it. Sorry.
yeah we see true
Yeah,
people
I think you
bullshit.
see bullshit in like a number of cases where it's not really there, or otherwise like an illegitimate. Like I'm not trolling you. You
Okay. Well,
know,
I
it's
won't
not like
call
I'm
it
trying to
bullshit.
fuck with you.
I admit, no, I admit, I got you to admit that you wanted us to delve into the imagination land. That's all.
Yeah, I did ask someone to speculate.
What do you think about direct measuring? Is that okay without any speculation? Let's try to direct measuring of surface and let's see what will
Yeah, I
happen.
mean,
And
you can directly measure things, and you end up with
yeah,
a whole bunch of like concrete
right,
observations, right?
yeah,
But then
yeah.
you inevitably need explanations for those things, right? And then that's where you're back
Really,
to
like
speculating
for
again.
example,
And then
to see to
you'll
see.
go back and forth between
Yeah,
those
yeah. For
yeah.
example,
So those
if you have,
speculations will have further predictions,
can,
and you'll try to measure those.
can I tell you something? If I measure 10 10 miles distance and it doesn't change the elevation, can I say that that 10
Yeah, I
miles
haven't been talking about this at all. I haven't been talking
no,
about that
I'm
at
asking
all. Like
simple.
I
This is
actually
simple.
really
Can I ask a simple question without
okay.
assumption? If I measure the distance of 10 miles and I realize there is no change in elevation of 10 miles, can I say I measure this distance and this distance has no elevation change? Can
What are
I
you
do?
asking me?
Can I measure? Can I take, let's say, some optics and see the 10 miles and see that didn't change the elevation in 10 miles? Can I make a conclusion that I made the video with the 10 miles of nature didn't change the elevation? Can I do that and say this part of land showing that didn't change elevation?
I guess I don't know what your point is, but yeah,
Okay.
maybe.
My point is this: I want to show one part of the land of what that didn't change the elevation. Can I do that in practical life?
Didn't change elevation. So
Yeah,
I guess you're trying to say
that
that
means
that doesn't have curvature, right?
uh, I said I didn't mention curvature. I said didn't change elevation. If I make the video
Yeah, I
that
guess that's
didn't
just like
change
that's
elevation,
weird.
can I
That's
call
weird.
that? Can I call that place? Look, this place didn't change elevation. Can I call like that?
What are you measuring?
I'm measuring the
Like,
surface, and I want to see if it's changed elevation.
okay, so I mean, I guess again, it's weird that you're saying elevation to me, right, and not like level versus curved. Just because so if the Earth is actually curved, right, and you
No,
measure something flat off into the distance,
I'm the photographer. You know, I'm the photographer, and I have my all video stuff. And I'm going to do. Yeah, you
sure,
said sea level. That's good
I
stuff to do
understand.
because I learned
Okay,
that sea
but
level is
so
good point.
okay,
Great.
so to be clear, as we talked
Let's be
about
finished.
flat
To be
Earth
clear.
and globe
Yeah,
Earth,
yeah.
right? Elevation would be consistent in either case for the ocean, right? Ocean has the same elevation, but then the question is, is it curved or not? So if you have a flat ocean on a curved Earth,
Yeah.
elevation changes. Otherwise, if you have a curved ocean on a flat Earth, elevation changes.
Okay, good. Oh,
So it's weird to me that you're like using the word elevation. I'm just, it's weird.
it's weird. Okay, let's go to the sea level then. Which part of the world do you want to go?
I don't know. I don't even know why you're talking about this. This isn't what I was talking about.
If I'm on the sea level, let's say on the sea level,
Like you're trying to
am I
make some
on
kind of
sea?
point about observations, and I don't really. I
Yeah,
wish you'd just get to your
yeah.
point.
I want to know, for example, if I am on sea level and now I want to make a video, and if I see 10 miles of that sea level, it's not changing, and nothing didn't change, didn't go up and down, you know. Maybe it go up 1 meter, I don't know, but not more than that. Can I say I see this flat, or I don't know how, I want to use another, if you want level, I will not say level. Can I say this is this part of world didn't change elevation because nothing's happened? I see still, you know, that
Or that
part
it's
of.
flat. You can say
Yeah,
you can say that it's flat or
can I say
apparently flat.
it looks
Sure.
okay? It looks flat, let's say.
Sure. I guess you can say that.
Yeah, but do you know why I cannot say that on the globe?
Okay. Dude, I have no idea what you're getting at.
I cannot say that I made a video about that 10 miles of flatness.
What?
There is not 10 miles of flatness on this sphere. Cannot be.
Are you making some kind of a point about observations, or are you just like completely changing the conversation?
Yeah, I'm saying with this sphere with 25,000 miles big sphere, that 10 miles I should not see because it's not possible. And that what I see, that it's real world. It's not, nothing is happening, that's what I recorded. It's not assumption about world. It's not assumption about movement. It's not assumption about light. I see water and real ocean there. And with the given mass, that ocean should be covered on 1.22 miles, and it is not. It's still more ocean there, that real one. And I ask myself, look, but this is real physical, and it's going on, and I cannot see more because my optics doesn't giving me possibility to see more.
Okay.
I have problem with that. And I want to find the logic that light is doing something what people will invoke and blah, blah, blah. But still that thinks it's still there and it's real. It's not no assumption about, is it sun moving? Is it the light now? It's working differently. But no, whatever light is doing, that physical ocean, it's there and should not to be there. No, it should not to be there. It should to be there, but I should not to. I cannot see that on the sphere.
Okay. I don't know. I got the sense when you started talking about all this that you were trying to make some kind of general point that was going to be applicable in some way. I don't feel like you're doing that anymore. You're just changing the conversation. That's fine. Going back to this, like what you're talking about right now, that's fine.
It's only one information about geometry.
Okay, so with what you're talking about, right? So you see a horizon, right? There's a horizon. It's there. And so why is there a horizon? A glober would say, well, the Earth is curved, and that's just where it curves off beyond your perspective, right? And then otherwise, you're going to tell me it's optic, right? It's just an optic limitation.
Well, how about you define horizon?
Yeah, it's a apparent place where
I don't know.
Water. It's a apparent place. It's a apparent place where water.
Basically, all I'm saying is that you have.
Hold on, you don't know what horizon is. Sasha was defining it, and we all managed to talk over him. If you don't know what horizon is, let Sasha tell you again, Mon.
So, to be clear, I'm understanding this entire conversation proceeding on the grounds of establishing some kind of general truth about observations and explanations.
You said I don't know, right?
Yeah, so I'm actually like not interested in
So
proceeding
when
with this
you don't
conversation. It
know
wasn't the
and someone
conversation I
else
was
has
having.
the answer, this is the conversation that's happening. Relax,
Okay,
Mon.
well, it
24/7.
kind of just started happening around me. I'm not interested in being involved in it. Thanks.
Okay.
Can I tell you something
All right.
very important? Do you know this is the main reason why we are here? That's what we are speaking now. You said I don't want to speak about that, but this is the main reason why we are all here.
So I understood you to be making some kind of general point about observations and explanations that was going to be applicable, which is not apparently what you're doing.
Okay. Horizon is apparent place where the sky or where the water or ground meet the sky. What is horizon in your model?
Are you still talking to me?
I'm asking if you want.
He's checked out.
He can only hard reset a certain number of times before it's just mush.
Should we speak about rotation? We will not speak about what is rotating, what is the shape of that rotating thing, or how we arrive to that shape.
Well, speaking of rotation, maybe we need to have a global rotation if he's not going to bother discussing anything.
See, the problem he had was he kept making all these claims about flat earthers as his only proof. Like, oh, you're not getting it, you're not getting it, you're not getting it. This guy doesn't make any sense. To eventually, the only explanation now with Occam's razor is that he's just simply unintelligible. Because it's not possible that everybody in the room can't follow what you're saying. And everyone in the room, you can't follow them. The Occam's razor has now gone down to you, which shows you that how you are confused if you're a tree or not, or if you're a brain in the vat or not, or if you're moving or not. Your tools of discernment cannot solve any of these problems for you, and that's an error in your logic because you set up a false dichotomy where only two baskets remain, and all the data points can only fit in one of those two baskets. When people have shown you there are data points that you have to put in both baskets or no baskets. So you just accepted the contradiction and then went into this absurd land, this absurd area where you can't tell if you're a tree or not. How about you guys want to talk to Zeros? He wants to present Eratosthenes.
I can do Eratosthenes all day.
All right, here we go. Zeros. Well, this is crypto Zeros.
Yeah.
This is
So
it's my favorite flat Earth evidence.
yeah, you wanted the circumference of the Earth, right? You said that if you had the circumference of the Earth, you would concede, right?
Right. Well, I didn't say that, but carry on.
Well, what evidence do you want?
I thought we were doing Eratosthenes.
I'm just curious if there's any evidence whatsoever that would convince you of a global Earth.
How about sphericity of the sphere?
Yeah, actual.
What would it take for you to change your position?
Yeah.
Am I roboting?
Are we doing the psychology of flat? Well, no,
that's
because
somebody else.
you're not addressing the topic, which was Eratosthenes.
Yeah, because someone said if they had the circumference, they would change their worldview. That's
So
my objective. That was kind of like.
So, bro, are you going to talk about Eratosthenes, or are you going to talk about psychology?
No, I brought up. I've never heard of this guy before. Eratosthenes. That's cool. So you guys are familiar with it.
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay. I only discovered Eratosthenes Eratosthenes last night.
So what do you think about it?
It seems rather elementary.
What does that mean?
Like elementary, dear Watson. Are you familiar with Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Shakespeare not Shakespeare. Yeah.
You just get to waste my time because I'm not really interested.
Oh yeah, me neither. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering what evidence.
Yeah, no
you
shit,
have.
Sherlock. Get to the.
Yeah, Sherlock. That's the guy. I don't know why I said Shakespeare. I must
Because
be.
you're bricked. You're
I'm
kind of
coming
bricked.
down. Yeah, I'm bricked. You guys know how cell phones work, right?
Yeah, the cell phone has rotted your brain. The only thing you can think about now, it can only fit inside the cell phone screen. Once
Look,
that information
not,
has leave the
I'm
cell
not,
phone screen,
I'm
it's
not
bricked.
attacking you, brother. I'm not attacking you.
No, I'm telling you, the cell phone has not done you any favors. It's really limited your ability to think. So put down the smartphone and use the noodle, not the Google. Okay, use the sharpest tool that you have right now.
Yeah.
Which one is it? Is it a smartphone screen or is it your noodle? Which
No,
is the sharpest tool you got?
I've got some really sharp tools.
Okay,
Well,
let's go.
hold on.
Use your sharpest tool.
The screen brought him to the ancient Greek guys. So maybe he just let him talk to Crypto about that. I already popped popcorn.
I'm not a great interlocutor, really. So I'm not going to be as good as the last guy.
No one's gonna try and flat smack you or get you on gotchas if you're reasonable. You get what you give. If you're arrogant, you're gonna get arrogance, but you're fine.
Most of the time, you Globers are going to flat smack yourself anyway, so we're just here to listen.
Yeah, I'll probably get flat smacked.
Sounds sexy.
Oh, it works on both models, even with
Yeah.
the third sundial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm happy to discuss it, right? But I don't want to be talking about psychology because it's a different subject.
No, I don't want.
So,
I hate talking about psychopathy.
No, not psychopathy, psychology. Anyway, whatever.
On purpose.
No, I'm not. I wasn't trying to talk about psychology. I was just trying to understand what evidence you require to change your position.
Any drop over distance. Any drop over distance in reality.
Yeah.
Okay, that must be a. I've never heard of that term before. A drop over distance.
Do you know what is fear?
Yeah.
If you put the point on the sphere finger 1 point and on another point B, between them there is a drop, you know?
Okay.
That we are looking in nature.
So if you stand on one spot on the ball and you look straight ahead, there's going to be a drop, right? Over distance, right?
It's always dropping. There's infinite drops. It's a circle.
Yeah, well, it's flat the way we measured it, so.
No, but if it is a circle has infinite drop over
And it's
distances.
not. It's not. So none of your infinity showed up.
Yeah, there's no end to pi.
Anyway, you're done in here.
Yeah, I was just curious. I come in here out of curiosity.
That works. Okay, and that works because now you know why. You didn't come in here to change someone's mind or even to challenge your own. You were just curious about what's going on with this channel.
No, I feel like I have challenged my own. I was very open-minded.
With Eratosthenes, did you challenge your own assumptions? Because you came in here swinging that, hey, this challenge should be deleted. All you people should be like kicked off the server. This topic was settled 22,500 years ago.
No, I don't think you should be kicked off the server. I mean, my name implies. I don't know if you see my name. My name is Zeros. thought criminal.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was kind of interesting that you came in here saying that in some ancient bronze herder, Bronze Age gold herder somehow proved all of heliocentric with some sticks and shadows. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Like really?
Yeah, like Euclidean trigonometry.
Cool.
Okay,
Can
did
we
you
actually
see how
discuss
wrong?
He's just saying
Yeah, can
words
we
at
actually
this point.
Yeah,
Right.
kind
So
of.
you want? Forget it.
Just read
Oh,
it
I think
aloud.
you lagged there for a second, Crypto. Hold on. Let Crypto go again.
I find the channel fascinating, and I like
Thank you
the
very
debate.
much.
I like the debates you guys engage in.
Well, it's
And
not
I-
really a debate because you can't debate with water being flat and level. So you guys keep calling that a debate, but you guys haven't proven me wrong yet.
Yeah, I use levels in construction all the time.
How do you build tall, wide buildings on a ball? Why don't you tell me that?
It does seem like it would get to be challenging, but yeah, we do
Yeah,
it.
almost impossible.
Yeah, yeah, it's fun to imagine how difficult it could be on because we are on a sphere, but you can't even
Prove
really,
that.
you can't even really see the curvature of the Earth until you reach like a really high elevation, just because it's so
It's going to
big.
tell us how you build on the curve.
It's so big, right? Like I don't know if you've used Google Maps, but it looks the same on. I mean, like Google Earth, it looks the same on Google Earth.
You're a Google
Hold
Earther?
on.
Yeah,
Hold
when
on.
I
If you,
go,
how
when
many?
I go,
Let me ask you this: How
when I
many
go,
times do you have to spin Google Earth around to get it around once?
what? I don't understand.
Can you
You
can you
open up the
Google it?
Google Earth app. It takes you more than one rotation of what they're showing you to get around to the entirety of the globe Earth on Google
Okay.
Earth.
Yeah. Okay.
Or, or better, put it like this: Google it and find it how much with your height you can see where curvature is starting. You will get the results. They will give you. It's written everywhere.
Wait, are you saying drop off point, drop over distance?
Yeah,
Is that an
that's all. I'm not saying anything. That book's saying and mainstream science that's saying. I'm not
the
saying
book?
anything.
I've never seen that
Yeah,
written in any
that
book.
size. Yeah. That's what you are saying, that it's spherical and it's big. They are telling you how much it is big, how much you can see, everything. You can read that and go outside and check that if you want.
Yeah,
If you don't want,
how much you can see that you're talking about the horizon.
yeah, they are
It's
saying that with
1.22
your height,
miles.
let's say 6 foot, something like 3.5 miles more.
So yeah, drop over distance. That's another way to say horizon, but without
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
so, but it's more mathematical so that you're not just seeing a mirage or something.
Yeah. No, you see the physical things. You see the reality what it is. That means you see something on 10 miles. That's something, and you see that, and that is real and that existing. But you don't need to. You cannot see that on this given size. But still, you see that in nature. Now it's on you to think that what you are seeing it's real, or to think that it's something not real.
I don't know. I think at my height, at sea level on the ocean, I can see about 3 miles out, right?
Yeah. Not more.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. But the problem is because we see 10 miles or 20 miles.
No,
Yes.
I don't know about that.
no, I don't
Oh,
think so.
if you go,
Don't
do you
think
know
so.
what? You can do it on your. Don't believe me. Maybe I'm lying.
I'm not near the
Do it
ocean.
do it on your own. Maybe you will find out if you can one
Sasha,
day.
have your wife bring a microphone home from.
Okay, sorry.
It's possible. I mean, I've seen some mirages that get pretty
Unless you got
high
battery
off.
power.
I've seen mirages that get pretty high off the ocean.
No, you
So
haven't. You've never seen a mirage in your life.
I
Yeah,
see one day
yeah,
there was not mirage. It was clear day and nothing, only water. No mirages.
Yeah, but there's still vapor in the atmosphere, and
Yeah,
especially
but
over the ocean.
it was
And then
the ocean was there all every time and was vapor. One day was 35 degrees. It was water was there.
yeah,
Other day was -7. That the same water was there.
sure.
Yeah, I'm telling you. But you can check it. It's you cannot take my word. You know. Maybe I'm lying.
You've never seen a floating boat like above the water?
Have
No,
you?
I'm living in Croatia. There is Adriatic Sea. I never saw the boat.
Huh.
No, we don't have floating boats here on Lake Erie either.
Yeah, I
yeah.
can see. I can see
It's
cargo
also
ships. I can see cruise
you're
ships. I
confusing.
live right.
It's called
I live by
looming.
the ocean. I live by a cruise ship dock, so I can see boats
Oh,
really far out, floating above the ocean.
Yeah,
More
they're
than
not
3 miles.
floating. They're not floating. The ground is just mirroring the sky, so that's not floating.
The ground is mirroring the sky? I don't think so.
Yeah, I have evidence for you. Just look in the text. If you look at any of these pictures where the boat appears to be floating and you look real close, you can still see the water. And here you go. Here's another one where it is happening on a road. It's a very flat
Yeah.
road. However, because the road and this is flat, it appears like the road is mirroring the sky. However, the side of the road is not as flat at the same angle, so is not conducive to mirror the sky for you. So you can see that the road actually leads up right underneath the cars. That's where the water is still. Just because the water is being mirroring the sky and you cannot see it very well, does
I
not
think
mean the
that
water
last.
is
I
not
think this
there or the
last.
boat is flying.
The one that Sasha posted. I think that's Photoshop. I think someone made it go higher than it
Oh,
is.
you can think also. Sometimes I think that my daughter is Photoshop, but no, I made it.
I've never seen a boat float that high, that close above the water.
Guys, I'm trying to tickling when you
But I
you're
don't know
saying
how
that,
big
but
that
it's
boat
still not
is.
funny.
But I
Man,
don't think
man,
it's a reflection of the sky. I think it's the light is being
Trace,
bent through the
Trace
atmosphere.
told you. Trace told you. Maybe you don't. English is my. I understood. Maybe you didn't. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
now
not
you can
about
see
what
the
you care. I don't care what you believe.
Yeah,
It's
you can
obvious
see
in
the
all. It's obvious in all pictures of looming, which is what you're trying to appeal to, that
looming.
the water that the boat is sitting on is still visible.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's not a floating boat in the sky. So you're wrong.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zero.
No, but to my observation, it appears to be floating, right? It
Are you
doesn't.
No, it
not
appears to
looking
be
in the?
sitting.
Are
It
you?
appears to be sitting on the water that is mirroring the sky. That is what it
I
looks
don't think
like.
the
That is what
water's
it
in the
is.
sky.
The light is being bent.
No, tune into
Where?
Yeah.
tune into the text chat, Zero. There's pictures being posted for you.
No, I'm watching them.
How are your eyes?
The light's being bent over the ocean.
Where's the light bending? And
Over the ocean.
Over
I
the
can see the
ocean.
ocean
Yeah.
here. There's no over
You
anything.
can see the
I can
ocean
see the
behind the
boat. I can see
horizon
the
because the light is
ocean.
being bended.
There's no bending here.
It's
I think
bending
there is.
through the atmosphere. It bends through the atmosphere.
Yeah.
You guys realize that you're not just making claims with no validity behind them.
And
We
what's
know.
you're making a claim without validity.
No, I
Well,
showed
why?
you
You know
evidence
why?
that there is actually still water there, and you can see it if you look real close. It's just mirroring the sky.
That's
Okay,
not
but
contradictory to what I'm saying.
you understand that
Well, there's no bending there.
light it can move slower, right? Light can move slower. It has a maximum speed, but it can be slowed down. Light also bends through water, the same way that it bends through the sky.
You're also confusing things. It's not that when it goes through water it bends. It depends on the angle of incidence to the boundary. So if you hit a boundary normal to the surface, you're not going to get refraction. You can look at your fish tank and look straight down into the fish tank. You can see the location of the fish. It's not apparent. But if you move away so you're at an angle and looking at the boundary at an angle, suddenly the fish appears displaced. It's because of the angle to the boundary layers.
Okay, yeah. Water and the sky are not the same. The atmosphere works differently because it's vapor.
Yeah, you don't have boundaries to refract things. You would need a pseudo boundary, which is only possible when there's a high difference between two gases, and you don't have those.
Yeah, but we know light bends through the atmosphere because we can see the color of the sky, right?
No, that's wrong. The
What
color of the
colors?
sky, no, the color of the sky comes from Rayleigh scattering or the scattering of light in the air. That's why we get the blue color. So you're wrong.
Yeah.
What is Rayleigh scattering? That's light being bent.
Nope.
No,
It's light
it's actually
scattering.
not bending.
It's being sent off in different directions. It's being scattered. Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, scattering and bending aren't the same thing, bro. You understand that? Yes, no?
I don't see how they're different.
You don't see how they're different.
Yeah, the light is being moved in a different direction.
Oh, man, really? So if I was to say take a stick and bend that stick, right? That's bending the stick. Understood?
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
You don't need. Okay.
Sure.
Cool. Okay.
I
So
mean,
that's
when you're-
bending.
Yeah.
When you talk about scattering, you're not talking about that. You're talking about something moving to multiple points.
Yes.
Along a timeline, right? So it's not bending at that point. It's moving, just in
Right.
straight lines, maybe but in 2 or 3 different directions. Let's just say.
Well, it seems like it's moving in a curve.
No.
The light, yeah, it's being.
Oh my god.
No,
The
you're not
boat.
talking about
boat
anything
is,
related to what you think you're talking about.
the boat is
Scattering has
oval.
nothing to do with any light curving. That's just wrong.
Why do you think scattering and bending are the same thing?
It's light being redirected,
Yes, we know that.
like
But
a
that's
sun,
like
like a
that's like
sunset.
saying a Ferrari and a Fiat Panda are equivalent because they're both cars.
Okay.
I
No, I can
posted a
say it.
little
I'll
graph
try to
here.
say it in it. I'll try to say it.
I posted a little graph here for you of Rayleigh scattering. Look at those arrows and tell me where they're bending.
They're not,
You-
Trace.
Wait, do you understand what this is showing?
Oh Jesus. Yes, he does.
So it's not just hitting that. That's just one point, but it does that multiple times as it travels through the atmosphere. It doesn't just do it once.
No, this is this is the blue light, the wavelength of the sun that does not pierce the air as well, and so it scatters in the air. So when it scatters, it changes its angle, and all of a sudden you see the sky as blue. That has nothing to do with any bending or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. And then why does it change color when the sun sets? Why do you think it changes color?
That's again, it's scattering. As the light scatters and
But it's at a different angle, right?
Yes, because the sun is moving in the sky, and once it gets to near the horizon, you're looking at it through all of the atmosphere up to the horizon. And
Okay.
so there's a lot of air to look through, and so there's a lot more scattering.
Yeah.
And so the wavelength that pierces the air the best is infrared or red wavelength, the last visible wavelength. So you see the sun as red because it's the last visible wavelength that you can observe.
Um. All right. Well, let's forget the Rayleigh scattering then. The atmosphere is acting like a lens.
Oh,
It's
great!
not.
That actually would cause bottom-up disappearance, and how do you have a globe then?
There's vapor and there's molecules in the atmosphere, and it can be condensed or warped, so that you could see something like looking through a fiber optic. That's how the mirage image of the floating boat comes to you. It's traveling through like a fiber optic of
No,
atmosphere.
no, that's incorrect. That's called ducting, and that's not what we're seeing here. You really shouldn't try to argue these things when you have no actual understanding and you're just Googling it on the fly right now. Find a better argument.
Doc said you might want to reformulate your argument.
I've never heard of this ducting. Could you post a citation?
Sure, I can find something for you. It's basically what you're talking about. When there's two boundary layers and the angle is conducive to reflect off both surfaces in total internal reflection, it can be ducted, traveling up and down within those boundary layers before it exits. That's ducting.
No, I
We're not
understand
seeing
how.
that in these pictures.
I understand how reflections work, but I've never heard of ducting used in the sense that you're using it.
They talk about it mostly with radar and stuff like that. Let me find you some.
Yeah, ducting and radar. Yeah, I can understand that because it's reflecting, it's bouncing back and forth. But I've never heard of that with light. An
That's what you were
optical,
talking about. That's the same thing as when
optical
you have a
imaging.
fiber optic cable, you're ducting the light. It's reflecting on total internal reflection. You didn't think
No,
light
because
could reflect?
you can see the same image when it comes through that. That's different. Ducting would make it come out like upside down or something.
It depends. It depends on where you get the image from the duct. That's the problem. Like it's like with mirages. The reason why they're upside down is because they've been reflected once.
Are you guys done with this conversation? I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, feel free. You know me.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm looking for
So
citations.
I'm good.
You know.
Right. Right. Cool. So yeah, there's a guy in the chat talking about the density tower. Obviously, it's a huge red herring left over from yesterday, and they're claiming that gravity is what's causing the density tower. So how do we eliminate the electrostatic force and show that it's only gravity? I guess you're invoking the force of gravity, looking at the math there. So you think gravity is a force, Cacao? 85% Cacao. Do you got your mic on?
Yeah. I asked you to explain density gradients, and you gave me a link.
So in the link that you gave me, it specifically says that the link that you gave me only applies to gases at very high pressures and very high temperatures. And that if you want to explain gases at normal pressures and temperatures, you should use the ideal gas law.
Ideal gas law. So where is this ideal place at? Because
That's
everything is
the link that
fluctuating.
you gave me, so you should be explaining that.
So it's a huge red herring because you still have to have gas pressure in order to have a gas pressure gradient.
Hold on, no. Okay, so now you want to run from the question. You gave me a
No.
link,
This
and
is
you're
from.
asking me to explain ideal gas law when the ideal gas law was mentioned in the link that you gave. So you should be explaining it.
So I don't have to explain it because it's a red herring. You still have to have
Then
gas
why did you
pressure.
send me a link that
Because
tells
you
me to
asked for.
use the ideal
Because
gas law?
you said yesterday when you go up, what was it, 100,000 feet? It's 100 times stronger pressure. And I had to explain to you that no, the pressure decreases when you go up. So I
Okay,
gave you
here you
this
go
so that you
again.
could understand how this works. Because apparently you don't know what you're talking about. Because gas pressure doesn't go up when you go up. It goes down when
No
you
one
go up.
said it goes up.
Too bad I
You
wasn't
said this like
recording.
7 times. Every time I
Okay,
tell
so
you,
how do you
no, it
have
doesn't
gas
go up.
pressure? How do you have gas pressure? Because that's what you
No,
asked me
no. Now
about.
you're off. Now you're running from. You want to run to
No,
something
this is
else.
the original conversation
Yes, the
before the
original
red herring.
conversation. I said that the density gradients were due to gravity. You said they weren't, and I asked you for
Okay,
a
so how do you
source.
prove it?
And then
How do you prove it?
hold on. You said they weren't due to gravity. Then I asked you for a source. The source that you gave me links back to the ideal gas law that you have a problem with. But the
Okay,
source
so
that
what?
you gave me tells me to use the ideal gas law. So you need to explain that.
So what do you
How
mean
is
by
there a density
gravity?
gradients without gravity?
No, how is there a density gradient without gas pressure?
No. Okay, so you're doing the same thing you did yesterday. You can't have an honest conversation.
So we're trying to get back to the original topic at hand,
No, we're
gas
not trying.
pressure.
You're trying to get back to the original topic.
So how is
I
that
said density
dishonest if I'm
gradients.
trying to get us back to the
I
original
said
conversation?
density gradients were due to gravity. You said they weren't, and I asked you for a source. You gave me a source, and the source that you gave me refers me to the ideal gas law. So if you have a problem with that, you have to explain that because that's the source that you gave me.
I don't have to explain anything. You still have to tell me
Okay.
how you get gas pressure without a container. I'm done.
No one's arguing about gas pressure without a container. No one's
That's
having
just
that discussion.
mathematical pseudoscience.
Yes, he gave me the mathematical pseudoscience
No,
to
you
prove his
posted it.
point.
I'm looking at it right now.
No, okay, I posted what he gave me yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I posted yesterday. That is correct. Because he didn't understand what he was talking about because he said that the higher you go, the gas pressure increases. So I was
No,
explaining
I
to
did
him
not say it. Here you go
that's
again. Like,
exactly what you said. Why would I make that up? That is such a silly thing to say. Why would it come out
yes,
of my
it's
mouth
very
had
silly
you
when
not
we
said it
have
first?
a very simple question that can discuss, and you want to keep going back to this. Oh, well, yesterday you said the pressure gets 100 times greater instead of 100
That's why I
times
posted the
lesser.
link. That's why I posted that link for you,
No,
buddy.
no, you posted the
Yeah,
link
that's
because
why I
I
posted it.
said the gas pressure gradients were due to gravity. And you said no, they're due to density gradients. I asked you for a source. You gave me this source, and the source you gave me, it tells me that they're due to the ideal gas law. So you need to explain that.
I don't have to explain anything. You
Okay.
need to explain
This is
how
what
you
you
have
want
gas
to do.
pressure
Cool.
without a container. That's all you have to do.
All right, I'm done.
Demonstrate that because you came in and asked me. I wasn't talking to you. You came in and asked me about the firmament, which is an argument that I never make. And then I explained the argument to you, and then you red herringed about gravity. And how do you have gas pressure gradients? And I said, you're talking about delta X. We're talking about X. How do you have gas pressure? And you're still, 24 hours later, talking about the gas pressure gradient, and you cannot stay focused on gas pressure because you have ADHD or something.
Dude,
Is it
he's
not
referring to this thing called the ideal gas law. It's PV equals nRT, and then he's looking at something later derived, assuming gravity, acting like it has something meaningful in this conversation.
But I mean, isn't
Me,
it kind of
me,
silly anyway? Because we can demonstrate gradients in containers, and we can't demonstrate gradients without containers. So when they
okay,
talk about
okay. Again, no one's.
so
I'm not arguing that.
when they talk about gradient, they need to actually demonstrate a gradient out like without a container first, before then saying that it even implies a globe.
Okay, so I don't know what the other people that you're having this discussion with, what they're trying to prove. I can see that we're in a container. I can see that there, all the stipulations you all want to put on there. I already conceded all that. I asked, given all of that, how do you explain the gradient that we see outside? That was my
Electrostatic
question.
force way stronger than gravity ever claims to be. That's how I explain it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not how you explained it yesterday, because I have the link on how you explained it yesterday. So now you're giving me a different explanation. So do you have a source for that?
Because
So
yesterday, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, Larry. It's just that he's going to keep asking you the same question. You're going to keep giving him the same answer.
No, I didn't just ask it. I just asked a different question.
So yesterday you already admitted that we have a container.
Yes.
So you think that we have a globe container or a flat container?
I'm not worried about globe or flat right now. Y'all keep trying to change it to 20 different questions.
No, because now you're just dodging. You're clearly just dodging, right? Because I'm just asking you
I'm
a
the
question.
one dodging. I've been asking the same question since we came in here.
Mate, you would make Muhammad Ali proud right now. So do you think it's like flat with a container over the top, or do you think there's like
Doesn't
a globe with
matter. If it's flat with a container or it's a globe with a container, I want the explanation of why there's a density gradient.
I don't know what your line of inquiry is because you don't seem to care.
For this point, it doesn't matter.
Well, no, you don't seem to care at all. I just asked you if you think it's flat or a globe, and your eye doesn't matter. So
Yeah,
why are you even
for this point that I'm trying to figure out the answer to, that doesn't matter. It's just
it matters
something
because
another rabbit hole to go down
Does
to.
it matter in a general sense? Like, does it matter at all? Come on, let me stick on this point, please. Does it matter to you
No,
that it's
because
flat?
this is exactly what I said.
So it doesn't matter to you then. So why are you even in? Like, bro, I don't understand why people do this. Obviously, you're pretending not to care because you want to dodge the question. I know that's true. The audience knows that's true. But if that was actually true, you wouldn't be in here discussing it with us. Did he just rage quit?
No, I mean, if you want to keep muting me and you don't want to answer the question I asked, there's nothing
Well, I
to
didn't
talk
mute you.
about.
So I didn't mute you. I'm driving. I can't mute you. So do you want to answer my question now?
No, I want my question answered. The one that I asked.
Right. Okay. Well, look, man. Talking to you is a waste of time. Then, like, I've asked you a very honest question.
Yeah. So I asked the question. My question doesn't get answered, but for me to be honest, I need to answer your question. That's a weird form of logic right there.
I mean, that's a complete misrepresentation scenario, but that's cool, I guess. That seems to be what you do.
You were doing that to Larry the whole time yesterday too.
Right, exactly. So, but the point is like, if you genuinely don't care if it's flat or a globe, why are you even in this room?
I'll answer that question after my question gets answered.
So, okay, well, you might as well just get muted and stay on mute then, bro, because you're just here to waste everyone's time, and that's obvious by how you're talking. Just being honest.
Yeah, so Mick, explain why it's important to have the dichotomy of either or, the globe Earth container versus flat Earth container.
Well, I mean, he could have given me a third option. I wasn't too worried about it being a dichotomy. But the question wasn't really around setting up a dichotomy. It was around what he actually cares about and if he's actually honestly looking for the truth. And it seems to me like he isn't. He wants to gotcha Larry, and Larry's falling for it, and it's wasting everyone's time. So that's my summation of the context of that conversation.
Well, just one of those has a container. You know, it's like the globe model does not have a container. That's why we're able to go to the moon.
Yo,
stuff
beasticles.
Like
Can I ask
That's
a question,
true.
please?
But he did just say that we have a container, right? So that's why I pressed it.
Right. Right.
So,
Exactly.
so at that point, he's like, we have a container, but he doesn't care whether it's a globe or flat. These are very strange positions to have.
Right.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why all flat earther think that flat Earth theory is a conspiracy, or a globe Earth theory is a round Earth is a conspiracy that people just it's a hoax? Why do they think like this?
You're strawmanning us.
I don't understand the question. Can you reword it?
Yeah, of course. Why flat earther think that there's a conspiracy about the Earth is round, it is flat, and then they lied on you guys, and it's a flat, right?
Oh, so you're asking, like, why do we think the government is lying about it? Is that the question?
Of course.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can give you about 5 different answers. The main one I would give you is that the government doesn't care about you. They'll tell you whatever the fuck they want in order to achieve whatever their goals are. And if I knew what their goals were, I could tell you exactly why they're lying, but I can't.
Beautifully put.
Wow, you can't.
Why does someone lie to you?
Is that all you got from what I just said?
Yes.
Oh, well, then there's no point talking to you either, bro. Like, you need
Yeah,
to listen to the whole answer.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't read people's minds and tell you what they're thinking. You didn't know that?
Yeah, I'm waiting your answer.
You just gave
For
me
what? You want me
just
to
gave
read
me
the
one.
government's
Which
mind?
one?
Yeah.
You want me
Do
to
Why
tell you
would they
about
think
the government's?
the Earth is flat or round or square? Why would they do that?
Why would they lie?
Dude, I literally just answered that. But also, here's another way of answering it, because I've had this question 150 million times, right? There's about probably 5 different competent ways of answering this. Here's a good one. Why would they tell you the truth if you blindly believe them anyway?
You didn't answer again my question. You just keep saying that it's the mind of the government. You don't have any answer about that? No even theory about that?
Yeah, I answered it, and you just ignored the answer, took most of the
No.
context out, and then pretended like I said I don't know. So I thought I'd give it another try, and now you're ignoring that as well. I feel like it's not worth talking to you.
My friend, I ask you a question and then you ask a question. Just if you have a theory about why the government even lie to you about if it's square even.
Okay, bro. What was the first answer I gave you? Because I've given you 2 answers. What was the first answer I gave you?
You don't know what's in the government mind.
No, it was way more detailed than that. Please
Okay.
give it a better go.
Can you repeat the answer, please?
Okay. First of all, the government doesn't care about you, and they will tell you whatever they have to in order to achieve their goals, right? So that was the main answer. I then said, I don't know what their goals are because I'm not a mind reader, but they don't care about you, so they don't care about lying to you. That was the full answer.
That's the most bullshit answer ever.
Do you have a competent critique, or do you just want to swear?
No, I don't want to swear. I'm telling you the truth.
What's the
No, do you
correct
want to
answer
actually,
then?
instead of just saying no, do you want to actually critique it properly?
Well, this is a critique. When I say a bullshit answer, it's a critique. It means that this is not even an answer.
You just said nuh-uh.
When you say, oh,
So it
the
was a trick
government
question?
says about this, and then I don't know what's the government thinking. I have no idea. Of course, it's a trick question, yes.
Listen, if you want to go trust them, bro.
Because you
go
cannot
for it.
have even a theory. You don't even have a theory. Like okay, assumption. Why would they do that? You don't even say that, right? You just say, I don't know. You just lie.
You're just saying nuh-uh, and now you're just layering more kind of, I don't know what you're doing, you're just laying more words onto the nuh-uh, but you're not actually competently critiquing it.
No.
But why don't you try and...
You just keep answering the question with questions that are again, and then even you don't have a theory or even approach. You know,
I've given
approach.
you an answer.
like a research or approach. Why would they do
I've
that?
given you an answer, and you've got nuh-uh. So I thought I'd have a second approach. Why would
Well,
they?
you give me a,
I've got a
you
second
you say
approach.
that this is
I
a
would like you
rational,
to
this is an answer.
I've got a second
This is a good answer. This is with evidence, with
You
stuff.
think
With
it's acceptable
what the
to talk
fuck?
over me, so I'm just going to talk over you. That's cool. We can do it this way if you want. So
No, you
I like
you totally talk rubbish.
respectful. However, when someone doesn't respect me, I'll talk over them as well. So I want you to answer this question: why, if you blindly believe them, would they even consider telling you the truth? Did I cut out, or did he rage quit? What happened?
No, I guess he doesn't have an answer for you.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't have an answer. Yes, I believe in flat Earth, right? Wait, just if you want to listen to me, just listen. Then again, my question is, why you think there is a conspiracy? You just prove for me that you all think about, most of you, think about there is a conspiracy, there's some governments are lying. What governments? This thing, which is called round earth or flat earth, it has been for thousands of years, even in ancient history. Not your government, your stupid government that you don't wanna listen to. It's not your government. There wasn't even US government or UK government or whatever governments before. It's in an ancient history. In very ancient maps, in ancient drawings, these things have been before even any country existed. Then you think, oh, it's the government again, because you know why? People don't even read history. They don't go.
Yeah,
What is
that's
this
just a
guy?
straw man. I'm not gonna sit
Yeah.
here and listen to him construct a retarded straw man and try to attribute it to us.
I have a great
Yeah.
answer to his question because I
Well,
figured
you
it
won't.
out.
You won't get a conversation. So, but anyway, like
I've got a
obviously it
great
doesn't
answer for
matter.
his question.
Like obviously, I just wanted to address what he actually said before he just went off on one. Like obviously, it doesn't matter that there weren't governments in the past if your government today is lying to you. This is a complete.
Wow, that's conspiracy theory. Yes.
What the fuck? No, it isn't. That's just basic common sense, bro. There weren't governments. There are now governments. That's common sense. There's no conspiracy involved.
Of course.
So,
Yeah, what you say is common sense. Of course. Yes. Go ahead.
I didn't hide my point yet. Okay, so you were saying that there weren't governments in the past, and some people thought it was flat, other people thought it was round. That's wonderful, but we're not talking about the past. We're talking about right now.
Which government he's saying that went to the moon and had NASA like project in the past thousands of years ago? Is this guy like making shit up or?
No, I'm not making shit. This is astronomy ABC with ancient history. Even in Egypt, even all the Egyptians do that. It's
Yeah, no,
you.
you're wrong.
Even
You're wrong,
yourself,
actually.
no,
You're wrong,
no.
actually, because the ancient Egyptians were flat earthers and had a flat worldview. It wasn't until Ptolemy that they became globers, and then they were geocentric globers. And the first thing is, the public still believed the Earth was flat because that's the religious view.
Religious view of what? What religious view?
Ancient Egypt.
Grace, you're a conspiracy theorist. They were obviously following Einstein in ancient Egypt and believed in bending and warping of space-time.
Yep.
Am I
Well, that's what he's doing now.
Am I coming through?
Yes, Flatsy, go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, go
Okay.
for it.
I've got such a great answer to his question.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, it seems like this globe Earth has like bred a bunch of fallaciously logical people, or logically fallacious people. I should have said it that way. And also, the best way to gain power is through, occult knowledge. So if there isn't any occult knowledge, then create the occult knowledge. Get people to believe the lie, and there's occult knowledge. There you go.
He said that
Occult just means hidden.
He said he's reading a link from the news that says that all our ancestors knew about the globe. Where's that link? I want to read that.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, just copy paste, sir. Copy paste.
Well, all you ever hear are logical fallacies to back up this entire paradigm. So
Yeah.
there's no way to follow any kind of line of logic to prove anybody's point for the globe.
But he's saying it like he's saying like it's obvious. Everyone in the past knew it was a globe. Like, where do you even get this? Like, you look at
Ancient Egyptian
all of
astronomy.
the
Ancient Egyptian
cosmologies.
astronomy. Just look for it.
I don't think
Bro,
the
copy
Egyptians
paste.
knew.
Oh, you don't even want to look for it.
Yeah, I've
Look at
already
the
looked for it, and
of
all
most
of the
of
ancient religions,
Yeah.
or religious worldviews, all had a flat Earth. So, can you show me where it doesn't?
Ancient religious.
The
Yeah.
Quran says The Quran says that the Earth is laid out like a rug or a carpet.
The Norse religion,
Nope.
the Quran, the Greeks,
Quran
The
doesn't say.
Mayans, the ancient Americans.
The Maya said the Earth is flat.
No, no, they didn't say that word, but they described their cosmology
Oh,
as
okay. Okay.
laid
as
out
a
like a rug.
non-moving, contained
I think they
environment.
might have. I think they might have said that it's
They
flat.
describe it as such.
Yeah, who said it? Who said it? Who said it?
But let's see what is
All of
today.
them. All of them.
Who? All
Like
of them? Where?
all of your
Yeah, a lot
ancestors,
of them.
everybody.
Where? Just you just was throwing words where they say that.
There is no
Very nice
religious
book.
saying there is any sphere. There is no even one religion mentioning that is any sphere.
Oh,
About that.
heliocentrism.
Yeah,
Heliocentrism is
yeah,
the only
only that on crypto. Yeah.
The Hindu, the Egyptian, Inca, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerian, Mayan, Hebrew, Norse, none of them had a globe.
ancient.
The
and
only
modern.
odd ones, my bad, Crypto, you're caught in a little bit, Crypto, my bad.
Sorry, go ahead.
The only odd ones is the recent ones, the globe believers that changed the whole cosmology of the world into this cartoon ball. That's the only odd ones.
Wow, I like this photo you sent. You just sent it. Give me a
You're gonna
resource,
share
not
the one that you were talking about, so I can.
Wait, just give me a resource, not somebody just who flat earther just made a drawing for all those Mayans, Hebrews.
They didn't. They didn't.
Dude,
If you
let me
look
tell
into
you
each
this.
one of these things that are mentioned here, and you look into their worldview, you can see these drawings and other drawings. These are not drawings made by us.
Do you even know what the drawing is?
Yeah, these are
Cosmologies.
depictions of their
Assumption.
worldview.
This is they're talking about the flat Earth.
These are depictions of their worldview as described by their sacred texts.
Where is the text?
Depends on the religion you're talking about.
Any religion I'm talking about, anything. Where's the
Well,
text?
you know that
for instance, the Bible has a religious worldview where it says the world is flat.
Give me the verse. Give me the verse.
You know that the pyramids in Mexico are aligned to the luminaries, and it follows the movement of the sky, and it shows you how the Mayans, they have a calendar that is based on a cosmology that is not the globe, right? It's the sky moves like a clock, and it causes this effect that we observe down here from the structures on the ground that are aligned to the luminaries all around the world, across the world.
Yeah,
And that
because
will
the
be
luminaries.
impossible in a globe.
Where's the text? Where's the text?
Where is your text?
NASA is my text.
You're saying the ancients.
NASA's your
NASA is not the ancients. You're saying the ancients said it was a globe. Where is that?
The Asian, the Asian even not say any flat earther.
Well, I just
Nothing is
provided you
in ancient history.
citations and I provided you sources that say they do. You just have a, I believe it's different because I have a religious faith in NASA, my church.
Yeah, at least I have a church. And your church is flat Earth, right? So it's okay.
No, we don't make the argument that it's flat because of religious views. You're making the argument that in ancient times everybody believed it was a globe when that's just a lie.
Yeah, believe there's
So
a.
we were correcting your error.
Where is the text? Just not concept.
You can read the Bible yourself. You can read any of their texts yourself. It's all online. You can look this up right now and figure out that you're wrong,
Okay,
but you won't.
Okay, yes, of course. I won't even waste my time and.
Yeah, we know you won't waste your time to look up to see if your claims are correct or not. We have experienced your inability to do research.
Same as you.
This guy's clearly Arab, right? I'm just wondering, like, he's probably a Muslim. And I mean, the Quran states that the earth's laid out like a rug or a carpet. So I don't know what he has to think about that. Let's say about that.
Quran doesn't say that, and even if I'm Arab or not, it doesn't mean that it's just something that you talk about.
So it's a spherical rug, is it?
Quran doesn't say that. Who said that Quran says that?
Quran says Quran says the earth was spread out like a carpet.
Yeah.
For the people who seeing wait. For the people who seeing it within the earth.
Never read the Quran anyway.
You never even know what's Quran saying, and then now you assume, oh, Quran says that. You have to believe in
I
this.
know what it says. You don't know about
Quran doesn't even say about this. The verse in Quran that says وَإِذَا الْأَرْضُ سُطِحَتْ, it means لِلنَّاظِرِينَ, which means for the people who seeing the earth, who seeing in the earth. And then he said where the sun is around, because you see it in your own eyes as around. How are you gonna see the earth as around if you stand on the earth? So this is the verse in Quran, which is totally
wrong. To the Quran. So are you a holy prophet?
Like 2
I'm
minutes
not
ago,
adding. This is the
there,
meaning.
and now have you noticed, like, Trace? 2 minutes ago he denied it was there, and now he's accepting that it's there, and he's trying to red herring away from it with like irrelevant content.
Well, think about it like this: your perspective. You see in a 360. You see in a 360 point of view. So, and from that, you could say that that circle of view is round, but round and flat are not mutually exclusive.
It's not. They didn't say round. Well,
You
the
did
verse
say
in,
round.
yeah, the verse in Quran says, for the people who seeing from your eye perspective, how you see Earth, you see it flat from your eye perspective because you're standing on the Earth. That's what the Quran verses said, because this is the meaning of it.
Sure.
But I mean, other stupid Muslim who
Are you changing the word of God? Are you trying to change what it was written in the holy books by your own imagination and attribute it to a cartoon globe if possible? Why are you doing
God,
that?
I'm changing
That's
God things.
disrespectful.
Not respectful. Fuck, it's my God, and I can fuck him. So just don't go to my God.
He can fuck him.
He can fuck him.
Well, yes, and then the Quran says it's different meanings because in Arabic philosophy it's different, right? The meaning of Arabic is different. You cannot just translate it from Arabic to English. That will be a stupidity in our word.
That's a good excuse. Like carpet is different a carpet in Arabic is
No.
is different than a carpet in America.
You don't even understand what I'm saying. You don't even want to understand. I'm saying for you, my friend. I'm saying, if you wanna go to the verse in Quran that says this, the verse in Quran specify the human perspective eye. If you're standing on the earth, you will see it flat. If you look to the sun, you will see it.
We're looking at the text right now.
The text is talking to the human being who's standing on earth.
Oh, so you imagine it? It's not in the text. You're just making it up.
It's in the
text.
It's in the first verse.
Yeah, he denied that verse was even in there.
What do you know what is the meaning of the text even?
Not even 5 minutes ago he denied it was even in there, and now he's trying to tell you that the context is different.
There were.
These guys, they will do anything.
Yeah. There, where? What do you say? I'm even there. Where
Are
there?
you are you saying that a carpet in the Arab world is a different shape than in America or something? It's like a different thing.
Well, you don't even understand. The carpet is a carpet, like a flat. As they say, when you look to the earth,
Oh, he
when
said
you're
it.
standing on the earth, it's a flat. When you're standing on it, do you
And then
even
in
know
your
what's standing?
imagination, then in your imagination, it turns into a globe, and that's what you're saying. Like you imagine the carpet to be a globe.
No, it's the verse. I'm talking about the verse, not myself, not my what I think. It's the verse. I'm translating the verse correctly to you, only.
Sure.
The verse says this, but it doesn't mean that the earth is flat. As an
So
earth.
the verse says one thing, it says it's flat, but you believe it means it's something else other than what the text says.
It doesn't
Okay,
say
got
flat.
it.
Do you understand that it says flat for the perspective eye of a human being standing on earth?
I don't see any of that in the text, my buddy.
Why are you
don't
calling
even
God a
read up.
liar, bro? Why are you calling God a liar? Why are you calling God a liar?
It's God. Fuck God. I don't care. I'm translating the verse in English.
Why are you calling Allah a liar?
Even so, I don't care. I'm translating the verse of Arabic philosophy in English for you to understand, people.
Sure thing.
Carpet doesn't
Cool.
mean carpet in Arab and English.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's carpet. What I'm
Go ahead,
saying
Crypto.
is
Let
different.
let Crypto say something. He's trying to say something. Go ahead, Crypto.
I'm just glad that he admits that the verse exists now, because it took a little while to get him to admit that. But we can move on. It's fine. Regardless.
I heard him also say that it's flat, so that was good too.
Well, you don't even know that the debate in Muslim society about the flat Earth is nothing comparing to you guys.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I lived in Saudi Arabia for a while. Like, no one even talks about the shape of the Earth. Like, it's not a thing that anyone talks about. So, like, but I'm sure if you actually went to some of the mosques around there and actually pointed this out, they would say, most of them would say, well, the word of God is true. That's all they would tell you.
No, you're wrong. You don't even know. No, you're
I'm not
wrong. There
wrong.
is no. Wait. Just listen. Wait, you don't listen. We don't want to listen. You just want to keep talking. Listen. If you're talking about Arab world and you're talking about mosques and stuff like this, it's different because not everybody translate the Quran as it is. So just to keep it clear, right?
Yeah, we know. You don't do it either. You imagine things that are not in the text, just like you told us a minute ago. So it's all good. It's all good. We understand. We know how it goes.
Every group translate it as they see. So it's different.
Yeah, scholarly translations are important in Islam, right? They're more important than they are in Christianity. But that's actually got nothing to do with what I said. So, red herring.
I just like the question, why would they lie? But what you'll never hear is a globe earther come in here and say, why are you flat earthers? Can you show me why the earth is not curving? Instead, they talk about the sun, the moon, the stars, gas pressure laws, eclipses, anything
We've
but,
all
hey,
seen
can
that
you show
YouTube
me
video.
why the earth is flat?
We've all seen that YouTube video, and you're coming from that. So why asking the question?
Yeah, why are you asking about all these other things? Like, why can't you predict what other people are thinking in their minds in the government? Like, one answer is going to be the same for all government officials or something. Like, why don't you know why the government's lying? Would you like to hear why we think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so have you heard boats go over the horizon?
Sorry, come again?
Have you heard that boats go over the horizon?
Okay, yeah.
Does that prove that the Earth is a globe?
It does that prove it's flat?
It's just a yes or no question, bud. You don't have to
No,
use all the
no,
sophistry. No?
no,
It
no,
doesn't
no, it
prove it?
doesn't. No, it doesn't prove it.
Okay, so how do we know it's a globe? Because the government told us? Because we've seen pictures and cartoons? Because I'm trying to get to the horizon, right? That's what I'm trying to get to. So how do we know
Do
it's a
you
globe? Is it because of the
do you
horizon?
do you have a weather balloon?
In my back pocket right now, I sure do. No, bro, I don't have a weather balloon.
Just get one and put a camera on it and just go.
We've done that, and every time there's no fisheye lens, there's no curvature. And when there is a fisheye
You've
lens,
done that,
sometimes it's concave and
you've done
sometimes it's
that even
convex.
you've done that in college and you didn't see that?
I didn't do that in college,
Okay.
but I have seen videos, and every time there's a fisheye lens, there's curvature, and it's concave and convex sometimes.
Fish eye lens. Okay.
Wide
Fish
angle.
eye lens.
Yeah, like a GoPro. When the balloon first
Yeah.
launches, you can see like an eighth of the sphere when it's like 100 feet in the air.
Okay.
That's because of the camera. You know that,
Of
right?
course. No, I don't know because we don't put fish eye on
It's a type
GoPros
of
for weather
lens, man. It's a type of
balloons. Wait.
lens.
No, I know it's a lens, man. I know what I'm talking about. We
Okay.
don't put this type of lenses on weather balloons.
Yes, they do. You just don't know what you're talking about. Look at any of the find any weather
GoPros are
balloon
fisheye
launch.
lenses.
Find any weather balloon launch you like. Bring it to us. Show us the video, and we'll show you that the curve of the Earth that you look at the end and you say, "Oh, look, it's the curve of the Earth. I can see it." Well, it's
Oh,
also on the ground.
just
It's
look up,
also on the
if you
ground before the balloon goes up into the air. So the Earth curve of that ball would be so small that it wouldn't contain the state that the balloon is released in.
So all your information on YouTube videos. Wow.
No, I'm telling
That's what he's
you
saying.
to go try to find something that supports your claim. Because we have videos of balloons, weather balloons with flat horizons, and we have a bunch of weather balloons with fisheye lenses curving the flat horizontal line called the horizon.
And of course, they can't let you go to the edge of the Earth, right?
So obfuscate away because you are proven wrong again.
Get away from what? Just you bring a weather balloon, put a
You
GoPro
made up
without
a
a fish eye
claim
on it,
that
and just
you made up
go.
a claim that if we used weather balloons, we would be
You're
able
the
to
one
see
that
the
brought up
Earth
the weather
curve. We
balloons.
sent weather balloons
Yeah,
up. We
just
don't
get
see any
one.
Earth curve, so you're a
You
liar.
get one. I got one for my kids
Sir,
in the college. I
you're,
did that.
All right,
you're
liars.
Do
arguing.
that.
You're arguing from ignorance because even in the weather balloon, if you do the math of the globe, it's not gonna show you the curvature. Even if it was there, the curvature, you can't see it from that height. So when you actually seeing when you see curvature convexing or concave curvature, is an effect of the opticals of the device that is recording the image. You should know
Oh,
this
so
by now,
since you're
sir.
talking about videos, so the live feed from the International Space Station is a lie too, right? There's a fake.
It's too low to the ground to see the
Change
Earth
the
curve,
subject. Yeah.
as per the
It's a
mathematics.
begging the question fallacy.
He's not here
Do
to
you?
learn.
Yeah, just a second. Do you
He's
guys
arguing.
know?
He's arguing from ignorance. He doesn't know, and he just watched
Are
a
you
video from cartoons or
Let me,
something.
wait. Do you know, even you communicate with me? Do you know how satellites go to the space?
Do you
Begging
know?
the question fallacy.
Of course, I
Because I
know.
don't think you do.
You do.
Oh,
Do you
yeah,
know
you're
how
so
when
much
they
smarter
launch a
than us.
satellite,
Yep.
how the satellite will keep courses with the Earth with the location?
Have you ever seen a second stage deployment?
Yes, I've seen it from Nilesat in Egypt. We
Weren't you just telling us that YouTube videos are no good?
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking. Have you do you know this information about how to launch a satellite and what you do?
You're begging the question. What's a satellite? Where does it go? And how does it work? You're gonna have to tell us. You're making the claim, dude. I don't know.
No,
Don't reverse the burden.
I know. Do you know?
Why don't you
Why are
describe
you
the
asking me
second
to prove
stage deployment
claim? Don't
process
you
for us
prove your
in
claim. Don't
detail?
ask me.
Yeah, also, you don't know. Otherwise, you would be sending up satellites. You might believe how it works. We are not sending up satellites, so how would we know?
Of course, yes, of course. There's even satellites are a lie and hoax. We're communicating by
Yeah, but the
No, no, you're
optics.
making assumptions now and not addressing anything we're saying and just galloping and running away from all the arguments. You're just wrong on every point, and now you just want to waffle.
Of
Go kick
course, I'm
rocks.
wrong all the time. Wrong.
Dude, go
No,
back
you're just
to
a
your
liar,
video.
and I think Allah is not going to like that, so good luck.
Yeah, I'm done with this guy.
Oh my god. It's even waste of time getting to this room. I'm sorry, goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, this dude, he doesn't care about Allah. The government is his God. His God is other men.
Yeah, right.
Men who are stronger than him, capable of thinking for themselves. That's why he can't fathom why you would question other men. Why would other men lie? They would not lie to me. The other men in the government, they are my God. I trust them.
Hey, Hank, I got a
He's
question
gone.
for you. Have the empires of the world over the course of history been very trustworthy?
In the beginning, I'm sure they were, or they wouldn't have got that many people together. But towards the end,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was corruption from within. Isn't a lot of people thinking about the Roman Empire? Do you know why that's a meme right now? Are you familiar with the parallels of the Roman Empire and the current state
I've
of the
heard that
United
before.
States?
Yeah. What's
Oh,
going on with that?
it's blatant.
Yeah, that's why it's on everybody's mind right now. Because, problems like immigration and spending and constant state of war, that's exactly what Rome was doing before it collapsed.
Genders in question. Yep. Same thing.
So yeah,
Some
that's
people,
why men are thinking about it nonstop right now.
some people call it the fourth turning in economics.
The Overton window,
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, it's similar to that. But yeah, the answer is yes and no. At certain times they were trustworthy, and other times they weren't. Why do you ask?
Oh no, I was just trying to reiterate the point, even though he left.
Yeah, he left.
Obviously, over the course of history, governments have started out, at least because the prior empire had fallen or dissolved from within or been conquered by the people, that the new one formed and was trustworthy at first, but ultimately was a deceiving empire to gain control and power because they're corrupt. But, that's neither here nor there since he's not here anymore.
Right. Yeah. What's that saying? It's just like, what is it? Strong times create something. Anyone know that?
Yeah, hard times create strong people, something like that.
Yeah. How's that go?
Hard times
I don't
create
know.
strong men. Strong men create
Yeah.
easy times. Easy times create weak men. Weak men
Yeah, like
create
that
hard
kind of.
times.
Yeah.
There it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yep. It's the fourth
I got a
turning.
joke for you guys. I just posted a link. When non-gravitational forces are observed with comets, they say that the comet is farting, and the expulsion of gas is what's causing these non-gravitational forces. So I just thought I'd give you guys a little joke. I saved that for now. Because gravity has to be working, so the comet has to be farting.
Yeah, basically that dude was like, space religion, Quran, space religion, Quran, space religion, Quran, dude. Exploded.
He was more like, you guys. I know better than you guys because I've watched the videos from space. He's done his research. He's seen the documentaries. He's seen the launches, and he knows better because we haven't done that.
Yeah,
He knows
no.
better than us.
We're completely ignorant, and Thank you for teaching us, Ivan. Thank you.
Where'd he go? I had to reboot.
Ah,
He
you missed
went. He
it.
went away, man.
He's in distress because he can't figure out why people would trust the government. Wouldn't
He
trust
had
the
to go on his
government.
pilgrimage to NASA. Oh,
Poor guy.
yeah.
You can hear the distress in their voice when they come in here and realize that we're right, and they still fight it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that cognitive dissonance, a bitch. I've heard people say it actually makes their head hurt.
Yeah. Many times.
I think that's interesting.
Can
Like,
I,
oh,
can I
you're
ask you
making my
guys
head hurt.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Is the mind parasite? The mind parasite when it starts dying, it causes hurt. Yeah, go ahead with your
Right,
question.
Jimsy with your
yes.
parasites.
Yes, go ahead and ask your question, bro.
We are talking about skepticism of governance or governments, right? Or government. And is there like some things that what like warrant some trust for you guys? What would give you trust in something that you can't control,
Bl-
for example?
Blind trust, there's nothing that's going to give me blind trust. Right?
Well, I agree with that, but what's give you like trust in something that you can't control fully?
Evidence.
He's flat earthy for me.
Verifiable evidence.
Empirical data.
Okay.
Right, because everybody talks about science and how it's never settled, and there's this peer
Yeah.
review process. We would just like to, see the peer review process. That's not too much to ask with science, right?
I think that's like what you say? That's undistributed and public, I think.
Yeah, the paywalls, bro.
Just have to work in
gatekeeping.
Paywall is one thing,
So
but you always got
there is no
buyouts, so-
transparency to space. It's a secret. It's you're too dumb to get this information, so we gotta keep it from you. We gotta keep it a secret. Yeah, because it's for national security. Sure, yeah, but
But they are not hiding that fact though at all. Like they're
Who's
just
they?
I mean any like facts about space or outer world, like
No, but who's they?
anybody who works in that field.
What field?
It could be astronomy, it could be like engineers or something. Space business.
Are you talking about why would they lie? How could so many people continue a lie? Is that kind
No,
of question?
no, more like more like why would they like, not why would they lie, but like what would like give you trust in them in a sense?
transparency.
Yeah, but they are transparent. Like you can, I don't understand.
The private sector, instead of making you work and take your taxes so they can show you images from space, how about they do it in the private sector? How about they do their own work and they raise their own money instead of making people pay for it so they can waste the money, right?
SpaceX had a rocket program. They are funded by government, yes, but before they weren't. They sent up rockets.
They've
before
always
and-
been.
They've always been.
You have
They've
some
always
private
been.
research. You have some private research
No.
rocket
It's all government
missions
money.
that are not funded by government.
Can we ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's the curvature of the Earth measured?
Okay. So we're going to talk about something else. I've brought up this example like hundreds of
I
times,
just asked you.
maybe.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I know you asked this question. I have answered that
It's
probably
pretty
like
important.
I know, and last time I brought it up, I got muted and banned. So I don't know if I want to do it again. So I want to
Oh, I
talk
didn't
about
know
something
that.
else.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
I do. I've been banned here like probably
Well,
every other day.
you have an answer to that question?
Yes, but I'm not going to bring it up because last time I got banned, so I'm not going to do that
I
again.
mean,
Okay. All right.
So I would rather talk about like the skepticism.
Yeah, talk about
'cause I
everything
find it
else but
interesting.
the curvature of the Earth. Got
Well,
it.
I can do that, but then I get banned, so I'm not going to do that. So yeah.
Look, I know I'm not running
That
shit
sounds
here,
like
but
that
I
sounds
wish
like
we.
an excuse and a lie. Go ahead.
I wish we
Yeah,
wouldn't
I mean
ban
that's not
people
a lie
if
that
we
I've been
are.
banned. I can show you my log if
I
you want
wish we
to.
aren't banning people. This dude seems pretty reasonable, but he could have been acting like an ass the other day, so I wasn't here, so I probably shouldn't have said nothing. But if you're afraid to talk about the surface of the Earth,
I'm not,
you know,
but
that's
I'm not going to invest time in it if I'm just going to end up getting banned anyway.
well, maybe that's
So
why you got
you
banned.
want to he wants to
No,
talk about
that's
psychology.
not.
He
That
wants
doesn't
to
make
talk
any
about
sense.
psychology. That's what you want to talk about in here,
No,
psychology, right?
well, yeah, I want to talk about something else than
Yeah,
just
psychology.
bringing up the same thing that I always bring up every time.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about because you won't bring it up.
I was talking about skepticism in general, like skepticism,
No, I
what
mean the
warrants
curvature
like
of the
most.
Earth question, bro. You know, the place
Yeah, and
we
I
all
said I
live
don't
on.
want to
bring it
talk
up,
about
bring it
that.
up, bring it up,
I
man,
said
bring it
I
up.
don't want to talk about that.
Do it.
I mean, you guys can talk about among yourself about it, but I'm not going to talk about it.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I just got banned last time. I can show you my log if you don't trust me.
I just talk, dude. You have you can talk. Like
I
we're
have the
talking.
floor every time, and it ends up me getting banned, so I'm not gonna talk about it. You guys always act like good guys, and then I'm getting banned.
That's
So
a
I'm not gonna
lie
do it.
because you're
Oh
talking
my
right now.
god.
You're not
Oh,
banned.
Yes,
You're making
thanks.
shit
So,
up. You're
thanks.
not
Luis,
banned.
I'm
You're
not.
here talking. You are
I
here
know,
talking. You're not banned.
and
Why
I
are you
haven't
making shit
started
up,
talking.
dude?
okay, you don't have to get upset. Just let me interject.
How many times do I have to get banned for me to, for
Yeah,
you
how
guys
many
to
times?
believe that I'm gonna
You're
get banned
not
anytime I
banned.
talk about this?
You're not. You're
I've
not banned.
always,
You're here.
I'm never banned until I'm banned. I've been
Okay, let
banned
me
every single day on
allow
this
me,
server.
please,
So yeah.
please. I'd just like to say, is not all of this recorded and on the YouTube? Can't you guys go back and just watch his
Sure.
conversation from yesterday, and then you
Yes,
can,
you can do that.
yeah, and then you can see for yourselves
No, we
what his
we
argument is
we're gonna talk
and why
about the
he got
topic we're gonna
banned.
touch now. He wants to talk about the psychology,
Yeah.
Sure.
the psychology of people in here.
You don't want
Are
to
you a
talk about that?
psychologist,
That's
sir?
fine, but I'm not
Are you
gonna
a
bring up
psychologist?
the. No, I'm not a
So,
psychologist. So what?
so you're not credited on this. So
Nobody
why
here
would
is
you
like
try
an
to talk about
astronomer,
psychology?
so we talk about astronomy every day, and
Y-
nobody here
Bro,
is an astronomer.
if you have a telescope and you're looking at the sky, you are functioning as an astronomer. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a telescope.
Well, I am. Then I guess I am an astronomer according to you guys.
Ah, there
There
you
you
go.
go.
Look at that.
That's
Yeah.
not even a science, right? That's a pseudoscience, right? So you can be a pseudoscientist.
No,
why?
he
It's a
gets paid.
pseudoscience to
He
use a telescope.
basically gets paid to
That's
look
the
at the
first time.
sky using his PhD, right? So he's basically the
I
same
don't
thing.
have a PhD. Yeah.
Well, way to defend him. Whoever that guy is. Listen, buddy. All right. It's a simple question. Where's the curvature of the Earth?
It's not a simple question, and the last time I answered it, I got banned. So I'm
Oh
not
my
going to answer it
god.
again.
If you
Well,
mention
you might
banned one
say
more
that.
time,
I 100%
you're gonna
trust
get
you guys.
banned.
I will get banned. 100% sure.
He's
That's
lying.
hilarious.
He's
That's
lying.
hilarious.
It's
I,
literally
okay,
all on
let me
YouTube.
show
You
you
can
my
just
log
watch it
and
on
see what
YouTube.
happens every day on this server. I'll show you that I get banned. But why
Why
are you
do you
so
keep coming
insistent
back
on
then?
switching the topic? I like talking about this, but I'm not going to invest time in something where I'm going to end up getting banned.
You like talking about it, but you feel like you can't talk about it.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, yeah, but I can't talk to you guys about it because I'm going to get banned.
So why are you here?
Okay, I
This-
just muted him. I'm
this
just
is the
tired of
most-
hearing him say
this is
I
the
can't
most-
talk or I'm gonna get banned.
This is the
Yeah.
most moderated channel on the server by far.
Well, here's the thing, bud. When we're talking about deep conversations about deep philosophical, scientific, geometric, mathematic things, we can't have people interrupting every 5 seconds. I can't talk about it or I'm gonna get banned. Like,
Right.
we have to get to the deeper level of the conversation. So
Well,
trolls
here's-
aren't going to let us get past that deeper level.
Okay, you think he's a
Obfuscators aren't
troll?
going to let us get past that level. So what are
You
we
think he's
forced to do?
obfuscating? You think he's a troll and he's obfuscating? How?
How was it? How many times did he talk about being banned?
Like every time I brought it up.
He said, quote unquote, I don't want to talk about the topic of this channel because I don't want to talk about it. You guys can talk
Can you
about
imagine if I went
it.
into another server, like the transgender server, and when they started asking me questions, I was like, I don't want to talk about transgender stuff. I just want to talk about the flat Earth.
I've been to
And
the
then when I get banned, I go
I've been
back and say,
I've been
and when
there.
I get banned, I go back and say, every time I talk about flat Earth, I get banned. I don't know what's going on. God.
No, I've been to that channel. I've been to that channel. It's not like that. They will
So-
they will mute people arbitrarily, but this channel is still moderated way more than
So,
that.
would you like to go with me to the transgender room and interrupt their conversation and talk about flat Earth and see how that goes?
Why not talk
You want-
about skepticism? Like you were saying, you want to engage in conversation about philosophy and the deeper reasoning behind some
Right,
things.
so that's a good idea.
It sounded like he wanted to do that. He wanted to discuss.
That's a good idea. Are you a skeptic? Are you a
He
skeptic,
wanted
sir?
to discuss the skepticism.
Are
Of
you a
course.
skeptic, sir?
Yeah,
You are?
I'd say one for sure.
Okay, so what are you skeptic about the globe Earth model?
Well, I'm not skeptical to the point of like extreme paranoia. Like I believe the
Just one
videos.
thing. I'm not talking about your paranoia or
I believe
psychological
the
disorders.
videos I've seen from NASA. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking, what about the globe Earth model are you skeptical about? Or the cosmological model?
See, it's very
Yeah, I'm
interesting.
skeptical about the cosmological model. Like I'm skeptical about transit. Are you familiar with the transit method of finding extraplanetary objects?
Right, the star's brightness dims a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah, I'm
And
very
they
skeptical
postulate
of
a
that.
planet.
That's
Okay.
right. I'm very skeptical of that.
So you're skeptical of planets outside of the solar system.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
I
fair
am
enough.
too. You know why
And
I
you know
am,
what?
bro?
You
Have
know
you
what?
seen,
I appreciate you guys a lot because the government, I do believe, lies to us about a lot of different things, and we don't always know what their reasons are.
Right. We'll never know, really. Honestly.
No, and so I can appreciate that, and like when people ask you like why do you believe in this conspiracy theory, and you're like, well, why do people lie? And it's like, yeah, usually there's a way to kind of like a detective would detect why someone lies, but we can't
Zeros,
read.
let me ask you something real quick. So
We don't know all the time.
You know how they find exoplanets? Have you seen the method of them determining if there's an
Yeah, I've seen the method. I've gone to the university. I've seen how they do it.
Do you know how many pixels they use to resolute that?
I don't know, but it could be like
9 pixels.
Yeah.
So when it comes to, them making up all these stories about this
Yeah, so I'm
planet it
very
rains
skeptical of
diamonds, this
9
planet
pixels.
has got marijuana on it, like when you see these things, you know it's a load of bullshit, don't you?
Yeah.
Like how could they tell that from a blip of a star?
9
No,
pixels.
I understand. They're trying to find patterns, right? So like it blips in a certain sequence. And
Right,
that's
but
how
the marijuana planet, are you serious? Like, do I need to pull
I
that up
don't
for you?
know. I haven't looked into it that much, but yeah, I was really excited to see these extra solar planets. I was really excited to see them. And then yeah, when I saw that it was just 9 pixels or whatever it was, the low resolution that they had of this light, I just was like, really? And they're saying that there's
when they say that your anus smells like farts, I believe them.
I don't. Well, I mean, I have to take their word for it. I'm not gonna find out for myself.
You don't find a problem in that?
No, I mean, like, yeah, there could be some problems, but I don't need to know everything.
Well, I'm saying you don't find a problem in taking their word for it.
What my anus smells like? No, I don't see a problem with that.
No. Your anus,
No.
not your anus. Your
Uranus. Oh, I was confused as well, guys. I was confused as well.
Uranus.
Nice.
Uranus.
Yo, that's awesome.
They'll tell you that Uranus smells like farts. How do they know that? Have they been there?
Maybe
To smell
methane,
it?
right?
Well,
They,
I mean,
they
yeah,
know there's methane
maybe if
there.
there's methane, that stands to reason.
Do all farts smell the same?
Bro, they're not saying it smells like literally the fart your mom made yesterday. They're saying it smells kind of like farts. Maybe that's what they're saying.
No, I mean like
Does
different
it smell
people.
like your farts, or like your sister's fart, or like your brother's fart? You know, those are different farts.
Yeah,
So how
yeah.
do they know?
Sometimes it smells. Sometimes it smells like potato chips. So I'm like, And other times it's like, I don't want any of that. It smells like death.
Yo, so they're lying. Telling you, bro.
Yeah, apparently that got debunked, the marijuana on another planet. But I will post this for you guys because you were talking about methane. So there you go. Apparently NASA can smell farts from space because they've detected methane.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable. It might have it could have a farty smell. It's just a fun way to say that it's covered in methane. But there's no oxygen, so you wouldn't really be able to smell it because you would suffocate, you would asphyxiate, you wouldn't be.
But why don't they
How do you
say
know
like
any of that?
Mercury? Why don't they say Mercury smells like fart? Mars smells like fart, or Jupiter
Well,
smells like fart.
because
They gotta
Mars.
say Uranus smells like farts. Why?
I think it's for the joke. It's for the lulz.
Oh, it's a joke. They're joking.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah,
It is a joke.
all right.
Finally.
Yeah, it's funny. That's a funny joke. That's a dad joke. I like to call it.
The whole thing is a joke.
I like to call it Uranus, but Uranus. It's funny.
It's a double joke because you think
It's crazy. You can in the Bible you can make so many puns because it's been translated into English, and English is such a punny language.
Well, there is idioms in the Bible, and you'll find Hebrew idioms in the Greek Matthew, and it's really interesting because they discovered like a Hebrew Matthew, right? And those idioms make sense, but there was only one Greek idiom in the book of Matthew. So these idioms are really interesting, because if you're not aware of it, it doesn't click. But when you go back and you find them and you find out what it means, like it makes a lot of sense. So the whole thing getting translated, yeah, go ahead.
No. I get that. Yeah, if you get the context of their language, you can find these idioms. I could see that.
Just real quick, Zeros.
That sounds awesome. I definitely want to look into that.
Do you know why? You ever heard of Mayhem comes in here?
No.
Okay. Mayhem comes in here and he goes, "I'm a party pooper," because we can go all down these derivative topics and stuff like that.
I hope this isn't a scat thing. He's a party pooper. Go on.
No. He brings up the geometry of the globe Earth every time because that's the main problem. Is that we cannot find this curvature anywhere, man, and everything else is based off of this curvature of this 24,901 mile circumference calculation or assumption that Eratosthenes made for everything else in the heliocentric model to work.
Yeah, sure. It was a big number.
But my point is, where is this curvature?
Man, I'm blown away by how many different angles you guys have actually tried to attack this. Like I've never looked into my own understanding of the earth being round as much as I have since I came across you guys.
Well, it doesn't stop there. If you sit here and talk with us and learn with us and share with us, it's going to break down all the compartmentalization from the slave schools where the government teaches you how to think and instead it teaches you what to think instead of how to think. It's going to tear down all those barriers because if you could not notice by talking to us, like the compartmentalization's ripped down. Like we're studying everything.
And I talk to college girls, I talk to university students, And sometimes it's just like, wow, these people are so dumb and so indoctrinated, and it's just
No,
kind
they're
of
not
sad.
dumb, bro. They're in a left brain prison. You have
Well,
to
yeah, yeah, yeah,
understand how
yeah.
the
Well,
system works.
maybe not dumb, because academically they can be very, very intelligent in like a
Right,
genius
right.
level. But then they're at the same time they're incredibly indoctrinated.
Well, they're in a left brain prison. You have to understand what the music does to you at the 440 hertz, and you have to understand what the educational system is meant to do. It's designed to put you in a left brain prison where all of your brilliance that comes from your imagination is like pretty much scolded out of you. Sit down, shut up, do your homework. No, you can't be free at home. You're only free when you sleep. Get to work. And then when you become an adult, punch that clock. Don't be late. You got a mortgage.
It's hard. Yeah, there are jobs where you can make your own hours, but that they're not for everybody. But they're sweet when you can get them.
But the point is, the majority, vast majority, have been trained to be factory workers in a sense.
Yeah, you're
Even
9 to
says it.
5, 5 days a week.
Yeah,
You're
that's why
locked
there's a
in.
bell. You know, get used to the bell ringing, just like a factory, man. That
Would
was
you
the
use say
Carnegie. That was the Carnegie
four
model, bro.
440 hertz, or what was it?
440
440?
hertz.
440 music, yeah. It's
And you
gonna
can get
keep
a
you
bell.
trapped.
You can get a bell to make that frequency.
No, it's music.
that
It's in your
correlate.
music. All music in the mainstream is 440 hertz. It's based on that.
Oh, and you don't like that.
No, it puts you in a left brain prison.
Left brain. Well, that's the creative side.
No, that's the logical side.
Oh, is it? Left brain?
Yep.
Yeah, you're supposed to be using both sides equally, or pretty close to it at least.
Right side's creative.
Suppose, the thing is about, you can have contention about the brain and its importance, but we all have our senses, we can argue about where they come from, but just to kind of break that point about the brain and its importance, have you guys ever heard of hydrocephalus?
Water on the brain.
Yes.
No,
Have you
never
ever
heard
heard
of
of
that.
that? So
No.
there was this guy, he was just like an English teacher. He started getting migraines, right? Got an MRI. Found out that 90% of his brain was water. Complete
Wow.
water.
Yeah.
Where he was just completely brain dead, but he was a completely normal, functioning person. So there is contention about how important the brain is in terms of consciousness. So I just wanted to put that out there that
I believe
there
that.
is
I
some.
believe that's possible. I mean, we don't know what the upper limits of our neuroplasticity is.
Yeah, 90% manufactotum. 90% of his brain was literally water, which
The abilities to learn, the ability to recover from head injury, like we don't know what the upper limits are.
Whole body is water, structured water. So it's not too much of a leap that his brain would just be water. So basically, if you have a lot of structured water, the way it works is if you have the more impurities you have, the more bulk phase water you have in it, which is like the water-looking water, watery water. And the less impurities, the more perfect the gel will be. And so, like, if that just means for some reason this guy got poisoned to the point where they were all concentrating in his brain, destructuring the water, making it bulk phase water. So,
But at the same time, he still had his cognitive faculties.
yeah, so the brain was just there. It was switching phase. So when it's in the structured phase, it's kind of like jelly-like, basically. That's why, and that's how all the water in your body is to varying degrees, depending on the proteins dissolved in them. They're like gelatin. It's like gelatinous water, like jelly. So basically, and if you have more and more like again, like I said, impurities, that jelly becomes more liquid, basically bulk phase, liquid water. So it's not that his brain was gone. It was probably just like very liquidy, meaning it had a lot of impurities.
It's pretty interesting. Let me see if I can find it.
Who's that guy? Who are you talking about?
I don't know his name. I just know the story. I gotta find it. Bear with me a bit.
Hydrocephalus. Is this the guy that discovered hydrocephalus?
No. I'm just trying to give you an example of this guy who was a normal dude, normal English teacher, I believe. Completely normal. Started getting like headaches, migraines. Was like, what the hell's going on with me? Gets an MRI, and the doctors are like, holy shit, 90% of your brain is water.
Oh, started getting migraines. Oh, that's no fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard like a little bit about that story, but I had no idea the percentage was so high.
Yeah.
I thought, if I remember, like that's kind of interesting. When I first heard the story, I think I remember just like a few, like 5% or something like that. Like virtually had like a swelling, like a closed head injury that filled back up with water or something like that. But like, holy crap, 90-80%. I mean, this is really interesting. Yeah, people talk about they got it all figured out. Man, they have no idea. The brain's
They have
a
no idea.
complete mystery how the brain works.
But it's
But
kind of
ever
clickbait. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
I'm saying, but again, based on what I just said earlier, it's kind of clickbaity because like what they're probably detecting, like I said, like anytime they use the MRI machine, what they're looking for is like some phase change in the water. And so, like I said, if there's some pollutants in his brain, it's going to basically there's some detection mechanism which is saying, okay, it's crossed the threshold and now it's water. It's not really the case. It's still a brain. It's just that like a lot of the membranes probably in that liquidy state phase change there. So it's not like still at his brain. It was just it's not like, oh, there's just water and then like it's just like random water swishing around his head.
Yeah, I was just like looking up brain. I was kind of curious more, kind of down a rabbit hole here. In some of the terms, so I was like, what does brain dead mean? Like someone whose brain is no activity, like there's no synapses, they can't detect anything. And that people, even though they're brain dead, their heart continue to beat for 3 days, and they'll continue to breathe for a week or longer. It kind of reminds me of that story with dinosaurs and stuff. They said some of the like this one article I read that dinosaurs they said that dinosaurs were really dumb. They had just that really small brain, a brain the size of a peanut, but the body the size of huge, right? Like 5 elephants. And then another time I read a story where hey, people think maybe they got this wrong. That it wasn't just one brain in their cranium. That one brain in their head did one part, and they had multiple brains all throughout their body that controlled all different things that they were up to.
Right. Yeah. The brain is just neurons, and you have neurons in other places in your body, like your nose.
Such an old story that I'm trying to find
It's
it.
not
It's
just
taking
neurons.
me a while. Sorry.
It's also the parasites inside of your intestines that are
It's
controlling your
cholesterol,
cardiac
Jimsy.
flow.
Calm down. It's the bad cholesterol.
Jimsy.
It's the good cholesterol. I'm only joking, Jimsy.
They're saying you have a second brain in your gut.
Yeah.
You got neurons everywhere.
Yeah.
The second brain in your gut is the organisms in your body that many times are the natural ones, or other times are parasitic and controlling the host. That's a fact.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen there's bugs that get infected by like a fungus and it changes their behavior.
Yeah.
That works for the fungus.
That's
like
called
they start taking actions in their lives to help this fungus. And they don't have control over it.
Yeah,
So you're talking about the ants and the zombie fungus, the zombie ants, right?
Yes.
So
Okay.
you guys heard about the disease you get from cats?
Let's bring it back to flat Earth, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys
Yes,
want to talk I can mute myself.
that one can control the host sexual behavior as well. So there you go. Anyways, the brain is supposed to be made out of 60% fat, and the remaining will be 40% a combination of water, protein, carbohydrates, and salts. So yeah, it's mostly fat. The brain is mostly fats. Go ahead.
Anyway, Anybody got any questions?
Bro, I was talking about the brain.
I know, I
hell?
know.
Somebody
No,
muted me.
I know. You're saying we should pull it back to, or Dr. Flatwater was saying we should pull it back to flat Earth.
It's
I
true,
agree.
but just make sure you don't have toxoplasmosis because you might be under mind control. Go ahead.
I didn't finish my point before I got muted. You guys were saying that the brain was 90% water, but it's 60% fat. And then water, protein, carbohydrates, and salts. So
That
there
was
you
me.
go.
That was me, to
That's
be
what it's
fair.
made.
No one else, but
Anyway, anybody have a question about anyone, a globe earther who has a question?
gold lobsters, globalists.
Hey, how does brains work in the flat Earth?
Well, they don't work well on the globe Earth. Gosh, nobody can really think for themselves.
Don't you need like a pressurized system for it to work?
So that elusive curvature, if it's always refraction going on at the horizon, then that means we can't measure the curvature from Earth. So the only place we would be able to measure it is the one place that nobody can go, not even NASA, not SpaceX. According to NASA, we can't leave low Earth orbit, so nobody can prove that it's a globe. So if it's unfalsifiable, according to Karl Popper, then it's not science. So we can't use math, we can't use science. What can we use to prove the Earth is a globe? Imagination?
Yeah, if you put that saying from Karl Popper along with the one from oh man, I can't forget the name. I forget the name, but about the second law of thermodynamics, go down an utter disaster pretty much, and not necessarily those words, but pretty descriptive. Eddington, wasn't it?
Does Popper talks about the flat Earth?
Say what about Popper?
Does Karl Popper talks about the flat Earth?
I don't think he really does. Well, I don't know. Is he a
All right, I'm gonna have to mute you now. I'm gonna have to mute you now since you're not talking about flat Earth.
Oh shit!
Because you know, you can't say anything about anything if it's not doesn't have flat Earth on the.
Well, yeah. I don't want to say anything like the Earth is flat.
About anything.
If I'm going to get banned every day. I heard that whole
Yeah, don't
conversation.
talk about
while I was
Karl
on-
Popper because he never spoke about flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't like muting people. You guys know that I try my best not to do it, but the only thing that kept coming out of his mouth was like, you know, Woody from Toy Story. You pull the string. I don't want to talk about it. I might get banned today.
I heard. I was on my bicycle ride while I heard that whole conversation.
Yeah, I'm poisoning the well.
The
If I talk about it, I'll
conversation,
get banned today.
goes organically, and it jumps between topic and topic, and then it goes organically to the topic because we gotta roll it back, right?
Well, I got muted because I did step in a conversation, and I should give it more time every time. And I usually do. Try to listen for a while, sometimes for a long while before I say anything. But sometimes I get to where like I want to say it right then and there because it's really timely and it has to do exactly with the conversation. And sometimes being too preemptive, we can get into trouble. So just saying.
Yeah, we've been talking about flat Earth and flat globes and flat planets for hours, and then It just moved away a little bit into flat brains. Now we're talking about flat brains and flat water in the brains.
And flat brains, I guess they get the smooth brain after the flat brain. I don't know. Like,
And
that's a
I
different topic.
you know, like talking about the brains. It's not something we can do. Can't talk about brains because we're not using our brains to talk about
Okay,
it.
so tell me who's the brains of this operation?
Bring us the brains of the globe.
The main problem too is when someone offers a contradiction and they give you a worldview. Like he's saying, just the example of Funk just a little bit ago. He can't give you any argument for flat Earth or the globe Earth because he got banned. And he got banned because he gave arguments for the flat Earth or globe Earth. This is directly contradictory. Okay, so which one is it? You can't, or you can? Go step by step. Step one: can you give arguments? Yes or no? No, you can't. But yes, you can. But you can't. But you can. But you can't. See, he's gonna have to fix this contradiction before he's even able to be part of a room. Because once you've accepted that deep-rooted of a logical contradiction, it's really, I mean, how you can't work with that level because he's 100% sure of two directly opposing things. His arguments got him banned. He's banned, so he can't give arguments. As he's in the chat telling you this, I'm banned. You're banned right now. Right now, you're banned. He's like, "Yep, I am. I'm banned." It's just a. I'm like, "Oh."
Ever since I've been here, Crit, I've encountered, the same type of person over and over again where they obfuscate and then accuse you of obfuscating.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Really weird.
It's quite bizarre. Very bizarre.
It's like this topic, what they do is this topic this is why it's so powerful. It brings out the contradiction. It brings out, it's the most powerful topic because it really goes to the heart of what somebody knows and why they think they know it. Because in their worldview, they had some sort of objective understanding that the Earth is 100% a globe. But when they have to analyze that and present an argument for why the Earth is a globe, all they can do is try to latch on. They're kicking and screaming, spiraling all the way down to a trigger. So getting them to, so once they trigger and they spiral out of control, they can't figure out why. They trigger and maybe they'll come back, maybe not. But a guy like Funk has been spiraling for years. He just hasn't been able to pull up from this nosedive. Like the first time he heard Flat Earth, he just started triggering. And he hasn't come out. He hasn't come back yet. And he's going to have to break that contradiction before he's able to really talk about this topic. Inside his own worldview, mind you. Not my worldview. He could say whatever he wants to say. But the problem is he can't because he thinks what he says is bannable and he can't say what he wants to say. Well, which one have you ever said what you wanted to say? No. Why can't you? Oh, because you get banned. It's like, wow, dude. Wow.
Am I the only globe earther here, or is everyone else a flat earther here, or is it just me? Am I the only globe earther? I mean, I'm just curious.
We're a bunch of
It's a mixed bag.
There's
got it. People coming in who are globies.
And most of us.
Do you have a question? Do you have a question regarding the
I don't.
surface of the Earth?
Yes.
No, I'm not very educated on the difference between the two, but I just was wondering the evidence on flat Earth. Yeah, if you give a little bit.
Excellent. You went right to it. Perfect. So who would like to take this? He sounds, sincere. He
I don't.
went right
Yeah,
to
I don't
the
really
surface
want to
of the
argue.
Earth.
I just want to get.
We're not
to
trying
the
to
point
argue with
of-
you. You just want
Okay.
evidence, right? But
Yeah,
we
exactly.
might have to ask you a few questions. Somebody take the lead.
I'd like to ask just a couple questions, and I'll back out. But so is it Lion? Is that who I'm speaking to?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, Lion. Nice to meet you. My name's Sonny. And so, do you know like anything about the globe Earth? Do you know like what its size is supposed to be? No, none of that. Okay, well that's good to get.
I just don't believe it's flat.
Right. So they've told us that the Earth is 3,959 miles radius, right? So at the, that has certain implications at the surface. You understand that concept, right?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay, good. And so at the surface, what that means is, and let's say there's an exact dimension, right? And it's made by Pythagorean theorem, and it basically is the aspects of a triangle. You know that that's not that important at this juncture. But what is important is they give us exact dimensions of vertical drop from your elevation along a circle. If you were to draw a line and had a curved surface below that line, you see how the curved surface drops away, right? Lion?
Yeah, I'm not
No.
quite understanding what you're
So,
saying,
okay.
but like I said, I don't know. I'm not very educated like you guys on the difference between the
No,
flat and the
yeah,
globe.
it's okay. It's
It's
okay.
my opinion. It's just that I'm like, I definitely do not believe it's flat. It could be something else. I'm just not exactly sure what shape it is. That makes sense.
Okay, then let me ask you this then right off the bat. And I'll just ask you, do you know of any time in history from ancient time to the present?
Sonny, hold on, you missed it. He's in the logical error right now. It won't matter what you say because right now he thinks flat is a shape. That would be the first hurdle you have to cross.
Oh yeah, actually I have
What-
it written in front of me in notes. So what he thinks about flat Earth.
Yeah,
So
he
you have
thinks if you say the word flat Earth, he hears that you just said shape, or you said noun.
Not fake, but I
yeah.
just
Thank
don't
you. I
think the Earth is
appreciate
flat.
that.
I understand that you guys believe the Earth is flat. I'm not going against that. I'm just saying I think maybe more of a sphere, not a ball, but like more of a, you know, sphere
perfect.
shape.
Oh, okay,
Okay, when
perfect.
you hear the word flat, is that a shape or a description, an adjective?
Or do you have like an idea in
description.
your head? Do you have an idea of why we think Earth is flat and what it looks like an image in your head?
Yeah, he thinks flat. Sonny, he's thinking a flat is
Disk in
a
space.
shape, not just a disc, right? He didn't say disc or cylinder. He said a flat Earth, a flat shaped Earth is what he's thinking. So what do you so tell me why you think flat is a shape?
Like you want me to compare it to something else? Like
Oh, just like where did you hear that the word flat, an adjective, is actually a noun? Where did you pick that up at? How'd that come?
well, I believe you guys believe the Earth is flat, correct? Am I wrong? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean,
No, this is about right now when we were just talking to you. You had said that flat is a shape. The Earth is flat shaped. That we believe the Earth is shaped like a flat.
correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what do you think a flat is? Can you draw a
Like
flat
a piece
for
of
me?
paper, like a
Yeah,
flat
draw a
piece of paper.
flat.
Yeah, flat how?
Could you
can't really-
draw a flat for me? Like if I had like, could you pick a flat out of a shape lineup?
No.
Okay, so what is a flat? Can you give me what does a flat look like?
Again, I'm not here to argue. I'm not.
Okay,
I don't
dude, I'm not
study,
here to
like,
argue with you
flat
either.
versus
Listen,
globe.
you think
Yeah, I
you
don't.
okay?
I don't have the information that you want from me to give
Is a
you.
flat is a flat a shape?
I think you're missing. I think you're missing him, Crit. I appreciate you what you're saying here, but the thing is, we just got to get any presuppositions about what he
Yeah,
thinks.
his
flat
current
means.
presupposition is flat is a shape.
Exactly. So
Okay,
flat
so is
just,
flat a shape?
So we should just not ask him questions. Just give him information instead of asking him a bunch of questions. So listen, do you have an idea in your head that that flat Earth is a disk in space, or anything
not
like
at all.
that?
No.
Or what idea do you have why these people are here saying the Earth is flat? What reason would we have?
Because you don't believe it's a globe, correct?
Not that we don't believe it is. It's actually a measurement. We've done our own test, namely drop over distance, and we found the dimensions they gave us lacking. In other words, no drop over distance was ever found in any observation. It goes on and on and on through laser tests and
Yeah, I've heard drop in. I mean,
imagery.
It's the same argument with flat earthers that they always mention drop over distance. But like, if you look at the way like the Earth works and it operates in the day and night, like just by itself, proves that it's a sphere.
How does it prove it? Looking at the sky? Is that what you basically said?
like again, I don't have the
Oh, wait.
information that
Okay, well,
I
wait a
don't
minute. You
study
said
this. I
how it
don't.
works, though. It's okay, but I'm just trying to. I'm not trying to pinhole you or anything. I'm just saying you said how Earth works. So I would like to get to the bottom of how you think it works and how you obtained that knowledge. So what do you mean by Earth? How Earth works that you can tell it's a globe? How does it work? How can you connect those two logically? Are you talking about in your own experience?
No, like not in my experience. Just like for example, like when the Earth rotates around, when the sun comes out, and then when the sun is away, not away, but when it see, I can't, like, you guys
Who
are more a
showed you
little bit more.
this? Like, how did you verify it? So I think we need to stop asking them questions and just spoon feed them
I
the information. Because
the point is that I don't really like believe the Earth is flat. I think it's something other than flat, right? I'm not
right,
exactly
because you were
sure the
raised
exact
that way,
shape.
just like if you were
Yes, I
raised
know.
in
I
Saudi
understand that.
Arabia,
Yeah,
you'd
sure,
be
but
a
yeah, I
Muslim.
know, and I understand that, but I just
Okay, so
don't
you think
see
flats are shaped
I
then?
don't see why people think
It's
it's
not a
flat. I don't
flat,
see the
it's something
reasoning
else.
behind it.
Why don't we
Yeah,
just tell
exactly.
them?
Just hit,
Why don't
just
we
hit
just
them with a
stop?
swan.
Why don't we stop just beating around the bush? Someone show them the
No, it's
black
fine.
swan.
It's fine.
Yeah, someone just show them the black swan and walk through that. That would be a good time, I think, right now. Actually, myself. But what do you think, Larry?
Yeah, somebody hit them with a swan.
Okay, we're gonna put an image in here. Hold on.
Yeah, like if you could give some proof, like Larry had said earlier, he said that there was no proof for a globe Earth, but there's proof for a flat Earth. Can I see that?
Can someone post it? I am not able to post it in here in this server. I could go to the other server. It's take too long though. There we go. Thanks over, Francis. So who wants to go through that? I could go through it. So you see the image that says bye-bye ball, and it's two oil rigs there. Up at the top, there's some text in there, just some Modus Tollens. Can you read that for us? Are you able to read that?
I'm reading it right now.
No, could you read it out loud for us?
Why?
It's just to illustrate this whole point. If not, I'll read it. It's no problem. So, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So, if the Earth has a radius
Yes,
of
I've heard this before.
3,959,
Yeah. It's the same argument.
every observation means that you can have a geometric horizon at no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you have the oil rigs. They're at known locations. They don't move. They're not boats. They're drug into the ground right below them, basically. So the first one is at 6.21 miles, and Habitat oil rig is at 9.41 miles. This observer is at 1 foot above. We have the original video, and I have also snapshots of certain parts of the video. So that's not in contention, but you could see that the last oil rig. Where is the horizon in this picture? Are you able to see where it is? That would be where the sky and the earth or the sea meet, or appear to meet, rather. Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
Get 100-footer and never
Would it need to be between?
Well, you have to look. You just have to look and tell us where it is. Would it be between? I see a boat in between. I see more horizon out further beyond that boat. So you tell me, where's the horizon?
I don't see what your point is, though. Like, what? I just asked for evidence of a.
This is the evidence.
I was directing my argument more towards Larry, because Larry had mentioned that there's no evidence of a globe Earth, but there's evidence of a flat Earth. So I just wanted to understand that better.
This is actually the evidence. But yes, no problem. Go ahead.
Right, so what Sonny's trying to illustrate to you here with this image is the horizon is not where they predicted. They used to tell us that, you know, the Earth curves roughly at 8 inches per mile squared, and they said that, you know, the horizon should be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away from us. So we checked these things outside, right? That's where this picture was taken, outside, video, whatever. And it's found to be wanting. So they've since changed the goalpost and said, well, you can't actually see the geometric horizon, the Earth curved caused horizon, because of refraction. So now we can't see the curvature anywhere. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, you can't even see it from where Jeff Bezos went. Where, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. You can't see the curvature from there. So even the richest men on Earth with the best technology can't see the curvature. So where do we see the curvature at? Well, you can only see it on TV, your imagination, books, paintings, but you can't actually photograph it. That's what we've proved with this image, right? So you've asked, how do you prove that the Earth is flat? Well, you just go outside, and we can see too far, and that's why they're claiming refraction. But if you think about it logically, empirically, you can prove the Earth is flat by going outside, making observations, and just letting your senses tell you what the Earth is. So if I meditate in my backyard, I'll witness once every 24 hours the sun, moon, and stars making a circuit, roughly once every 24 hours. And my senses are going to tell me that I'm on a flat stationary plane. Now, someone could come and give you secondary information, but does that trump your primary knowledge, your firsthand experience? It's kind of like this. I witnessed a baby come out of the hips of a woman, right? What secondary information could convince me that that didn't happen when I've experienced it myself? Maybe a documentary about how storks bring children? No, that's not going to work. Like, I've already experienced it. I have firsthand primary knowledge. The sight, the smells, the fluid, everything. The placenta. Like, I can't unsee it. So if you go outside and look for curvature, you might have some days where things are disappearing from the bottom up. And you're going to have other days where the horizon's behind it completely. And it actually changes by the hour. Now, either the Earth is a globe and it, like, getting bigger and smaller, blowing up and blowing down like a balloon, or the horizon is purely optical. It's your choice. You can decide. But I think you're going to find out that you're going to have to invoke refraction in order to keep your idea of a globe, because you don't experience curvature, you don't experience axial rotation, and you don't experience astronauts walking to the moon. These are all things that you've seen on the TV, and the TV is the most powerful weapon ever designed by man. It allows you to see and hear things that aren't really there. If you take away technology and you see and hear things that aren't really there, that's psychosis. But somehow, if you bring the technology back and you see and hear things that aren't really there, somehow that's not psychosis. You believe things that aren't real. We all do. We've all been hypnotized through the power of suggestion, neurolinguistic programming from the television, to believe things that aren't real. Every single one of us are hypnotized. It's called mass formation psychosis, and we all suffer from it. I'm done.
Larry, do you like poetry?
What?
I said, do you like poetry?
Yeah, I like Edgar Allan Poe.
I've written a poem specifically for this group. Would you like to hear it?
Can you just post it? It's kind of off topic.
No. If you don't want to hear it, that's fine.
Maybe later, after the conversation's done. I would like to hear the poem.
Okay, I'm going to leave though. I waited for a while, but if there's no lull now, then maybe another time.
Yeah, DM me. I got a bunch of poems from the globe too.
You sure?
Yeah.
Seems like there's a lot of conversation. No, I'm not
No,
DMing
no,
anyone.
DM it to me.
I'm not going to do that. It's a spoken word poem. It doesn't really work written because of the rhyming cadence of the poem.
Does anybody object to the poem?
Well, see, maybe get to the end with this lion guy. It feels like you're right on the cusp of getting a breakthrough.
Yeah, Lion, did you have anything to respond other than what you said a second ago about how you agree with the mass formation psychosis?
No, I agree with you on misinformation and not being able to see through TV lenses and stuff like that. But I think that what you're mentioning about the horizon is um, more of a perspective. So if you go outside of the Earth, like not necessarily space, but let's say you get out of the Earth's atmosphere, um, you would see that not I'm not talking about like NASA photos or anything like that. I'm talking about if you would actually get outside of the Earth, you would see the Earth is in a sphere shape. Not all of the Earth, but
Yeah, but bro, if you went to Narnia, you would see that Aslan is a talking lion. Like, outside of Earth doesn't exist. Me and you can't go there. Like, if you can, take me. Let's go tonight. I want to go to space. I like playing space video games. I like reading about Star Trek and Star Wars. Can we go to space tonight, or is this something that only exists in your head?
I don't think you can go through all of space, but you can go outside of Earth.
You and I can go outside of Earth tonight. We're going to leave Earth together.
What?
That's what you're talking about. Like, think about it reality. You and I are going to hop in a spaceship, and we're going to leave Earth tonight, and we're going to experience things.
So are you saying no one's been to space? Is that what you're saying?
Bro, you're saying that you and I could leave Earth. If I did that, if I
Yes, it would take
left
a
Earth,
while, but yeah, sure.
why can't we go tonight?
Because because the reason is because you got me there. But again, I'm not here to argue. I just think that
I'm not trying to
like
argue with you
yeah,
either, brother.
I'm not as educated on the difference between flat and globe, so I can't really
Well,
give
let
you
me educate you. We can't leave Earth. We're stuck here. Call it static, call it gravity, whatever you want to call it. But even if you're as rich as Bezos and Elon Musk, we're not leaving Earth. So you saying that we can prove Earth if we could, somehow go in the future and go to space, you're appealing to Narnia and you're appealing to the future, where they're both of them are fallacies, basically. Appeal to Narnia is basically what you're doing when you appeal to space.
we can explore the solar system. Outside of the
Let's
solar
go.
system,
Let's go. I gotta be at work in
we've
the
already
morning,
done it.
so we gotta
We've
be
already
back by
done it.
tomorrow. We
Yeah, but
have? I don't remember that.
yeah,
Is there some sort of story where
I'm
you
not okay.
kidnapped
So
me
what
and
about no?
made me forget?
What about like the Kennedy Space Center, all that? Where is that? You think that's fake?
No, I never said that was fake. But do you think that me and you can go to Kennedy Space Center and go to the solar system
Well, I
tonight?
live in Florida, so it's like 2-3 hours away, and I
Right. So
know it's a
you've
real
seen
thing. So
things go up in the
yeah.
air, but did you watch them go to Pluto or Mars or Venus? No, you just saw some shit on TV after you saw some shit in real life. But how do you know that shit in real life is the exact same thing that you see on the TV? How have you verified? Because if you wanted to catch somebody with a counterfeit $20 bill, you would look at a real $20 bill and go, aha, there's the counterfeit. But how do you know they're not counterfeiting space?
No, you're right. I mean, I agree. I see where you're coming from. I think it can be manipulated and um, done through technology and different camera lenses, and that's not what I'm arguing. I'm just saying
I know.
you had mentioned, yeah, you understand where I'm coming from, right? I'm just
Yeah.
I don't have the information to argue, debate on whether it's flat or
No
globe,
one
and
has
I
in 8
never said it.
years.
I don't believe it's a globe. I never said I believe it's a globe. So
Well, no one has in 8 years, had the evidence or the training or the know-how to show us how to verify the Earth's curve. Because if it were possible, I think I would have figured it out now after 8 years of looking into the subject. I mean, somebody would have came up with an argument that didn't just put me in a neutral position, but brought me back to understanding that the Earth is a globe. But the only thing I see is people come up with tactics, fallacies, biases. They come up with all these pictures that aren't really pictures, they're actually images, videos that have fisheye lenses. They obfuscate by talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, the eclipses, walk 1,000 miles, take a left, etc., etc. But nobody actually can show me the curvature. And then, you got people like Professor Dave that says you can't see the curvature of the Earth from Earth. Well, where else could we see it from? Space? Like, okay, take me tonight. Let's go tonight. Let's go to space so that I may see the curve. No, we can't do that? Oh, so that means that we can't see the curvature of space. I mean, sorry, the curvature of Earth, excuse me. So if we can't see the curvature of the... Hold on, I'm almost done. If we can't see the curvature of Earth, now you're going to try to convince me of the curvature of space. Well, we can't see that either. It exists in a vacuum where there's no particles from the periodic table, but it does exist. So if it's not physical, then it's metaphysical?
Penis.
Oh, I'm almost done. So if it's metaphysical, this bending and warping of space-time, it's like philosophy, like how many angels can dance on the head of a needle. Right? This is all like philosophical stuff that nobody can verify. But if I were to invoke 98% of creation, or like you guys say, the universe, 96% is dark matter and dark energy, and that's how the flat earth works, you guys would laugh at me and say that I was an idiot inventing all that energy and matter in violation of the first law of thermodynamics. But when you guys invoke 96% of the universe and call it dark matter and dark energy, oh, that's settled science because we know that gravity works. Do you see my point here, sir?
Wait, you're playing Starfield. You're playing Starfield. You should be able to see that in Starfield, the Earth is a globe.
It's not. Sorry,
Do you
guys.
not
Was
know
I
that
talking?
Starfield's a video game and it has nothing to do with reality? Or do you
No,
think I'm in
Starfield's real,
reality?
bro. Starfield is
Wait, can I
real.
respond
Okay.
to Larry real quick? Or
Yeah, go ahead,
Starfield is
Larry.
a
before the other
sports
guy
sport.
goes, the other
Starfield is
go
life.
Dark matter and dark energy is not settled science, though.
And Larry, again,
I agree.
I'm gonna end the conversation here. Yeah, I will let the other guy speak because he was speaking right after you. But
No, I'm sorry.
I see. No. Go ahead. What you were, I mean, you believe
No, I'm not.
the Earth is a globe, so that's fine. Okay. No, Larry, what you were mentioning about like the how we don't know for sure due to the fact that like there's a lot of misinformation and ways to manipulate the way the Earth looks, and I totally agree with you on that. So um, I think I'll let the other guy go.
Go ahead, Red Dot. I don't know what your name
No,
is.
I wasn't talking. I just realized that I was my mic was live.
Someone mentioned Venus, the curvature of Venus. I don't know who that was, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, that wasn't me.
I don't know what that has to do with anything, but what I'm saying to you guys is if you don't realize that 96% of the model of the universe is dark matter and dark energy that we can't see, we can't detect, it's just a postulation, it's not a theory, it's just a
It is a
postulation
theory, I
that
think. It is a
okay,
theory, right?
it's a scientific theory or is that the ambiguity
Yeah.
fallacy? Oh, it's
No,
a
it's
scientific
scientific
theory?
theory. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, give me the science. I need the independent, dependent control variable so that we can test it right now.
It's very hard to test that theory, but it is a theory, right?
Oh, it's very hard to test that scientific theory that's
Yeah.
already been tested with a scientific method.
I don't think it's
Right.
been. I mean, it's been. So we
So
see evidence for dark matter,
there
right?
has been no experiment, but it's science,
There
right?
has been there have been observations. We do
See what
see
I mean
evidence.
about the fallacies?
No,
This guy
no, but
invokes
what
a
do you mean
scientific
fallacies?
theory, but
What
when
do you
I
mean
ask for
fallacies?
the
But we do see
science for the
observations.
peer review, I'm asking for the science for the peer review process. Can you please let me test your theory so that I may confirm that it is indeed a scientific theory?
And I can understand exactly what you're asking him to do, step by step. But this Globe moron is running around the racetrack. Go on, Glober.
What?
You heard me. Go
Forget
on.
what he said. I'm just asking
Yeah. I
for
was
the
saying
science.
we do observe evidence where we see
You
things in
don't
space
observe,
where
no,
the
you don't
only
observe
explanation.
evidence, you muppet. You are a muppet. You don't
I'm
observe
not a Muppet.
evidence.
Thank you.
Yes, you are. You don't
I'm not a
observe
Muppet.
evidence. How do you observe evidence?
I don't
Come
observe it,
on,
but
come
we
on,
do.
Flatty.
We
Come on, bro.
scientists.
Help me out. I'm just asking for the science. Let's avoid the
So
ad
what?
homs.
So what these? Okay, it's not me. What these scientists observe allegedly is that, for example, galaxies spin faster than they should, and which
Right.
which
For
is
the
not explained by the
gravitational
data
model.
we see. Yeah.
Galaxy.
For the
What are you talking about?
gravitational model, and the gravity doesn't
Yeah.
work at the galactic
Right.
level. So instead of saying gravity doesn't work, you come up with the ad hoc explanation, which is not scientifically verifiable
There's
or
people who say gravity
falsifiable.
doesn't work. There's people who say that our theory of gravity is wrong. There's scientists who, and there's a lot of scientists who say that.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of scientists that say that. I could stop playing this game right now and post a bunch of scientists who say that, space and time is a primitive thing. It's going to be replaced.
Flat Earth guy, I just get him back on track with your first question and don't let him move. What was your first question? Scientific method. Go on. Stick with it.
Yeah, we just need the science because either it's ambiguity fallacy that you made, calling it a scientific theory.
It is
right?
a scientific
you just
theory,
meant,
right? It is. Yeah.
okay, give me the
Stop
science.
interrupting him.
You do
What
know
do
the
you mean?
difference between a scientific theory
Stop
and a
interrupting
layman's
me.
theory.
I didn't understand because the other guy was talking.
You do know the
No, you
difference
do
between
understand. You do understand, you dickhead.
I didn't understand him, man.
Well, stop talking shit. If you don't understand, do one.
I didn't understand it acoustically, man.
Right, where's your scientific
brother.
evidence for the globe?
Brother, you're helping this guy by getting all the ad homs in there. Let's avoid that just for the time being. I just need the science, brother. Can you
Yes,
give me
yeah.
the science? Because you claimed it's a scientific theory.
Yeah, it's a theory, yeah.
Right, I need the science.
What do you mean?
Well, in
Oh my
order
God.
for it to be a scientific theory, you need science. So you made a claim that there's
Well,
science
what do you mean?
involved.
Okay, yeah. Give you the science. You want me to give you a science book, or what's the science?
No, the
What do you
independent,
mean?
dependent control variables. I need the science because you claimed that dark matter was a scientific theory.
Yes, it is.
So,
What do you mean?
in order for it to be a scientific theory, it has to be rigorously tested with the scientific method. Can you give me the independent, dependent control variables so that I may also test it rigorously with the scientific method?
We can't test. I mean, we can test that theory definitively. Like we didn't find hard evidence yet for dark matter. That's why it's still a theory, right? We didn't find any evidence to the effect that it's that it will be beyond doubt. Like it's just a theory, and it's even like a very unproven one at that. We could be totally wrong on dark matter and dark energy.
hell.
Totally wrong.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What?
You said it was science, but you can't give me the science.
It's a scientific theory. Scientific theories can be wrong.
Yeah, I know that.
No.
Yeah, they can. It's a theory.
Yeah, a
It's
theory
not
can be
it's
wrong,
not
but can you
postulate.
give me the science so that I may test the theory? We're
I
talking
mean,
about dark matter in deep space.
dude,
We're talking about dark matter. Hold on, bro. You're talking
Yeah.
about dark matter halos at the edge of the galaxy. How do I confirm that?
We can't confirm it. That's why it's still a theory.
It's not a scientific theory if you can't confirm it with a hypothesis
Wait,
that
okay.
you can run through the scientific method, bro.
But okay,
He
bro.
doesn't
But
know what science is.
no, I think I do, bro. I think I do.
Okay, so what is science? What is it?
Oh, sorry. I don't
What
know.
is
What is it?
natural
Explain it to
science?
me. What is
Natural
I
science.
would say it's we make observations and we draw conclusions. I guess it would be one
No,
description.
that's not.
I think
That's
so.
not
Yeah, I think
natural
it's a good.
science.
He doesn't know what
So you
science
think?
is.
So what if I make observations of a pornographic film and draw conclusions? Am I
Yeah.
doing
Okay,
science?
bro. You got me. You got me.
Yeah, that's not science.
Yeah. He doesn't know what science is.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry.
He's a muppet.
Yeah, you're a muppet, but okay, continue.
Harry, bro, just let him talk.
Oh, we give him 10,000 chances to prove his scientific fucking evidence.
What do you
Doesn't
mean
come with one
chances? Like, bro, What do you
Post
want?
it in the chat right now. Post the science right now.
What's
Post
the
it in the chat.
science? What do you mean the science? How do you want me to post the
What do you
science? What
mean
kind of
the
stupid
science?
question is
What
that?
do you mean? What do you mean the science?
Yeah, that's a stupid, retarded fucking question. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
you're
I keep
claiming it's
putting these.
science. I'm asking for the peer review process, and you're
There's no
claiming
peer
I'm
review,
retarded.
dude. I'm sorry, but you're talking nonsense. There's no peer review. This is an unproven, unverified. We don't know the answer theory. It's just a theory, theoretical.
No, it's a
not a plausible
postulation.
theory.
It's an ad hoc
What?
postulation.
It's not a postulation. It's a theory. It's an unproven theory. You claim to know the scientific process.
It's not a
You claim to know the
theory. What a
scientific process.
theory is.
These
You
guys
don't
have
know what
told
a
you like
theory is.
7. Listen, these guys have told you like 17 times that you need experiments and hypotheses first before theories. So it's not a theory because you don't have those
You
things.
don't know what a theory is. You don't
It's a
know what a
hypothesis,
theory
okay?
is.
It's a hypothesis, whatever, man.
Give the
You
hypothesis.
don't know science.
The hypothesis is
You
dark
don't know
matter
science.
exists. The hypothesis is we see these phenomena because dark matter exists. That's a hypothesis.
Where is dark matter? Where do you see it?
We see the effects, we don't see it.
No, well, so you can't have a scientific fucking method then, can you, dickhead?
But dickhead, answer me this, dickhead. Do you see electricity? Do you see electric fields? Where do you see them, dickhead?
It's a red herring.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
no,
put a meter.
hypothesis is
the dickhead will answer me, right?
Listen, your hypothesis
Just a
isn't
moment.
testable, so you can't do an experiment. You can't do. Hold on. The hypothesis isn't testable, the one that you gave, so you can't do an
Yeah.
experiment with it. So you definitely can't build a theory from it.
Okay, then I was wrong. Then it's a I mean, okay, if I look, then I'm like wrong in the definition of what the theory means. Okay, yeah, okay.
You're a typical glober who doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're
You don't know
making
what
a correct assertion. You don't know what if you're using the word theory in the colloquial sense. The best thing you could say is it's just an idea, one that has not been proven, one that we cannot even see the effects of. So instead of saying the word theory in relation to science, just say this is an idea, but nobody has any clue. That would be the honest thing to say.
Yes,
And see, the truth is, dark matter just got debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So
I don't
there
think
actually
that's true.
is. Oh, would you like the video? Because I doubt
No, I
you'll actually
don't.
look at it. That's what I thought. You
I
don't
mean,
want to be proven
scientists
wrong.
are still
You're not interested
still.
in searching for the
Man,
truth.
you're rude.
So when I say that I have a scientist from Australia who works at a college, he's an actual particle physicist and a professor. You don't want to see what he's got to say, but you'll listen and hear
I
and
do want
argue
to
with
see,
me.
but I won't understand. I have to dig
You just
into
said
it. Like,
you don't want to see it.
yeah, not
It's a
right
short
now.
video.
I don't. Yeah, I know that from the short video, I'm not gonna get anything interesting. I don't think.
Right, you just don't want to hear the part about Einstein was wrong, and that's why they're modifying Newtonian gravity called MOND, modified Newtonian dynamics. You don't
I
want
heard
to
of
see
that.
that,
Yeah.
right?
I heard of that. I heard of
Because
that.
you want
I heard
gravity
of
to
that.
be
I do.
true.
Yeah.
You want
I don't
Einstein
want
to
it
be
to be
right.
true.
Yes, I
That's
will.
the one that
Do
comes
it
up.
right
Yeah,
now.
Mike
I'll
and
do it
Molly.
right now. I'll do it right now. Celestial navigation.
What?
Yes, celestial navigation.
What?
You know what a triangle is, mate?
I do.
Yeah. So, what's celestial navigation? What does a sextant measure?
A what?
A sextant.
I have no clue.
Yeah. Well, it measures flat baselines and elevation angles across the surface of the Earth. It proves that we live on a flat Earth.
I'm
What have
pretty
you
sure it
got
doesn't
about your
prove that.
globe?
No, it doesn't. It does
Yeah.
not.
Yes,
No,
it
it
does.
does not. It does
Yes,
not.
it does.
It does
Yes,
not.
it does. Yes, it
Okay,
does.
bro. Like, what is this? Kindergarten?
Sounds like it.
You're hand waving his assertion, so you're kind of being the childish one here. You can't just say nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
He's
You
okay,
if you
whatever,
don't know
man.
what he's
I'm
talking
giving
about,
you
just
proof.
bow out.
I'm proving a flat Earth to you. I'm telling you how
Okay,
a
do
flat
it.
Earth
Prove
is
it,
true.
please. Prove it.
Yeah. So when you're using the sextant out at sea, yeah, and you're navigating, yeah, and you're
Okay,
getting,
yeah.
do
I
you know
don't know
what
what
an
a
elevation?
sectum is. Sectum is, and
Yeah.
I
So do
have
you
to
know
look
what
it
a
up. But
triangle
yeah,
is? Do you know what a triangle is?
I do know what a triangle is, my friend.
Tell us what a triangle is.
Let's see. The
Stop stuttering.
a polygon where the degrees add up to 180 degrees.
A polygon?
Right? The angles add up to 180 degrees. I think that's
Yeah,
a
3 straight
triangle.
lines meeting the vertex, no more than 180 degrees. What's the baseline of a triangle? Is it a straight line?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're using this sextant, yeah, in celestial navigation, trying to
Yeah.
find your location on the surface of Earth, you're using
Mhm.
triangulation. Yeah?
Yeah.
You're obtaining an elevation angle. Yeah. You're getting the GP of the star, you bring it down to sea level, and the distance between the GP of the star and you could be 3,000 miles. That is a flat baseline on sea level, flat Earth proved.
Well, flat enough, right? Enough. That's the point.
Yeah. So I've just proved a flat Earth.
No, you have
what
not.
Are you,
You
gonna
have
do about
you have proven that
Where's
the
your
Earth's
globe?
surface.
Where's your
You have
globe
proven.
proof? Where's
You
your
have
globe
proven that.
proof?
You
Where's
have
your
proven
globe
that,
proof?
bro. You have proven that the Earth's surface is sufficiently flat to make that work. Yes, you have proven that sufficiently flat.
It's very flat for the fucking baseline of the elevation angle.
Yeah, flat enough. It's very flat. You're right, but not. But
So
it's
where's
not a
your
flat
proof
Earth.
of globe Earth? Where's your
You have not
proof
proven
of globe
anything,
Earth?
mate. You have not proven anything.
Yes, I've proved a flat
You
Earth
have
to
not
you
proven
right now.
anything. You have
Yes,
proven that
Yes,
that Earth's surface appears
know
flat
what a
enough
triangle
on
is.
these distances. That's what you've
getting
proven.
triggered.
Nothing more.
Getting
Nothing more.
triggered. Globe Muppet, calm down. Stop getting triggered. I've just proved a flat Earth. Now you
You have
prove your
not.
globe Earth. Go.
You have not proven a flat Earth. You have not proven a
Prove
flat
your
Earth. I'm
globe Earth.
sorry.
Prove your globe
I'm
Earth.
sorry. You have not proven a flat Earth. What do you want
Prove your
from me?
globe Earth. Prove
Why
your
should
globe
I?
Earth.
Why should I?
Because you live on a globe, you think.
Yeah, and you think you live on a plane, and yet you failed to prove to me how you live on a plane.
Do you know what a triangle is,
You
mate?
just admitted it's flat.
We're going in circles. It's flat enough, I said. Sorry, please listen more
Yeah,
closely.
it's
We
flat
measure
enough to
elevation
empirically
angles
verify
on
that it's
sea
flat.
level. We measure
No, it's flat enough.
elevation
Please, guys,
angles
listen
It's
to me
on
flat
when I
enough,
sea
talk,
but
level.
also
please.
sphere. That makes sense.
Define an elevation angle.
What do you mean define an elevation angle?
What is an elevation angle? What do you mean? What is define? Define it. What is
I
it?
guess how much the surface rises
Don't
over like a
guess.
given distance.
Don't guess. I don't want you
That
to
would be
guess.
my best
Define
guess.
it. Yes. What is an elevation angle?
The angle under which a surface rises.
No, incorrect. You're a
I
muppet.
think that's pretty good. I think that's good enough.
No, don't think. Don't think. Give me the proof. Give me the truth.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to think,
What is
or
an
what?
elevation angle? You failed twice already.
Okay,
What's
I'll look
an
it up.
elevation angle?
Dude, I'm not a scientist.
What is
I'm
an
sorry. I'm not a
elevation
scientist. I'm
angle?
sorry.
Shut up. Shut up. What is
Wow.
an elevation angle?
I look it up, okay?
You don't know what an elevation angle is?
I do know it. I know it's how much the surface. Guys, do you need to be a scientist to participate here? I'm sorry.
You don't know what an elevation angle is. You
I
don't
know
know
what an
triangle
elevation
is.
angle is. It's how much a surface rises. It's like the angle
You
of
are a
elevation, man.
fucking
Like
globe
what's
muppet.
the fucking
How much
how,
the surface
you go 100
rises?
meters. You go 100 meters in the distance. How many meters does the surface rise? That's an
You
elevation
are a
angle.
globe muppet. You are a globe
Bro,
muppet.
you're
That is
just
not an
mean and
elevation
fucking
angle.
you're mean and
Shut
stupid.
up,
I'm sorry.
you globe retard. Shut up.
You can throw insults at me all you want. It won't make your arguments true.
Shut up. Be quiet while I'm talking to you and
You're
berating
so
you.
fucking mean. And
You don't know what an elevation angle is. You don't know what a
what an
triangle is.
elevation angle is. Why do you keep being so
Yeah,
fucking
you're a
autistic
globe
about it?
muppet. You've got no proof about anything.
And you just throw
I'm proving
insults whenever you want because it
I've
pleases you. It makes you
proved-
feel good.
yeah.
Like what is this, man? What is this discussion, guys? What is this? Your representative. What is this?
Yeah. So what's an
Just
elevation
throw
angle?
fucking insult at me all day. Is that a discussion? Like what?
What's an
Are you a
elevation
fucking real
angle?
human?
What's an elevation angle?
I already told you. It's how much a surface like rises over a different. Like it's the angle of elevation,
you
man.
Fucking retard. No, it's not.
It's not the angle of elevation. I'm sorry.
No, so you don't know, do you?
I do know.
No, you don't. You've just proved
You just don't
you
like my definition, but I know.
No, that's your definition. That's your definition. It's not the.
Oh, you don't have a
definition.
definition?
Yes.
You don't have
I
a
know what
definition
it
for the
is.
elevation angle.
Yeah, and that's how we measure our distances on the sea level with the sextant, obtaining elevation angles from the GP of the sun to the observer over 3,000 miles of a flat baseline. That proves flat Earth.
It does not prove flat Earth.
Yes, it does.
It does not. And now we're back. We're back to going. Now you're going. Now you're just going. Like what is this?
Yes. So the GP of, you know what GP is? What's the GP of the
Bro,
sun?
I'm not a fucking sailor. I'm not. I'm not a sailor, man. I don't know any of your fucking sailor equipment. So if you could please, I know you're smarter than me, but if you could just please come down to my level and explain in terms I understand, I'm sure we got to a
I'm
great
not
discussion.
going down to I don't go down to retard levels, mate. I'm
sorry, and
proving
I don't climb to sailor level. I'm sorry, I don't climb to sailor level.
I'm proving a flat Earth. Where's
You're
your
not
globe
proving
proof?
it. You're not proving it at all.
Where's your globe proof?
Guy, you want one?
Yes.
I mean, we could talk about the geometric horizon.
Yeah, go on then. How do you measure it?
I don't measure it, but I think it exists.
Yeah, well, you think this, you think that. How do you measure it?
I never measured it. Did you?
Who did it?
I have no fucking clue.
The geometric horizon isn't geometric; it's optical, dickhead.
Okay.
Yeah. Who measured it?
I have no clue, bro. What is this? What
You
is
brought
this?
it up. You brought it up, retard. Who
I
measured
think
it?
it exists, my brother in
I think
Christ.
this.
I
I
think it
think that.
exists.
I'm pretending to be Iranian. Who fucking measured the globe?
Your mom. Yeah, bro, who measured this? What do I know, man? Am I a fucking god? Do I
No,
do
you
I know
don't know
who
nothing.
measured
You're a
it?
globe retard. You're a globe retard, and you're proving it right now.
You're an flat Earth
I'm
retard.
exposing your
You're a flat
retardiness
Earth
right now.
retard who's getting exposed for its retardation right now. That's what you are.
So, do you know what a triangle is, mate?
I think I'm talking to a parrot, but yes, I do know it.
Stop stuttering. Stop stuttering. Right? When you measure an elevation,
I'm sorry, my parrot friend. Yes, I do know again what a triangle is. Yes.
Yeah. So I've just proved flat Earth. You can't
have
prove
not.
globe. I win.
You have not proved that Earth. I repeat, because I'm a parrot. Yes.
Yes. So when you measure an elevation angle to the sun, you bring the sun down to the GP level on the sea level. There's a
You're
distance
just
between
throwing words.
GP
Just throwing
of the
when
sun
elevation angle to the
the
sun, the GP to the
observer
sun. I have no clue what you're talking about, man.
2,000 miles, and it's a straight baseline, mate. You're going to need a flat Earth for that. You've got no globe.
It's sufficiently flat. I already explained it to it. It's
don't live on a
sufficiently flat.
globe.
It doesn't need to be all flat.
I'm
It just needs to be
proving that flat
sufficiently flat.
Earth to
You have
you.
not proven anything.
You're
And
flat.
guys, this guy's just gonna keep talking and fucking throwing insults. I don't know. This is fucking boring.
So, okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes now to prove the globe. Go.
I can't. I mean,
Bro, just admit that we can't
I mean,
go to
yeah,
space.
okay, we can talk geometric horizon. You can't fucking see beyond the fucking geometric horizon. So
You're not gonna
that
like
would
where
be
the
one proof, I
sun's,
guess.
bro. It would just be easier if you admit we can't go to space and see the globe because you can't see it on the surface of the Earth because of refraction.
Yeah, refraction does exist, but not always.
Right. Oh, not always? So how do we know when refraction is not happening and that is the actual geometric horizon so we can measure the Earth curvature?
I mean, how do we know it's not happening?
Right, because you said not always.
I guess it's hard to know 100% sure, but the conditions under which measurable refractions arise are pretty specific. So most of the time there won't be any refraction.
So when it looks like it's curvature, there's no refraction?
I mean, if you really wanted to be super scientific, you'd have to make sure that that the conditions are right? You'd have to check for the conditions. You'd have to measure the temperatures and everything, right? But most days you don't need to do that.
It's good to have all that measured, but what I'm saying is that you don't know when there's no refraction and when there is refraction.
You can find out. You can know.
How?
You can measure it. You can measure.
Measure
I
what?
mean, if you're operating under the assumption of this theory of refraction, right?
That's what you're doing.
I mean, yeah, I guess if one were to operate under these assumptions, then this model requires for there to be, so refraction only happens supposedly if it is a real thing.
Hey, Globe, define
Yeah?
refraction. Define refraction.
Define it. How about you define it?
Yeah, it's where the fucking medium bends through two mediums.
That's wrong. Wrong.
You define it now. Go
on. Refraction is when light bends between two mediums of different refractive indices.
Damn, isn't that exactly what he just said?
Okay, then I was wrong. Sorry.
So what's that got to do with Earth curve?
Well, I mean, on its surface, nothing, but it's a phenomenon. But even though it is a very unusual phenomenon, it comes up very fast in these discussions because there always are popular examples of pictures of something on the horizon, and refraction is the cause there. So that's why this always comes up so fast. Yeah.
What's your point, mate? What point are you making?
I'm not making any point. You're talking about. You want me to define refraction.
So,
I'm not making any
point.
point.
Let me ask you again. Right, I've just proved flat Earth to you.
You have not proven again, but continue.
I'm going to give you another 3 minutes now. No one's going to talk. We want you to tell us who measured Earth curve, right?
That's a stupid fucking question.
No, it's not a stupid question because there's a claim on the table that the Earth is round with a radius of 3959 radius. Now, who measured it? When did they measure it?
I
What
have no clue.
equipment did they use?
I have
What
no clue. I have no
equipment did
clue. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
So you come on in here fighting for the globe, and you ain't got a clue. You haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue about what.
You haven't got a clue. You've
Yeah,
got no clue
again,
because you're a
I don't need to
retard.
be. I don't need to be a scientist to know that. I don't need to be a
What's
scientist.
science got to do with measuring things?
Am I measuring things? No. Why? Because I'm not a scientist.
What's science got to do with measuring things?
Okay, I'll spell it out for you because you don't seem to understand.
Stop stuttering and answer the question.
Stop being so fucking dumb, man. Stop being so
Who
fucking dumb. Like,
measured
what is
the
this?
Earth's curve? Listen, dickhead.
I don't
answer
know,
the
and I
question.
don't care.
Yeah. Well, what you coming on here for then? Why don't you go on a
Because
Disney
I know
Channel or something?
because I know the
What are you
Earth is a
here
globe,
for?
and you retards think it's
Why
flat.
are
That's why.
How? How do you know?
coming on here? What?
Show us
what
how
have
you
got-
know,
what
because I want to know too.
Yeah, what are you coming on here for to prove?
Because I'm not fucking stupid. That's how I know.
You saw it on
so who
TV, so you're
measured-
not stupid because you saw
So you
what
just
you saw on
inherently
TV.
know.
Who
Yes.
measured Earth curve, Globe?
I don't know who measured the fucking the length of the flat Earth. Who measured it?
Yeah, I did with a sextant. I told you that before.
You measured the length of the Earth? Wow, that's
Yes,
impressive.
I did. Yeah,
Guys, you figured out how long the
I
fucking
did.
Earth is.
With a
Guys, flat Earth
fucking
is solved.
triangle.
Solved.
Yes, with a triangle and elevation
You measured
angle.
wow, you measured the fucking distance from the one Earth's edge to another edge with a triangle. You're amazing.
I
Bro, you're
measured a flat
God.
baseline. I measured a flat baseline of 3,000
Guys, I just want to
miles.
repeat, this fucking dumbass measured the distance from one edge of the flat Earth to the next. You're a fucking retard, man. Wow, that's amazing.
Isn't that what you guys believe Eratosthenes did 2,300 years ago with a stick and a well?
Yeah, measuring shadows, mate.
That's what you guys believe happened. We just pointed out how dumb your belief is because you believe Eratosthenes, 2,300 years ago, before Christ, measured the circumference of the Earth using a pillar and a well. That's actually what you believe.
I don't
so
know
you
the
just
exact.
ridiculed the. Yeah,
I
look
don't
it
know
up.
the-
Eratosthenes.
I'm pretty sure that's true. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. Yeah.
So you just
Yeah,
called
that
him an
might have
idiot
happened.
for believing that he measured the Earth with a
Bro,
sextant.
okay, let's be. This guy
Your
is
guy
insulting me
measured it
on
with a stick.
This guy is insulting me on end, and then he describes how he measured the distance from one edge to the another edge of the flat Earth.
No,
This fucking
dickhead.
muppet.
Shut up. I didn't mention Ed. Shut up. I said the GP of the sun to the observer, 3,000 miles. Listen and learn. The GP. Do you know what a GP is? Globe believer. GP.
Continue. Don't meta.
Yeah. It's the ground position of the sun. Yeah. And that ground position, yeah, at sea level, yeah, could be 3,000 miles away.
But when I tell you that I can show you how it's created,
Except
then
you
you got
can't.
like something to say.
You can point to one VFX artist explaining how he made one image and then claim that that means that every image is fake. You understand how that's different than showing exactly where this specific picture came from, right? Because when I show you, like, if I pull up like the 72 blue marble,
We don't give a shit about all that.
Yeah, I know you don't. You don't care about actual presentable fact, because if I show you it, you'll just point at it and go fake, and say nothing else.
Listen and learn. I've got something to tell you right now.
You've got nothing to teach me, so I'll listen.
Globe, shut up and listen to me. We want proof of physical Earth curve measurements. Shut up with your photographs. How was Earth curve measured? Get to the fucking point and stop fucking jittering around. Who measured it? How? When?
Who measured it? How? When? Okay.
Yes, come on. Yes. How is Earth curve measured, dickhead?
You'll notice that my
I want you
evidence
to
was
fucking
picture.
tell me. Stop
You'll
stuttering.
notice that.
Stop stuttering like a globe muppet.
You'll notice that I brought photo evidence.
Shut up, you dickhead. How was it measured? In physical reality.
So you don't want to engage with my evidence?
Globe muppet, listen to what I'm saying to you because I'm berating you right now. How was globe Earth measured in physical reality? Shove the photos up your ass.
I didn't hear a word you said. Do you want to contend with my evidence or your
How
own?
was globe Earth measured in physical reality? Shove the fucking photos up your ass. Did you hear that, dickhead?
Yeah, no, I muted myself, deafened myself when you muted
Yeah,
me,
well, that's
because
the
if
best
you're
thing you
not
could
listening to
fucking do.
me, if you're not listening to me,
Shut up. I'm the flat earther telling you what's fucking going on. You listen to the flat earther berating you. How was globe Earth measured, dickhead? See how the flat earther's winning?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you
Good,
see how
great
the flat
example.
earthers fucking shut you up because you've got no
Especially him.
evidence of anything?
Especially him
Flat
muting
earthers are
himself.
winning.
Especially and right on to celestial navigation. You know what? They don't have a leg to stand on. That's why they're just jumping like a bunch of little froggies. They're just really just like frantic little mongers, aren't they?
Yeah. Because they're fucking globe muppets. All of them are globe muppets with fuck all stuttering fucking globe muppets.
Pull the little globe string and have it spit out the same thing we've heard 10,000 times on here in the last year alone.
Yeah. Yeah. and they come on with these fucking accents. Oh, I don't know this, I don't know that. Fuck off. We're measuring flat Earth elevation angles. It's fucking measured flat. You've got no proof of a globe. You're all globe fucking retards.
Hey, first deck. I would go out to sea with you anytime, man.
Yeah, man.
I know you. I know between the two
You
of
gotta
us,
tell
we
these
get
dickheads.
back. We get. Go ahead, man.
You gotta tell these dickheads. Don't let them fuck you about. You, elevation angles, fucking measured flat, observed flat. It's fucking done. He's got no truth for globe. Just shut these fuckers down. Fucking
Yeah.
fuck them off.
Yeah, shut down. It
QE,
is with the right triangle.
listen. QE tell us it is. Just fucking batter them all up. Like, just batter them up. Don't give them a chance. Just fuck them off.
Yep.
Don't start talking to them and having a fucking. They can't have a conversation. They don't want a conversation. They're here to try and confuse things. We can prove flat Earth. We've got elevation angles, celestial navigation. It's observed flat. We can prove it. Yeah, that's
Yep.
it. Fucking
That's
prove
right.
your globe, dickhead. And if they start muttering on about fucking lights in the sky, bring them back down to ground level. Fuck them off.
You know what?
Beat
So
'em up.
check it out. If the wankers keep asking for a freaking model, tell them it's the Earth right outside. That's why we don't need a model, and they do need one, because they're not using the Earth outside.
Yeah, we don't live on a model, mate. We don't live on a fucking model. We live in reality.
I know. That's right.
We don't live
We're
on a
living-
model. They live in a model which isn't reality because they're fucking brainwashed. They think and they speak dark fucking matter, fucking black holes and fucking event horizons where you turn into spaghetti. Fucking what they talking about? These muppets? They're fucking insane.
Yeah, it truly is.
So that's how you got to deal with them. You got to fuck them off and shut them up and fucking get rid of them because they're fucking wankers, the lot of them. And I'm getting sick of them. And I'm sorry if I've come across a little bit aggressive, but that's how I feel tonight. But anyway,
Well,
we can't hear any Globers anymore. If any more Globers want to step up, I'll fucking sort the next Glober out as well.
That was so funny though. Holy shit.
Any other
Yeah, that was great, bro.
Any other Glovers? Any other
Any other
Glovers?
Globers want to step up for a slap down in the face by me?
Anybody here? Any Glovers?
Come on, Globers, step up for a slap down.
Athos, Kikoho. I don't know any of these people. Oh, you're Flat Earth Mom.
Come on, Globers.
How about Carp?
Come on, Globetards.
So after you fuck them off or whatever you said, and then you send them on their way, what do you do then? What's your next
Well,
step?
I'm just waiting for.
Wait for somebody else who's more intelligent. Look for signs of intelligence. Keep searching.
So how will you know it when you recognize it?
Because you know what I've noticed, guys.
Ask
Listen,
first,
guys. You know what I've noticed? I'm not. I think there's some of these guys. What I've noticed, like with I've been on these 24/7 and all that, and I'm on the FVD as well with Nathan Oakley and all that. But You're getting these guys coming in. Everyone I've noticed now is putting this accent on, like, oh, this English isn't my fourth accent, and it's not my language, and I don't understand. I think it's a fucking put on. They're putting this fucking lingo on, mate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they're doing it, but they're fucking
I can
coming on.
definitely
And they're putting
tell that you're from Nathan Oakley's.
yeah, I'm on FED, me, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that then?
No, that's
Well,
okay.
you do seem to be a little bit aggressive, but that's your style, bro. You do you, man.
I'm not
No,
always
and in-
aggressive. I'm just a bit fucking pissed off tonight. Sometimes I'm aggressive. Sometimes I have different. Depends on my mood.
So what are you so pissed off about?
I'm the same way. Well, no, he's not all. He's not always pissed off. He's
I
just
didn't say he
today
was
is
always.
just
What are
one
you pissed
day.
off about right
No,
now?
I
The
was
question.
pissed off tonight with that guy. I'll tell you what I'm pissed off about. I'll be honest with you. I'm pissed off with that guy because he wasn't. He was. I knew with his words when the other flat earther was asking him for scientific validation, right? He was just skittering about. He's keeping you hanging on, and he's tending into, oh, I don't know this, and well, we could say this and we could say that, but and then you end up trying to get into an intelligent conversation and not getting angry with these guys, right? And trying to be like a decent person with them, but you can't be decent people with these persons. They're coming in here they're coming here for a purpose. They're anti-flat earthers, and they're just coming in to disturb the place. So what you've got to do is smack them down and say we've got flat earth proof elevation angles and triangles, and that's what you've got to beat them up with.
So what do you come here for? If they come here to disturb the place, what's your purpose of coming here?
I'm getting rid of fucking globetards, mate. I'm
But
beating
why?
globetards.
What we're
Because I
doing
don't
is
like
we're like beating the grain to separate the grain from the chaff.
Yeah.
To what
Because
end?
you've got globetards who believe in a globe who've got no proof. Now I can prove
Uh-huh.
flat Earth. I can prove flat
Okay.
Earth. Yeah. So you get a globe coming on saying, no, that's not right, that's right. So all I say to is, okay then, okay, you live in a globe, just give me the evidence of how it was measured. And I never get the answer. Unless you can give me the answer right now.
No, I get that, but why don't you just go on about your? Why do you come here at all then if you don't want to argue with people who believe
Because
in
it's
the globe?
because it's fucking important, and that's a
Important to
technical
what? Important to what?
important for the truth.
Right,
Why?
we're seeking the truth. Earlier, when I was talking to the gentleman with the accent, I asked him if he wanted to see the video about Professor Krupa debunking dark matter and, by proxy, Albert Einstein's theories of gravity. Right?
Uh-huh.
I've been here for close to a month now, I think, maybe 3
Yeah.
weeks, and only a handful, like 2 people, have asked me for that video. If people were actually seeking the truth and not defending their anchor bias, confirmation bias, sunk
Uh-huh.
cost bias, then they
Yeah.
would be like, hey, Larry, let me see that video. Like, I want to know
Okay.
what you know because apparently you know something I don't. But instead, what we find is that people have Stockholm syndrome and they're
Uh-huh.
defending their programming, right? You ever seen The
Oh.
Matrix?
Yes.
All right. What happens with the woman with the red dress? Agent Smith
She's
pops out of her, right?
yeah.
Right. So when I'm talking to these people and I'm just trying to show them, like, hey, this is what the professor is saying, like Agent Smith pops out and they want to defend the Matrix,
Uh-huh.
right? They, the hierarchy enslaving you, is
Yeah,
enslaving them, and certain people are trying to set them free from the mind control,
Ooh.
You know
and
what, bro?
that's what we're
You
doing
know what,
here,
bro?
right? Because
Okay.
You know what,
So I'm
bro?
enslaved then.
Send me that.
we all
Well,
are, bro. Do you think you're free?
Laurie,
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
listen,
pretty sure
Laurie,
I'm free.
send,
Yeah.
bro,
Can
send
we
me
go?
that.
Can we go to Antarctica tonight? You and I, are we free to travel?
Yes.
I think you are. Yes.
No,
Yes.
no, no. We can't
Agent,
hop in a private boat or a private
Have you
jet.
tried?
Dude, you
Agent
have to
Smith
have
in the chat.
passport.
Have you tried?
Agent Smith just entered the chat. He was waiting for this moment. He was waiting for this
Until
moment.
you've read the Antarctic Treaty yourself, we've read it online. We've studied these things for a number of years.
And
So
what does it say?
Was Earth curve measurement measured?
I think I
Forget
just
the
stated.
galaxy.
Who
No,
brought up
you
galaxies
ca-
besides like the other guy?
So how is looking at a galaxy measuring Earth curve?
When did I mention galaxies?
You said two galaxies colliding.
I don't think you're
You
able
know.
to distinguish voices.
Yeah.
If you're talking about LIGO, you're talking about two galaxies colliding in a black
Not
hole.
necessarily.
Oh, so you're not talking about the LIGO observation in 2015?
No, I'm not talking about the laser test that they did with LIGO. I'm talking about specifically the construction of LIGO.
Squatting, I
What
think
forget
he doesn't
the
know what
fuck does
LIGO
that have
is.
to do
What
with
the
anything?
fuck? Where was
Who
the
gives a
What
fuck
is
Earth
about LIGO?
curvature? The Earth
what is
curvature measurement, please. The Earth curvature measurement,
yeah.
please. Nothing less will
Yes.
do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm giving it
Earth
to you with
curve
the LIGO
measurement.
construction.
No.
Forget
They noticed
LIGO.
that
LIGO.
they
No.
Globe
noticed
it.
that
Globe
over
it.
the course.
Hold on
They
one
Globe
noticed
second.
that.
retard.
Okay.
Globe
One second.
retard.
Hold on 1 second. Listen. How many presuppositions are in LIGO?
None.
Oh,
How
really?
was Earth
You
curve
said
measured?
galaxies. That's one right there.
I
How many
never said galaxies.
A
Please
second.
listen.
Hold on a
You did.
second. He's wanting
You
to
did
affirm the
say galaxy.
consequent with the construction of the laser, excuse me, not laser, LIGO. So tell us how they factored in the curvature of the LIGO construction, right? But you still have to have the measurement of the Earth first. So we're going to need that first.
Why do I need that
First things
first?
first. First things first.
Well, you're affirming the consequent otherwise.
How so?
We're not asked about LIGO. We're asked
Do you
about
not know
Earth
what
curve
affirming the
measurement.
consequent is?
Not your
Who
definition of
measured?
affirming the consequent. No, I know that you
Who
repeatedly
measured
call things
Earth curve?
affirming the consequence that are
Okay,
not
so you're
affirming the
saying
consequent.
LIGO therefore Earth. Is that what you're saying? LIGO therefore around Earth. That's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying LIGO accounted for a curvature that did not have to do with elevation change.
A curvature in what?
What in shit? What the hell does that mean?
Of what?
It means that they realized in
curvature of
prior
what?
constructions that having elevation constant yielded a curved design. So to alleviate,
So they
so hold
imagined
on,
it.
Curved design
so
of what?
hold on,
Curved design.
a curved design of
What?
tubes that
A
needed to be straight.
design.
And in, so in
What's the
order to
design?
design it, am I just going to get
What's the
interrupted by three
design?
little Chi-Chi birds while I'm speaking?
What's the design?
No, I'm letting you talk. I'm letting you kind of
Can you
bury
like?
yourself with this. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So
Go on.
in previous,
Keep
yeah. So in
digging,
previous,
dickhead. Keep digging.
okay. Can somebody shut the Chi-Chi bird up so I can speak?
Yeah, well, you talk about Earth curve first, mate. How was it measured?
That's yeah.
That's
That's
why
what
you
I'm
keep
getting at.
hearing this, because we keep asking, where's the Earth curvature they used to
Where's
set
the
up
Earth
every
curve?
single presupposition? You have to have Earth curve
Where's Earth
first.
curve? Where's Earth curve? Who measured it?
Who measured it?
Yes.
LIGO seemed to have measured it.
No, it didn't.
No, no.
You
Yeah, it did.
No, it
presupposed in
didn't.
LIGO
No,
presupposed.
when they went out there and they
Into or did?
surveyed. When they no, they did. When they went out there and they surveyed and they realized that there would be a curve in a design if they maintained elevation above sea level. But that does not seem to, yeah. So that
You're
seemed to be
talking
the case.
complete
Hold
nonsense.
on.
No,
Hold
so
on.
hold
Let's
on.
break
When
it down.
they okay, so I'm
Let's
gonna
break
get
it
interrupted
down.
by 5
Stop
Chi-Chi birds now.
Stop for a second. We'll break it down.
Okay.
So you said that in the construction of LIGO,
Mm-hmm.
there's curvature. So how does the curvature in the construction of a device relate to curvature of Earth's surface?
How does the curvature of a
Directly
device?
in
No,
reality.
so the
reality.
device needed to be straight, but they detected a curve.
So when
despite
did they
elevation
measure the
being the
curve?
same.
When did they measure the curve Earth to verify that was correct?
When did they measure the curve Earth? When
Yeah.
they did surveying and they realized that the elevation was the same, and yet they detected a
Surveying.
curve.
No one mentioned
Yeah.
surveying. We're not talking about surveying. So
Surveying?
okay,
Oh, so you
are
don't like to
apparently.
deal with like measuring? Okay. So
Yeah,
you want measurements
you
but no
just try.
measurements, right?
You just try to use all your differentials and your
Mhm.
supposed geodesy
Mhm.
that you're trying to do, that magic that you
So
work
you
after. You
want
do planar surveying. Yeah, we're
so
not talking about that.
you want measurements but you don't want measurements then. Is that what I'm getting from you?
No, you don't have any.
I would counter
A
that with the
gravitational wave. Can you please tell me what a gravitational wave is?
Who's talking about a gravitational wave? Can you stay on topic?
That's what LIGO is. What does LIGO mean?
Again, who's talking about the actual functionality of LIGO? We're talking about the construction. Can you keep up? Can you please keep up for a second,
Dude,
Steven?
that's kind of part of the scenario. So if we're going to detect gravitational waves, I'd really like to know how they
Why are
do
you
that and
trying
what a
to change the
gravitational wave is.
subject?
Go ahead.
Why are you trying
I'm
to change
talking
the
about
subject?
LIGO. You brought LIGO up. I'm talking about LIGO. So let's talk about LIGO.
Let's stay on the topic of the designing of LIGO,
Yes.
please.
Listen, Blueby.
What's the
Can't talk
detecting?
about gravity.
This is what happens whenever they get put into a corner. They all start cheeching out like little birds in a
No,
tree.
you're just
Don't add on and don't stereotype. I'm asking you right now about LIGO. It detects gravitational waves. So what's a
So-
gravitational wave?
Can we stay on the topic of the designing of LIGO?
We're
Why am I going to have to go
we're
back over
designing
that?
something that detects gravitational waves. You were designing something that detects gravitational waves. How would you
Okay,
do
and
that? What's
has
a
to do
gravitational
with
wave?
what
How would you
I'm supposed
find
to
it?
be proving. That has to do with how I'm supposed to show what I'm trying to prove here. How?
No. What you've got to do.
Why are you constantly trying? Why are you constantly trying to deviate? Okay.
I'm
Why
not
are you
deviating. I'm
constantly
asking you what a
trying? You are.
gravitational wave. You can't affirm the
What does
consequent
that
in
have to
here
do?
just like that.
What does that have to do with the construction of LIGO?
They constructed. Tell me more about it. This is your claim. Tell me how they constructed it.
Yeah, they constructed it by needing a completely straight tube with no curvature. However, the surveying showed that at constant elevation, there was a curvature that they had to account for. And they did that.
Elevation according to
So
what?
even
Wait, hold on a second. Elevation
above sea
according to
level,
what?
above sea level.
Sea level. So a flat plane. They measured it against a flat plane and they found there was curvature. So that means they didn't dig it straight. Oh,
No, it
so
meant
welcome
that the
to flat
surveying.
Earth. You just confirmed that there's a flat plane they're measuring the curvature against.
Yeah, good job with your word games, but I'll restate it again. When they
word
did the
game. You just
measurement
told me that
at
the Earth was
equal,
flat.
when they again, I'll say it again, because clearly you want to play word games. Whenever they did their
Sea level.
surveying for LIGO, and they
listen,
took
Blueby,
2 points of
Blueby.
equal elevation,
Blueby.
and they accounted
Sea
for that
level
elevation,
is not
they
word
found
games.
that it was not
Listen,
straight. That there is a
listen.
curve over the
I'm a
2.2
flat
miles that LIGO
earther.
took. Hey, I'm trying
I'm
to
debunking
speak. Can you
your
shut up in
globe.
the
Let
background?
me deal with this guy, guys. I'm a flat
Okay, so
earther dealing with you. Right. Sea level. Define sea level.
define sea level, the point at which
Yeah.
water's average is.
Yeah. So it's a mean sea level. Is it curved?
Yeah. Is it curved? Well, that's what we're trying to show here, dude. So let's get back to the
Is
LIGO.
sea level curved? Is
So
sea
hold
level
on,
curved?
Chief. Hold on, Chief. We're gonna get there.
No. Is sea level?
You're measuring
Well,
against
they are
the level.
elevation.
It's an elevation. It's an angle. So it's a flat
If I'm,
Earth.
desi- if I'm
Elevation
designing,
starts from the horizontal. That's where elevation comes
so
from. numpty
whenever I'm glad
dipshit.
you said that. So whenever we have
Numpty
three equal,
dipshit.
whenever we have 3 equal points of elevation, and yet they form a curved line, what does that mean to you?
It means that you're retarded,
You
is what
just
it
said there
means,
was
and
a
you're not dealing with
differential.
reality with a full deck of cards. That's what it means.
Yeah. So
He's
whenever
double
we
speaking.
have
He said there was no. Were they equal or were they different? Which one is it?
were they equal or were they different? I said give or take an inch.
Give or take an inch over the ground.
Yeah.
They measured against a flat plane and they found curvature. You think that's because the Earth is curved? Is that what you're saying? You're affirming the
They
consequence,
had
correct?
3 points in their construction of no,
Okay.
actually more than 3 points. All
I don't
pretty
care. It
much
could be
at
1,000.
equal
Go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much all at equal elevation, and yet despite that, they saw that it formed a curve that they had to account for in
It's
constructing.
equal in
In
elevation.
construction,
Remember the
yeah.
refraction I told you
So-
about? Remember the
That's
refraction
retarded.
you
It's
guys claim
absolutely-
causes eclipses? That's
it's
the same thing
psychotic.
that's happening.
Yeah,
So
it's
just-
psychotic is what it is. You're
So-
psychotic, my friend. Sorry to tell you.
I'm psychotic.
Yeah.
They found a curve amongst
No,
several
it simply
points.
means that
curve.
you think things are real that aren't real. You're believing
I
things that
think
aren't
that
real.
LIGO is real, but it's not real. I got you.
No, your imaginings after it is what I'm talking about, not what they actually did. Because I haven't seen what they actually did. You haven't shown any of that yet.
I can show you, no problem. I think I still have it pulled up here.
Actually, that
Yeah.
they actually. So where's the actual measured curvature of Earth on the
So
surface?
here, no problem. Here with LIGO, straight tube across equal elevation that had to
Imagining
account for.
the horizontal. Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
And
So
then
Great
from the
there
horizontal,
seems
they
to be-
measure elevation
There
angles.
seems to be an exponential drop from one edge to the other one, despite the ground being at equal elevation. Very odd.
It can't be it can't be the two. Those are two opposites, my friend.
Say
Tube
again.
and then curved tube. Which one is it?
You can't have equal elevation and then be different elevation, my friend.
Who said anything about equal elevation? The ground is
You
the one that's at
did.
equal elevation.
You
So I'll
did.
rephrase it. Maybe
You
you don't
did.
understand.
You
Despite the
said it.
tubing.
Hey,
All right,
Eddie.
okay.
Hey, buddy.
I'll say
Hey,
maybe you
buddy.
didn't understand
Hey,
the first
buddy.
time.
You
So I'll
said it.
explain it
Shut the
again.
fuck up for a
When we
second.
have a straight tube,
You said
the
it.
ground I said the ground is at
Shut
equal
this muffin up.
elevation. I know you don't like it when I actually correct
No,
you.
because
That's
you
fine,
have
I'll do it.
nothing. You've provided
Mhm.
nothing, and you've said nothing
Okay.
but incoherent
I know.
gibberish.
I don't. Maybe to you. Maybe
He's
like your
telling us
personal
that the tube is
incredulity
straight.
isn't
Yeah,
like
I mean, see,
an
see,
excuse
there
here.
you
The
go.
tube's
So
straight or is it curved? The tube's
So he
straight or
just
curved?
admitted.
straight. The tube
So
is
he just
Oh,
straight.
so
admitted
there's
that it's
no
all
deviation.
subjective.
Do
He
what?
admitted that it's all subjective. Thanks.
No, the
No, he's
tube is
telling me that
straight.
the tube is straight, so it's
The tube is
not
straight.
curved.
The tube.
You
What
just
did
So
I
it's
say? The
straight.
tube was curved.
you just believe
You
it
said
is.
that there was a place at different elevations that then there was a curve they decided. So we have a straight
No,
tube.
I'll say it again. Whenever they did their
Straight tube.
surveying, they found that the
Okay.
ground, despite being at pretty much equal elevation across the 2.2
Here he goes
miles that they were
again.
going to build this,
Here he goes again.
formed a curve.
No,
So
Sonny,
in the
here's what he's saying.
so in the
Curve and
construction
equal
of this
elevation at the
tube,
same time.
man, listen, like
Wow.
whenever, yeah,
No,
dude, whenever you prove
no.
them wrong,
Sonny, it's
you get like
okay.
5
Go
fucking
ahead.
hyenas
No,
like chirping in the
go ahead.
background.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and finish. Tell me.
Yeah,
Go
can you
finish.
get your buddy to shut up while I speak? Because that'd be really helpful.
Just finish it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, during the construction of this perfectly straight tube that they had to make, they realized, hey, if we're going along this equal elevation line, we have to account and actually lift this bitch up because otherwise it would be curved if we followed equal elevation across the ground.
So how much was that? So how much was that? That deviation?
Let me take a look here. Let me see exactly. I think it was something like a few feet that they had to account for
And
from
how
one
much
end to the other.
And how much distance?
2.2 miles.
So 1 or 2 feet. You're not sure.
Yeah, I got to read through
2
this
miles.
article again. I got to double check.
Can you
So
give us?
How
stand
often do
by.
they take these survey points?
It's like 3 decimal points. Like it's not. It
Yeah.
doesn't even account for error in the technicality of building any kind of device.
Oh no, this
It
is a
fits within
straightest.
tolerance. It fits
Yeah,
within
this
a
is.
very close tolerance.
Yeah, this thing
It's
had an
even, it's
incredibly
okay,
low
Sonny.
tolerance in order to stay
He's
straight.
telling us that the tube is straight and the ground is uneven. Duh.
Mhm.
Okay.
I know.
Duh.
So
Nobody
hold
is going to
on.
argue with you about that. It might even curve.
Mhm.
Yeah, they got a lot of humps and stuff in the terrestrial, right? Like topography. We got how are they surveying at the complete 2 miles? Or are they doing it every maybe quarter mile at best? Probably more like 800 feet, right?
Hold on. Let's go through this again. If we can show that the tube is straight and the ground is at equal elevation, does that make the ground flat too? If the ground is like
compared
equal
to what?
elevation?
Nothing can be equal elevation and have a different elevation at the same time. So what you've
Who
done is
didn't I
you
say?
added all the pluses.
When
Wait a
did I
minute, I wasn't.
say?
I was
When
in
did I
the
say
middle of a
different
sentence.
elevation?
I was in
Oh
the
man,
middle
I
of
gotta
a
shoot on the
fucking
other
word.
foot.
I was in the middle of a fucking word just then. So
Hey
anyway,
kettle, I'm pot.
you're measuring. You're not measuring shit. All you're doing is imagining after the planar measurement. You're taking all the plus sides, all the positives of like, let's say, above the mean elevation height. You're adding all of those up in one direction and forgetting about all the rest.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
then you're
whenever
saying
I
it's Earth curve. So there you
whenever I
have it,
take a look,
folks. You heard it again.
okay.
You heard it again on here from us. What he
So
exactly is doing. And so we all
yeah,
know what
so
he's doing. We've studied this, and I think you're
you
like
haven't?
well beyond your depth.
I don't think that you shut
Yeah,
up long enough
yeah.
to actually listen to a point, nor do you actually listen to a point.
Listen, Motormouth,
So
you're the one that's been speaking like 10,000 words in place of everybody else is like 10 or 12. So shut the fuck up.
oh god,
Before
it's almost as if
Jacko
I have
started
to.
speaking, wasn't there another guy that asked a question?
I asked
I
him
don't think
about
so.
Earth curvature. That's why we were on until we got this far deep in the weeds. So Earth curvature measurement they use for any of your suppositions, presuppositions.
Some guy asked, are you guys flat earthers in here? Like, it wasn't Jacko, it was someone else.
Was that the one you were talking to? Said he couldn't talk about what we're meant to talk about in here, or else he would get
And then
banned?
Jacko jumped. Then Jacko jumped in to just do what he does, just bluff everybody out of conversations.
Who's bluffing anybody? I'm trying to have a conversation that doesn't involve like 5
I
hyenas in
don't
the
think he's
background.
talking about you. I don't think he's talking about you. So.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead. We're
Excuse
listening.
me. Sorry. So how am I supposed to know that flat Earth is true or false?
You got to go outside and stop watching your
No,
TV
I already did
and
go
make some
outside.
Cool. Make some observations